starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626, Orochimaru, the Guide of Hukomundo. Even Aizen Sasuke had to admit that Orochimaru, a legendary figure, was not simple. It was so easy to find out his Zanpakuto Shike ability. What surprised Aizen Sasuke even more was that Orochimaru really knew all the people in the Uehara clan. Aizen Sasuke had always been wary of people from only two places. One of them was naturally the legendary Soul King Palace and the Zero Squad living there. The other was the inner city of Uehara Castle and the 13 Deadpools living there. Sure enough, the 13 Deadpools were never that simple. However, the person who was even more complicated was Orochimaru, who knew the 13 Deadpools. Because the abilities of the 13 Deadpools had been hidden for thousands of years, no one knew their true power so far. The entire Soul Society knew that the Uehara clan kept the clan's information confidential beyond imagination. It should be said, Orochimaru, who lived in the legend, was worthy of being the close friend of the first head of the Uehara clan. No, or it could be the mortal enemy of the Uehara clan. It seems that we are going to meet this legendary figure. Aizen Sasuke gathered spirit particles in his palm, crushed the scroll in his hand directly, and continued slowly. Uehara announced to the entire Hukomundo that I'm looking for Mr. Orochimaru. I believe he will find a way to come to see us. After Aizen Sasuke finished speaking, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. No, maybe he has already come. Maybe he wants us to visit him. Huh. Tozan-Kaname's face was a little confused. Aizen Sasuke slowly stood up, stepped away from his throne, raised his head and said softly, "There are guests here. Uehara, get ready to welcome the guests." Uehara nodded dully. At this time, Uehara also sensed the spiritual pressure of other powerful hollows arriving at the outskirts of the Palace of the Night. He turned his head to look at Koyate Stark, frowned and said, "Apart from us, are there other Arrancars in Hukomundo?" Koyate Stark was silent for a while. The strongest Arrancar to date shook his head slowly, forcibly maintaining his composure on his face. How the hell should he respond? Is Uehara addicted to acting? It's not like they haven't seen hundreds of Arrancars in Orochimaru's base. Uehara didn't care about Koyate Stark's attitude and calmly walked towards the gate of the Palace of the Night with his Zanpakuto, waiting for guests approaching the Palace of the Night. Outside the gate of the Palace of the Night, Nelliel with light green hair and Grimjaw with light blue hair slowly walked over. They came as messengers of Orochimaru. Obviously, the only use of the two of them was that Orochimaru wanted to show his achievements to Aizen Sasuke. Arrancar Great Hollow, or rather, a natural Great Hollow transforms into human form. The Great Hollow Arrancar that Aizen Sasuke is still experimenting with has the technology of the power of the God of Death, and Orochimaru, who lives in seclusion in Hukomundo, has already mastered this technology thoroughly. This is Orochimaru's declaration to Aizen Sasuke. He had already figured out everything in Hukomundo before Aizen Sasuke entered Hukomundo, and even mastered all the directions of the evolution of the Great Hollow. This is a declaration, and also a show of force. First, he exposed Aizen Sasuke's means of mirror flowers and water moons, and then directly used the Arrancar Great Hollow he created to expose Aizen Sasuke's plan to carry out the Arrancar in Hukomundo. It's really interesting. Aizen Sasuke held his cheek with his palm and slowly stretched out a strange smile, but there was a little gloom in the smile. Could it be that this person wants to tell me that everything I'm doing now is what those people left behind? Who knows? Ichimaru stood beside Aizen Sasuke, squinted his eyes, and smiled and said, "The impure world reincarnation technique that Dean Kabuto cracked was also left by this senior Orochimaru." The smile on Aizen Sasuke's face eased a little. Originally, Aizen Sasuke was a little unhappy in his heart, but when he thought of the traces that Orochimaru had left in the Soul Society, even a figure like Kabuto Yakushi only got his fur, he felt that what Ichimaru said seemed to be somewhat acceptable. There is no need to care about these now. In comparison, the more things Orochimaru showed, the more beneficial it would be for Aizen Sasuke. At least these secrets are no longer buried underground. Moreover, Orochimaru didn't seem to want to offend him. Otherwise, Orochimaru could have asked one of his subordinates to deliver the solution to Kyokusu Jetsu, but Orochimaru delivered it himself. Of course. This must have been a provocation. For example, Uehara saw the contents of the scroll, knew the secret of Kyokusu Jetsu, and forced Aizen to kill his subordinates. However, Aizen Sasuke would not blame Uehara for this, because he knew that his real strength was himself, not the Zanpakuto. In any case, the most important thing now is to get enough secrets from Orochimaru, at least to know the truth of history. Outside the Kyonyak Palace, Nelil, the messenger of Orochimaru, stood at the door and looked at Uehara calmly. "We are here to invite the master of the Palace of the Night Palace to be our guest under the order of Lord Orochimaru." Humph. Grimjow, who was traveling with him, stood beside Nelil and sneered at Uehara. "Nelly, don't be too polite to these ignorant guys. They are just a group of wild." Bang. The vast spiritual pressure burst out instantly. The spiritual pressure on Uehara was like a mountain, which made people breathless. He slowly raised his finger and pointed at Grimjow. It seemed that they were going to fight to the death after a disagreement. However, at this moment, Nelil suddenly reached out and grabbed Uehara's arm and whispered, "Sorry, our people are too rude." Although Nelly said something, her men were merciless. In an instant, a spiritual pressure stronger than Uehara's burst out from Nelil. This seemingly gentle female hollow's spiritual pressure is so strong. This spiritual pressure is so strong. Whether it is Ichimaru-jin, Tozan-Kaname, or Koyate Stark, they all look towards the direction of the gate of the Hukoyoa Palace involuntarily. I really didn't expect. There is actually a hollow in Hukomundo that can suppress Uehara in spiritual pressure. Ichimaru-jin stood there with his hands in his sleeves, feeling the strength of this spiritual pressure, and smiled and said, "If this is the result of the research of that senior Orochimaru, then he is really amazing." Aizen Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, "The hollow's transformation into a death god. The hollow's transformation into a death god. I really can't help but want to see it. I'll go and catch them in." Tozan-Kaname clenched his Zanpakuto tightly. However, Aizen Sasuke stopped Tozan-Kaname and shook his head slowly, saying, "Don't be so rude. Tell Uehara to let our guests in." Outside the door of the Palace of the Night, Uehara and Nelly were still confronting each other. The collision of spiritual pressure almost flashed black lightning in the air, forcing Grimjow next to him to be unable to bear to stay with the two of them. But Grimjow seemed to be a bit stubborn by nature, gritting his teeth and insisting on standing in place to endure the suppression of his spiritual pressure by two powerful Urankas. It's just acting. These two people are too serious. To be honest, Grimjow was a little amazed at Nella's power. He had never thought that this female hollow who had been silent in Orochimaru's base had always been doing some trivial work. As a result, at this time, she actually burst out with spiritual pressure and power beyond his, which really made Grimjow a little amazed. Of course. In fact, Orochimaru prefers to cultivate Grimjow. For those hollows that have already taken shape, Orochimaru often thinks that they are born to stand at the end point, and the only way to move forward is to conduct taboo experiments. Grimjow, this guy who is a little passionate when fighting, seems to be nothing special, and is even just a hollow of the level of Achukas, but he still has the possibility of evolution, and he himself has the will to become stronger. Just like this moment, if other hollows encountered this situation, they might have despaired of the power of Uehara and Nelil, but Grimjow thought that he could become so strong. Just when Uehara and Nelil wanted to transform, Tozan-Kaname appeared beside them. "Uehara, Lord Aizen, please ask our guests to come in. Don't waste time here." Uehara was silent for a while, and then silently retracted his fingers. Nelil's face remained calm, and she even said to Uehara politely, "Thank you, show mercy. Orochimaru taught me that this is not because you are powerful, but because you need to be polite in this situation." The scene was a little awkward. Uehara made way, as if he had not heard anything. Inside the Palace of the Night, Aizen Sasuke, who was sitting on the throne, finally saw the two Urankas. Were these two Urankas trained by Orochimaru, master of the Palace of the Night? Neliel took out a letter from her hand, looked up at Aizen Sasuke, who was sitting on the throne like an elegant gentleman, and whispered, "We are the messengers of Lord Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru hopes to invite the Palace of the Night to watch the graduation exam of the newer rankers." Aizen Sasuke frowned slightly. This situation seemed to be something he had never heard of before. Are there many newer rankers? There is actually a graduation exam for these hollows. These are rankers, not Shinigami students. Or Orochimaru has already gathered a group of rankers and created a society. This is a bit too shocking. Hukomundo. Can you also have a life like a Shinigami? Oh. Can you give me a detailed introduction? Aizen Sasuke looked at Neliel with a gentle face, smiled and said, "I'm just an outsider who arrived in Hukomundo not long ago, and I'm very interested in your life. It seems that Uehara and Stark have never heard of these things." Neliel was silent for a second strangely. After a while, she spoke softly, "Because the hollows who are natural Arrancar are naturally powerful, they were already powerful hollows when they first became Arrancar, and there was no need for Orochimaru to test them again." At this point, Nelly continued, "Soon after Mr. Uehara and Mr. Coyote Stark became natural Arrancars, Lord Orochimaru knew about them and erased their names." Aizen's face became a little strange, but he regained his composure in an instant, chuckled and said, "I'm curious, why did you erase their names?" "Because great hollows who are natural Arrancars often mean inadequacy." Nelly continued without changing her expression. "Only hollows that have been truly cultivated by Orochimaru and have obtained a body that belongs to them alone are qualified to truly join the real world of hollows." Hollows, real world? Yes, a real society and world. Nelly nodded slowly and continued in a gentle voice. "Natural Arrancars often mean that the hollows have difficulty controlling their anger and desire to fight. Only the hollows taught by Lord Orochimaru." Wait a minute. Aizen Sasuke frowned slightly and said softly, "If I heard correctly, Mr. Orochimaru seems to have built a society of hollows in the Hukomundo? This seems a bit incredible. This news is a bit too shocking. A society of hollows is far more than just about building an army of hollows. This means that hollows can already live like humans and Shinigami." Grimmjow grinned and revealed an arrogant smile. "Aren't you Shinigami? Aren't you able to live a stable life thanks to Lord Orochimaru?" "That's really not the case." Ichimaru-jin smiled and retorted, "Although Senior Orochimaru did leave a lot of ink in Soul Society, but, Jin." Aizen Sasuke waved his hand to stop Ichimaru-jin. He reached out to take Nella's letter, adjusted his glasses, smiled and said, "I will visit Mr. Orochimaru. In a sense, no, in every sense, I should call him Senior." Nelly looked at Aizen Sasuke, nodded slowly and said, "Then, we will be waiting for your arrival in the Great Hollow Forest." After that, Nelly added, "Of course, Lord Orochimaru told me, before he left, that he also wanted to meet you, who will surely stir up the Soul Society, or rather, all the worlds." Aizen Sasuke, Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Orochimaru, The Truman Show. Chapter 627, Plan for the Collapse of the Great Void Forest. There seemed to be nothing unusual in the conversation between the two parties. After they made an agreement, Neliel handed the invitation to Aizen Sasuke, took a deep look at the gentleman, and whispered, "If there is nothing else, we will go back and report to Lord Orochimaru. Then, we will see you at the agreed date." Aizen Sasuke slowly watched Neliel and Grimmjow leave, and a mysterious smile appeared on his seemingly gentle face again. Inside the Kionaya Palace, after Neliel and Grimmjow left, Ichimaru-jin squinted his eyes and smiled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, that Grimmjow seems to be just an Achukas level hollow, based on his spiritual pressure, right?" "Yeah." Uehara nodded slowly, looked at Aizen Sasuke, and said softly, "In theory, there should be no possibility of Achukas being a natural Arrancar. Maybe this is the result of Mr. Orochimaru's research. We'll know when we go and take a look." Aizen Sasuke slowly paced back to his throne, chuckled and said, "Maybe you will have more companions soon. I didn't expect that they are actually in the underground forest of hollows." When Aizen Sasuke said this, he explained to himself, if the senior Orochimaru has been hunted by the Uehara clan all this time, it seems that only the complex forest of hollows under the ground can allow him to hide. Aizen Sasuke extended his hand to support his cheek and continued with a smile. Then let's prepare well. The legendary big man just wanted to show us his abilities. If we don't respond to him, he will look down on us. What Lord Aizen means. Uehara thought for a while, slowly raised his head, and looked at Aizen Sasuke and said, "Are we going to a war with Orochimaru?" War? That sounds a bit serious. Aizen Sasuke moved his fingers, chuckled and said, "It's just a trouble that can be solved in one day. It's not qualified to be called a war, right? Although before I really come into contact with him, I'm not sure who can solve whom, but the narrow throne of heaven can only accommodate one person. It looks like there will be a good show." Ichimaru-jin chuckled and continued, "A good show of completely collapsing the underground of Hukomundo. Why not call it the Great Hollow Forest Collapse Plan?" "Very good." Aizen Sasuke smiled and nodded. Judging from the name alone, this name really suits his mind. The Great Hollow Forest under the ground is a territory that Aizen Sasuke has never cared about. He believes that those hollows hiding underground like rats in the gutter are never worth his attention. But he didn't expect there is a big snake hiding in the Great Hollow Forest. Of course, Aizen Sasuke didn't expect that the Great Hollow Forest Collapse Plan that he, Ichimaru-jin, and Uehara discussed in the Hunai Palace was delivered to Orochimaru not long after. This plan, just the name makes Orochimaru's expression a little complicated, and the content makes Orochimaru's expression more and more weird. What is going on? Did that guy Kabuto Yakushi say too much to his disciple Ichimaru-jin? If this Great Hollow Forest Collapse Plan was not made by Ichimaru-jin next to him, Orochimaru would swallow the scroll with the information on it into his stomach on the spot. Great Hollow Forest Collapse Plan. Strictly speaking, the purpose of this plan is to find an opportunity to assassinate or conquer Orochimaru during the Great Hollow assessment, so as to take the opportunity to recruit all of Orochimaru's subordinates. To be honest, this plan is very risky. Aizen Sasuke doesn't care about the danger of this plan at all. Seriously speaking, this risky plan is actually very safe, because no one would have thought that Aizen Sasuke would lead only a few Shinigami and Arankas to attack Orochimaru and his Aranka Corps. Therefore, the success rate is actually not low. If this plan does not reach Orochimaru's hands, according to the plan made by Aizen Sasuke and Ichimaru-jin and others, they will launch a surprise attack on Orochimaru, the real leader of the Great Hollow Forest, when the Great Hollow Forest is being assessed. Of course, the main purpose is not to kill Orochimaru. If Orochimaru's power is not strong enough, Aizen Sasuke will directly take action and force the entire Great Hollow Forest to land on his own. If Aizen Sasuke finds that Orochimaru is very dangerous, then they will take another plan. Ichimaru-jin constructed a strong sealing barrier to create a place where no one can interfere, so that Orochimaru and Aizen Sasuke can fight alone. This, Aizen Sasuke believes that he can win, and neither Uehara nor Ichimaru-jin thinks that Aizen Sasuke will lose to Orochimaru. They are very confident in Aizen Sasuke. If he fails, it also proves that Aizen is not qualified to become a god. If he can win, Aizen Sasuke can easily control the situation, replace Orochimaru as the leader of those hollows, and rule the entire Hukomundo. To be honest, this plan sounds a bit rough, just like a replica of Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha, and it even looks inferior. Of course, time is urgent after all. Aizen Sasuke must also consider a problem. If we don't deal with Orochimaru hiding in Hukomundo as soon as possible, who knows if Orochimaru will set up some pawns in Soul Society to trap him. Hukomundo's affairs. Aizen Sasuke doesn't want more people to know. Orochimaru and his Aranka Corps. Aizen Sasuke is determined to get these. He needs the secrets from Orochimaru and the technology of Orochimaru to create Aranka, Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru finished reading the plan to collapse the Great Hollow Forest. Nelliel looked at the strange expression on Orochimaru's face and couldn't help but ask softly, "Lord Orochimaru, the information sent by Uehara. Is there any problem?" "No problem." Orochimaru shook his head and slowly put down the plan to collapse the Great Hollow Forest in his hand. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He chuckled and said, "I just remembered some things in the past. It's really worth remembering. Things that Orochimaru misses?" Nelliel showed a hint of surprise on her face. As the Arankas raised by Orochimaru, they had never seen Orochimaru with such an expression. Orochimaru was like a tool that would never make mistakes. No, that's not right. It should be said that he was a man who would never have emotions. In Orochimaru's eyes, he would always yearn for knowledge and experiments. Yeah. Orochimaru nodded slowly, and his smile gradually became more and more weird. I really miss that time when everyone was simple. Simple. Nellie couldn't help but frowned. This word didn't seem to belong to Orochimaru, because it didn't fit his identity at all. No matter how you think about it, simplicity has nothing to do with Orochimaru. Of course. The simplicity that Orochimaru meant was when everyone thought that Uehara Naraku was just a small character, and at most he had a little strength. Who knew that this guy was actually a monster hiding behind the scenes and controlling the world? Now, Uehara Naraku has become the same as before. No, Uehara Naraku has become worse than before. Now Uehara Naraku has begun to directly create his own history and buried the truths that were erased by time. I really want to see it. When others thought they had discovered the truth of history and were shocked by the truth, the real story hidden behind the truth has just surfaced. Let me take a look. Orochimaru took out a photo frame from his desk and smiled at the figure of a young man in the photo frame. Sasuke, you have been valued and cultivated by Uehara Naraku since childhood. Will you have a chance to escape his control? Yes. Orochimaru has all the information about Aizen Sasuke here. Ever since the name Aizen Sasuke appeared in the sight of the Uehara clan, there have always been people around him who monitor him. The monitors of the Uehara clan continuously passed all the information about Aizen Sasuke to Orochimaru in the Soul Society, so that Orochimaru knew what kind of person he would face in the future, until Aizen Sasuke awakened a powerful spiritual pressure. At that time, the Uehara clan removed the surveillance of Aizen in order not to arouse Aizen Sasuke's vigilance, but they soon arranged for Ichimaru-jin to join Aizen Sasuke's army. No one understands why Uehara Naraku did this, until Aizen Sasuke gradually revealed his dark side, began to absorb power in order to ascend to the supreme throne, and step by step, used conspiracy to stir up the situation in the Soul Society. At this time, some people realized Uehara Naraku might be cultivating his own opponent, because the two of them are so similar. If you don't pay attention at first, everyone will subconsciously treat Aizen Sasuke as an ordinary little person. Only those who really understand Aizen Sasuke will know how deep his thoughts are hidden under the sunshine on the surface. In the case of the Helloization of Shinigami decades ago, Aizen Sasuke, who was obviously the culprit, turned the tables and used the rules and human hearts of the Soul Society to overthrow Urahara Kisuke and a group of hollow-faced Shinigami. Aizen Sasuke's control over human nature is just like Uehara Naraku's control over emotions. The two people are so similar in some aspects that people have to wonder whether Uehara Naraku wants to train his new subordinates or wants to train a suitable opponent for himself. Orochimaru slowly put down the photo frame in his hand and raised the corner of his mouth. If all fate is arranged by him, will you still have the hope and confidence to surpass him? When he said this, Orochimaru slowly raised his head and looked at the room where he stored the information, and a shock slowly rose in his heart. Even he would be moved and terrified by these materials involuntarily. The three bookshelves as high as the ceiling are filled with file bags, as if they were a library, which clearly record every move of Aizen Sasuke. From his first class. From the first time he knew how to use spiritual pressure. From the joy of his first mastery of the ability of Kid Hado. From the first time he realized the loneliness of a genius. From his first hidden actions after awakening his Zanpakuto. From the first time he really started to get involved in darkness in order to ascend to the throne of heaven. At every moment of Aizen Sasuke, even how he hides his emotions in front of everyone else. When encountering happy things, how will Aizen Sasuke hide his joy, and how will he reveal his inner sense of accomplishment through some small movements or micro expressions? In what tricky situations, what tiny expressions will Aizen Sasuke have to show that he is very confident in his heart, or he will choose to let go? All this information is in this room. Ever since Aizen Sasuke's name appeared in front of Uehara Naraku, all his intelligence information will be sent here little by little, in his spare time. In addition to studying his own experiments, Orochimaru also studies how to deal with Aizen Sasuke. He doesn't know how long he has been preparing for this day. To be honest, in front of this database, that is like a mountain of books, Orochimaru doesn't think Aizen Sasuke can escape Uehara Naraku's control. Everything Aizen does will eventually become someone else's wedding dress. Even though Orochimaru is actually very optimistic about Aizen's ability and skills. However, in front of the well-prepared Uehara Naraku, how could Aizen have a chance to escape? Even if he can escape, he can't have the power to surpass Uehara Naraku, right? Unless it's the collapsing jade that Uehara Naraku has been looking for. While Orochimaru was still slowly flipping through Aizen Sasuke's recent information, Aizen Sasuke sat quietly in his own room in the Palace of the Night. No one can disturb him. Even Uehara personally guarded outside the room. Because Aizen Sasuke was also looking through a document. No, or rather, he was looking through something he had treasured in the past, something that had never been known to outsiders, and had been quietly collected by him. A box. In front of Aizen Sasuke was a strange looking box. This box was very old and even had a sealing barrier on it. Aizen Sasuke stretched out his fingers and broke the sealing barrier little by little with his own methods, with a nostalgic smile on his face. Speaking of which, Aizen Sasuke stretched out his palm to open the box. Looking down at the things in the box, the smile on his face gradually became deeper and deeper, and more weird. Mr. Orochimaru, are you the first audience of my life? In the box, there were densely packed snake skins. It made people's scalps numb involuntarily. Review before the exam. I wish you all passed the set 4 and set 6. Chapter 628. Welcome, sir, to the virtual world. The real world. Just when Orochimaru and Aizen Sasuke of Hukomondo thought they could outwit each other, Uehara Naraku and a group of different Shinigami had already arrived in the real world. The real world of the Shinigami world has a modern atmosphere, where Uehara Naraku finally got in touch with the convenience of modern urban life again. Uehara Naraku was holding a can of Coke, standing in front of the checkout counter of a supermarket, digging through his pockets to get money out of it. It was a pity. The person who helped him prepare this outfit did not prepare money for him. Until the supermarket cashier looked at this sunny young man with disdain, no longer waiting for Uehara Naraku to pay, and took away the Coke on the checkout counter, waving his hand to let Uehara Naraku, the poor guy, get out immediately. This was really embarrassing. Fortunately, at this time, a figure appeared beside Uehara Naraku and came forward to help him pay the money, so that Uehara did not look so embarrassed. When they met in a secluded place, the figure's body gradually changed into black and white, and it smiled sinisterly on its face. Heh. I thought you would kill him. Your heart has really become generous. It was Black Zetsu. In other words, it was a combination of Black Zetsu, White Zetsu and a large hollow. Compared to the time in another world, Black Zetsu finally got his own power. He can use the power of the god of death and the power of the hollow. Similarly, it also got the power of the dark fruit. This will created by Kaguya Otsutsuki can merge with any species, and it has also become an assistant for Uehara Naraku to detect any intelligence in the world. Hearing the slightly dissatisfied mockery of Black Zetsu, Uehara Naraku shook his head to himself, pulled the ring of the can in his hand, and said slowly, there is no need to worry about some trivial matters. I'm not a bad person. Heh. Black Zetsu just smiled and said nothing. Uehara Naraku raised his head and took a sip of Coke, nodded contentedly, turned and looked at the black and white figure. How is the situation in Hukomondo? Everything is just as you arranged. Black Zetsu reported the current situation of Hukomondo to Uehara Naraku in a gloomy voice. The kid Aizen Sasuke has formulated a plan to collapse the Great Hollow Forest against Orochimaru. After saying this, the smile on the face of the figure became even more weird, as if he had seen something interesting that he couldn't suppress. But Orochimaru also got all the details of the plan to collapse the Great Hollow Forest. Then what? Uehara Naraku opened a can of Coke. Then the most interesting thing happened. The smile on Black Zetsu's face became more and more weird, and even the laughter in his throat could not be restrained. Aizen Sasuke does not think that the Great Hollow Forest collapse plan can succeed. He seems to have other ideas. Just as you arranged, Aizen Sasuke suspected that Orochimaru was the one who had been monitoring him all along. When talking about this, Black Zetsu even admired Uehara Naraku's viciousness. It's really too much. Hoo. When Aizen Sasuke might find that someone is monitoring him, let me show up wearing Orochimaru snakeskin. This is really embarrassing. In order to make Aizen Sasuke focus his attention on Orochimaru at this time, Uehara Naraku arranged all this early. After Aizen Sasuke's super spiritual pressure awakened, Black Zetsu began to secretly frame Orochimaru, letting Aizen Sasuke occasionally find Orochimaru snakeskin. In this way, Aizen Sasuke's eyes will definitely be firmly focused on Orochimaru. In fact, it is precisely for this reason that Aizen Sasuke immediately tried to rush to Hukomundo after learning the whereabouts of Orochimaru, because Aizen Sasuke believed that Orochimaru was the person who had been watching him since he was a child. Such a nightmare character. How could Aizen Sasuke let him go? Compared to other people, Orochimaru will definitely be more likely to attract Aizen Sasuke's attention, and it will also provide some convenience for Orochimaru to enter Aizen Sasuke's camp in the future. Yeah. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly, looking at the sunset in the distance, and said softly, we don't need to go too far. Wait until their fight is over. Tell Orochimaru about this, at least explain my intention, so that he won't be unhappy. Uehara Naraku chuckled and continued to explain, if I tell Orochimaru now, maybe he won't be able to accept being arranged to take the blame psychologically. When things are over, his mental acceptance will definitely increase at that time. Black Zetsu's expression was a little strange. Did this person think about it when he said these words? Counting so many worlds, except for Konan, Kaguya Otsutsuki, and Nagato, who else can become happy when they meet you? And has this person forgotten what excessive things he did to Orochimaru? They had already given Orochimaru a hard time in the ninja world, and now in this world they want to put the blame for monitoring Aizen Sasuke on Orochimaru. That's fine. What do you mean you can accept it after it happens? No one can accept this kind of thing. To be honest, Black Zetsu thinks that they should have discussed this matter with Orochimaru earlier, and if Orochimaru disagreed, they would have beaten him up. How can you put the blame directly on someone? This kind of behavior is worse than forcing people to accept the arrangement. Really, not a human being at all. Black Zetsu still overestimates Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku slowly finished the coke in his hand, and suddenly turned around and continued, by the way, after you finish your business in Hukomundo, you can learn something, if you have nothing to do. Well, what to learn? Learn some modern knowledge. Uehara Naraku raised his hand and threw the can into the trash can, narrowed his eyes at Black Zetsu, and showed a sunny smile. For example, how to make a supermarket go bankrupt. As for the experimental subject, let's choose the one where we just bought coke. Black Zetsu seemed to be unable to look directly at Uehara Naraku. He really should let his mother come to take care of his eldest son. Is Uehara Naraku still okay? Why is he so narrow-minded? It was a pity that he thought Uehara Naraku had changed. Yes, he really changed. He became more narrow-minded. It's just that destroying a supermarket is an insignificant matter. In comparison, the upcoming collision between Aizen Sasuke and Orochimaru in Hukomundo is the real big deal. Because this time, many secrets will be leaked through Orochimaru. Although these secrets were actually leaked to Aizen Sasuke on purpose. The Great Hollow Forest. When Aizen Sasuke led Tozunkaname, Ichimarujin, Ulquiorra and Koyata Stark to arrive here, a group of Arrancar Great Hollows were welcoming his arrival. Lord Aizen. An Arrancar Great Hollow stood in front of Aizen Sasuke and others, and said softly, Lord Orochimaru asked me to welcome you. Please follow us into the underground world. Okay. Aizen Sasuke nodded, while holding his glasses. Since conquering the surface of the Hukomundo, Aizen Sasuke has not paid much attention to the underground. He has always believed that the underground is a desolate place. However, when following this Arrancar Great Hollow, Aizen Sasuke found that this place has indeed gradually taken on the appearance of a society. Under the control of a group of Achukas-level Great Hollows, groups of Gillian Great Hollows work here. It looks like it is still the lowest level of slave society. Because it is difficult for Gillian Hollows to awaken any will, they can only become the lowest level tools. Perhaps after Orochimaru's Hollows Itsu fusion experiment is fully popularized, these Gillian Hollows will be of some use. This graduation examination will last about 10 days. The Arrancar leading the way in front of him led the way, while quietly introducing this special exam to Aizen Sasuke and others. All new Arrancar hollows will participate. There are currently about 180 participating. 180? Aizen Sasuke frowned slightly. This number is a bit beyond his imagination. Because the difficulty of transforming into a human form is very strong, and the danger is even far greater than the difficulty of transforming into a death god hollow, which makes the Arrancar hollows appear precious. However, Orochimaru only took one exam, and he was able to take out 180 Arrancar hollows. This number is really not low at all, but I don't know how many intermediate hollows of the level of Achukas and advanced hollows of the level of Vastold will be among them. But they will be introduced soon. There are only 11 Achukas class hollows participating in this test, and the rest are all Gillian hollows that Orochimaru has recently cultivated. The previous experiments on Gillian hollows have not been successful, and there was a breakthrough last month. It is precisely because of the success of Gillian hollows that there is hope for the social structure of hollows, because the large number of Gillian hollows in the hollow mine constitute the large population of hollows. If there are only a few Achukas and an even rarer number of Vastodes, it is still a long way to go to develop into a new social species. When he said this, the Arrancar leading the way suddenly chuckled, but Gillian's power is not that weak. Those who can be chosen by Orochimaru to be test subjects are not weak. Chosen by Orochimaru? A smile flashed across Aizen Sasuke's face. This sentence really sounds interesting. The people chosen by Orochimaru. It really makes people curious. How does Orochimaru choose his candidates? The Arrancar leading the way did not notice anything wrong with Aizen, and continued to introduce the exam for the new Arrancar to Aizen Sasuke. The entire exam is divided into 3 sessions. The first session is a written test, which mainly tests whether the intelligence and psychology of each Arrancar are normal. This written test is not as simple as imagined. Or rather, this is an especially strict exam. Compared with the last 2 sessions, the difficulty of the written test is far greater. Because once eliminated in the written test, it means that the eliminated hollows will be failed test subjects, and will also determine their future fate. This is also a kind of survival of the fittest. After all, what Orochimaru wants to cultivate is a normal Arrancar army that can obey orders, or even a brand new species, not a crazy army. If the intelligence and psychology of the Arrancar hollow are not qualified, they can only be listed as inferior products. Only the Arrancar hollows with qualified minds and psychology are qualified to enter the subsequent exams. The second exam will be held in the Hollow Forest. The entire underground Great Hollow Forest has not been completely conquered by Orochimaru, because there will be a steady stream of dead souls entering the Hukomundo and turning into hollows. This is a hell that will never be conquered. The content of the exam is very simple. A group of hollows who passed the first exam will be divided into 2 groups and will snatch the scrolls from their classmates, who are also taking the exam in the dangerous Great Hollow Forest. Because the members of the Akatsuki organization act in groups of 2. This can also be regarded as cultivating a reserve force for the Akatsuki organization. As for the third exam, of course, it is a battle between individuals. Whether it is cooperation or something else, only strength is the real eternal topic. Only with strong power can there be value in existence. The third exam will not deliberately care about winning or losing. According to Orochimaru's attitude, he certainly hopes that a group of excellent hollows will emerge, rather than a group of tools that can only release hollow flashes. After listening to the 3 exams arranged by Orochimaru, Aizen Sasuke felt a little strange. To be honest, Orochimaru seemed to have done a good job. If there are more and more new Arrancar Great Hollows in the future, it is very likely that a large new social creature will be formed. It seems that more such exams can be held to change the current situation of Hukomundo through the survival of the fittest. As the master of Hukomundo, it would be nice if Hukomundo could become as prosperous as Soul Society. We are here. As the Arrancar Great Hollow who led the way stopped, the group finally arrived at their destination, a towering tower in the Great Hollow Forest. This tower was obviously built a long time ago. It's just that it has not been used much. In addition to the graduation exams of the Arrancar Great Hollows, they will not appear here. Most of the time, they just stay in Orochimaru's underground base to practice. Perhaps only the freshman exam of the Arrancar Great Hollow can be regarded as a grand event for them. Aizen Sasuke slowly raised his head and looked at the hundreds of weird-looking Arrancars near the tower. These were the Arrancars trained by Orochimaru. The number was indeed astonishing. As expected of a person who had been hiding in the Hukomundo for thousands of years, he actually completed the transformation of a hollow into a death god. Aizen had to admire him a little. But Aizen couldn't tell how Orochimaru trained him, whether he used the legendary Hojioku or some other means. While Aizen Sasuke was still thinking, a sinister and weird laugh suddenly fell into his ears. Ha 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 ha. The truth is never on the surface. Welcome, sir, to the world of hollows. Ah, I want to see the light show. Chapter 629. Hukomundo. The Great Hollow Forest. The entire area around the tower was silent. A group of Arrancar Great Hollows slowly stepped aside to make way, and a sinister man with long black hair slowly walked out accompanied by Nalil and Grimjow. This man looked very young, but it was the weird smile on his face that made people feel uncomfortable. Those cold snake eyes made people feel as if they were seeing a giant python that was choosing its prey. Orochimaru. Even though he had been away from Soul Society for thousands of years, the things he left behind are still able to influence it, and every time his manuscripts appear in the world, people would treasure them, as if they had found a treasure. Just the one secret technique he researched was enough to make the Uehara clan, which obtained that secret technique, the most powerful family in Soul Society. This is really... Aizen Sasuke's face was as calm as ever. His fingers slowly lifted up his glasses, and he said softly, "I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Orochimaru." Really? Orochimaru raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold smile. He chuckled and said, "If that's the case, I'm really honored." No. Aizen Sasuke held the foot of his glasses, his eyes narrowed slightly, which was rare, and his smile gradually became more and more weird. "I should be the one who feels truly honored." Hehehe. Orochimaru just chuckled at the corner of his mouth. Although everything that happened in the history of Soul Society for thousands of years was arranged by Uehara Naraku, and all of Orochimaru's deeds were also controlled by Uehara Naraku, but Orochimaru was indeed very satisfied with the feeling of being a senior. At least when facing Aizen Sasuke, Orochimaru was like a person who had once stood on the top and looked down at the ground. To be honest, this feeling is quite good. Uehara Naraku's arrangement is reasonable. Orochimaru's resentment towards Uehara Naraku has rarely dissipated, and he has a little bit of good feelings for that guy in his heart. If he can really cooperate with Uehara all the time. In fact, this kind of life is not bad. In comparison, if you live like this brat, Aizen Sasuke, who has been under the control of Uehara Naraku from the beginning, it would be really pitiful to think about it. When thinking of this, Orochimaru looked up at Aizen Sasuke, as if he was looking at a prey that was about to be tortured by him, and smiled softly. "Okay, let's take a look at the appetizer first. The exams for those little hollow guys have just begun." "Okay." Aizen Sasuke nodded slowly, squinted his eyes slightly, and smiled and said, "It just so happens that I'm also very interested in these." Hehehe. That's good. Orochimaru couldn't help but stick out his long tongue and lick his lips. Even though Orochimaru has replenished his soul power by devouring the hollows, and has a body that can be called immortal, when he saw a person like Aizen Sasuke, Orochimaru couldn't help but want to get his body. The first written exam for the new hollows has just begun. Aizen Sasuke originally wanted to take this opportunity to have a good chat with Orochimaru, but when he saw the test questions, he couldn't help but become a little interested. Because the questions on it, once leaked out, it will make the entire Soul Society shudder. When these questions fell into Aizen Sasuke's eyes, his eyes narrowed slightly, because the information on it was tested on the Gotei 13, covering all the captain level figures in the entire Gotei 13. This even included Uehara Naraku, who had just become the vice captain of the 5th division. The information of the Soul Society. Did Orochimaru really hold it in his hands? Even this written test question includes a discussion on the Shikei and Bankei abilities of the Gotei 13's Captain General Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni. No. Or in other words, all the discussion questions are to answer the information of all the captains of the Gotei 13, and Shikei and Bankei are almost compulsory questions. This also means that the newer anchors who are now sitting in the examination room to take the written test from this moment on have already mastered the information of the captains of the Goto 13. Naturally, this also includes his mirror flower and water moon. It's really terrifying. Even Aizen Sasuke couldn't help but sigh. You are worthy of being a great man who has lived in Soul Society for thousands of years. Aizen Sasuke sat in front of the tea table and praised slowly. These hollows who have just completed their Arankai have already begun to recognize their opponents from this moment. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru chuckled and nodded, and said slowly, the importance of intelligence does not seem to need to be explained too much. That's right. Aizen Sasuke's eyes flashed, and a light flashed slightly in the lenses. He turned his head to look at Orochimaru and asked softly, the Uehara clan in Soul Society protects intelligence very strictly. Is this also due to the teachings of Mr. Orochimaru back then? Uehara. The smile on Orochimaru's face faded slightly, and then it was put on his face again. They are just blocking some insignificant gossip. I already know the entire Uehara clan well. At this moment, Orochimaru seemed to be hiding his feelings towards the Uehara clan. However, the moment the smile disappeared from his face, it was clear that his relationship with the Uehara clan was not as friendly as the legends in Soul Society said. Orochimaru did not want to hide it. He looked at Aizen Sasuke and slowly revealed a sinister smile on his face. It seems that there is no need to hide it from you. You have slowly realized the relationship between me and the Uehara clan. Yes. Aizen Sasuke slowly raised his head and said slowly, taking advantage of this time, it seems that I can have the honor to hear an interesting story from thousands of years ago. Hehehe. The smile on Orochimaru's face suddenly became a little neurotic. His palm suddenly clenched the teacup on the table, and his hoarse voice was a little gloomy. Then let's listen to this story. A story about the king of the world. Thousands of years ago. When Orochimaru said this, he frowned slightly and continued, maybe it was an earlier time, when the whole world was still in circulation, and even the hollow was only a part of the spirit particle, but there was a little deviation in the middle. The hollow began to devour the spirit particle. This means that there is something wrong with the cycle of the world. Once the hollow continues to devour, this world will be annihilated. All the spirit particles will be devoured by the hollow, and they will become a terrifying big hollow, until the whole world falls into silence. And at this time, this world finally has their creator, a god named Soul King who uses the power of annihilation to destroy the hollow. Soul King. Aizen Sasuke's brows subconsciously frowned. Because Aizen also wanted to know what this so-called Soul King was, but he only knew that the Soul King was mysterious and unpredictable, but he had never seen it. However, Aizen Sasuke knew the existence of the Soul King Palace. To enter the Soul King Palace, you only need the King Key. Unfortunately, Aizen happened to be studying the method of making the King Key recently. Hehehe. Orochimaru's eyes tightened slightly, revealing a weird and sinister smile. For the Soul Society, the existence of the Soul King is indeed the supreme god. But for us, it is just an experiment. Experimental subject? The surprise in Aizen Sasuke's eyes flashed away. Orochimaru looked at Aizen Sasuke, chuckled and said, "Hehe. Don't be so surprised. Isn't the current Zero Squad also using the Soul King as a test subject?" At this point, Orochimaru changed the subject and stopped talking about the Zero Squad and brought up the past again. Thousands of years ago, when the Soul Society was slowly forming, that era was full of stars. Even I was just an unknown pawn. That's not like it at all. Aizen Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle. Even after thousands of years, Mr. Orochimaru is still well known in the Soul Society. Just the impure world reincarnation alone. Do you also think that the impure world reincarnation technique was developed by me? A strange smile suddenly flashed across the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, as if he was looking at something ridiculous. No, or it's not wrong to say that. In fact, there should be only 3 people who have truly studied the impure world reincarnation technique. 3. That's right. Orochimaru looked at Aizen Sasuke, then glanced at Ichimaru-jin beside Aizen Sasuke, and chuckled and said, both Kabuto and I have only perfected this technique, and the first person to research the impure world reincarnation was Tobirama Senju, who joined the Uehara clan, but he abandoned it halfway through his research, because of Uehara's order. The first generation head of the Uehara clan. Aizen Sasuke raised his eyebrows slightly. because it was mentioned in the Secrets of Soul Society that the first generation head of the Uehara clan was named Uehara, and he was also a close friend of Orochimaru. You also thought he was my friend, right? When Orochimaru said this, he couldn't help but sneered. I did treat that guy as a friend, but he betrayed my trust again and again. Orochimaru slowly gritted his teeth, and a flash of anger flashed across his face. Every time you want to trust him, he will betray you openly. These words are all Orochimaru's true thoughts. So, a light flashed in Aizen Sasuke's lenses, and he whispered like a devil, you broke up, and Mr. Orochimaru and the Uehara clan became enemies who want to kill each other. That's right. Orochimaru smiled again, looking at Aizen Sasuke in front of him, as if he was looking at an ignorant child. Just as I want to destroy the Uehara clan, the entire Uehara clan has been chasing me in secret. Orochimaru turned his head to glance at the great hollow forest in the dark, and said in a cold voice, originally, we were cooperating quite happily, but when I wanted to study the Soul King, so that we could all become true gods, become the supreme gods who rule over the entire Soul Society. Study the Soul King, become gods. Aizen Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. First of all, what Orochimaru said must be a lie. Aizen Sasuke himself did not believe that Orochimaru would share the opportunity to become a god with others, because Aizen himself would not share the opportunity to become a god with others. But their key point is not here. Both of them are concerned about how to become a god through the Soul King. That's right. A hint of madness flashed across Orochimaru's face, and he said in a cold voice, as long as you get the Soul King, you can get the largest aggregate of soul particles in the world. Orochimaru's words seemed to conceal part of it. He deliberately concealed a part of how to become a god through the Soul King. This is the most critical part, and it is also what Aizen Sasuke is most concerned about. But Aizen Sasuke himself has found a way. He also knows very well that Orochimaru will not leak these things easily. And Aizen Sasuke also knows Orochimaru's purpose. The purpose of this guy wanting to cooperate with him should be to obtain the Soul King. Aizen Sasuke was silent for a second, and suddenly changed the subject. Speaking of this, the Soul King is also the source of the split between Mr. Orochimaru and the first head of the Uehara family. Hehehe. Of course. Orochimaru turned his head to look at Aizen Sasuke and sneered. Uehara hypocritically claimed that the Soul King was the source of maintaining the stability of the world, swallowed up all my experimental results, and sent his 13 Deadpools to hunt me down on suspicion of illegal experiments. I had no choice but to escape from Soul Society alone and hide in Hukomundo. Orochimaru slowly clenched his palm, and a sinister look flashed across his face. To this day, the 13 Deadpools are still tracking my whereabouts, and those lackeys of Uehara are still executing his orders, trying to kill me. At this moment, he seemed to be an old friend who was betrayed by Uehara. Aizen Sasuke slowly digested part of the truth he had learned, nodded and said, indeed, otherwise, Mr. Orochimaru might have become the master of Hukomundo earlier than me. Of course, to be honest, Aizen Sasuke actually believes in the man named Uehara more. Because Aizen Sasuke has seen Uehara Naraku, the current head of the Uehara clan, a naive and kind little guy, who seems to have nothing but super high talent and strong spiritual pressure. However, such a person will definitely get the trust and following of more people. Aizen Sasuke would rather believe that what the first head of the Uehara family said was true. If the Soul King was killed, the world might really be destroyed. However, Aizen Sasuke didn't care about this issue. As for this world, it would be destroyed. Aizen Sasuke was more concerned about another issue. He slowly raised his head and looked at Orochimaru and said calmly, in order to return to Soul Society and obtain the Soul King and to destroy the Uehara clan, Mr. Orochimaru has been secretly looking for the right person. Hehe. That's right. Orochimaru chuckled and nodded, a flash of approval on his face. Aizen Sasuke, when I saw you conquer Hukomundo, I knew that the person I wanted was here. Really? Aizen Sasuke's mouth also curled up into a smile, and he reached out to take the box that Tozen Kaname had been holding next to him, and slowly placed it in front of Orochimaru. Aizen Sasuke slowly opened the box, and looked at the piles of snake skins in the box, as if he was looking at some treasure. He smiled and said, no, it should be said earlier, about a few hundred years ago or earlier. Aizen Sasuke looked at Orochimaru and chuckled, because if it was earlier, my spiritual pressure would not be enough to find out that Mr. Orochimaru sent your pet to monitor me. Chapter 630 Aizen Sasuke, a man standing above the sky and the stars. Sometimes, it's no wonder that Orochimaru wants to curse. Orochimaru's eyes fell on the snakeskin in the box, and his expression became a little stiff. In fact, this is not the skin shed by his pet at all. This is the snakeskin left after he devoured a hollow every time. And there are traces of Orochimaru's thin spirit particles on these snakeskins. There is no need to think about it. Orochimaru can immediately guess who threw his snakeskin to Aizen Sasuke, making Aizen Sasuke think that Orochimaru was sending someone to monitor him. Besides that bastard Uehara Naraku. Who else would do this when he is full? Who else but Uehara Naraku can do such an inhuman thing? In Orochimaru's view, the existence of these snakeskins is not only to make Aizen Sasuke misunderstand himself, but also probably what Uehara Naraku wants to use to warn himself. Because every time Orochimaru devours a hollow to evolve, it is his weakest moment. The existence of these snakeskins means that Uehara Naraku is always monitoring him. That guy has never relaxed his vigilance against him. Didn't they clearly agree before that they would stop caring about the past grudges and cooperate with each other in a friendly manner? Even if he had said that he would use Uehara as a test subject, that had happened thousands of years ago according to Soul Society time. Is it really that serious? Not really. Orochimaru was a little devastated. Couldn't this Uehara Naraku inform him before doing anything? Indeed. This was more in line with Uehara's plan. Mr. Orochimaru. Aizen Sasuke held up his glasses, looked at Orochimaru with an uncertain expression, and slowly continued. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a study room in your base that is filled with all the information about me from childhood to adulthood. You. Orochimaru's face became even uglier. Which bastard leaked this to Aizen Sasuke? Or did Aizen Sasuke discover it himself? According to Orochimaru's suspicion of Uehara Naraku's character, he is more willing to believe that this matter must have been leaked by Uehara Naraku. Maybe Uehara Naraku manipulated a big fake to pretend to defect and report this matter to Aizen. Now Orochimaru really has a mouthful of mouths and can't explain it. Because there is really a study room full of Aizen's information in Orochimaru's base. A study room full of all the information of Aizen Sasuke from childhood to adulthood. This kind of thing will confirm that Orochimaru is the one who monitors him behind the scenes. Orochimaru couldn't help but grit his teeth. Judging from the current situation, even if he leaked that Uehara Naraku was the real mastermind behind the scenes, Aizen Sasuke would regard it as a way to guide hatred. According to their previous exchanges, Aizen Sasuke should have determined that the Uehara clan is the conservative faction in the Soul Society that protects the Soul King, and Orochimaru is the culprit who wants to destroy the Soul Society and the Soul King. Uehara Naraku. It's really a ring after a ring. While continuously sending intelligence about Aizen Sasuke to Orochimaru's base, he also secretly sent people to leave traces of Orochimaru's existence around Aizen Sasuke. No matter what, Orochimaru can no longer clear his suspicion. Uehara Naraku, that bastard, is he really not worried about breaking up with him? No, that guy really doesn't need to worry, because Orochimaru knows very well that Uehara Naraku's power is now enough to overturn the table and make everyone die. Orochimaru's mood gradually calmed down. He has accepted the reality that he is controlled by Uehara Naraku again. He just looked at Aizen Sasuke and asked in a deep voice, Aizen Sasuke, tell me, how much do you know? It seems that I guessed right. Aizen Sasuke's mouth curled up a smile. He regained the initiative in this meeting. He just looked at Orochimaru and continued slowly, in order to destroy the Uehara clan and regain the power of the Soul King. Mr. Orochimaru has been secretly spying on the Soul Society, looking for people to cooperate with him. When he said this, Aizen Sasuke's face showed a little more confidence. He continued to analyze calmly, and at that time, you finally discovered that I was still studying in the Mayoha Spiritual Academy. It happened that at that time I had been hiding my strength. Aizen Sasuke stared at Orochimaru. His voice became calmer and calmer, and even his emotions gradually became more and more unpredictable. So you want to use me as a pawn for the future counterattack on Soul Society and the Uehara clan? Orochimaru's expression was slightly stiff. According to the script he and Uehara Naraku had drawn up, there was no deviation in Aizen Sasuke's thinking. In fact, Aizen was still being misled by Uehara Naraku. The only problem is, after Uehara Naraku's actions, Orochimaru himself could not clear himself in front of Aizen Sasuke because of the fact that he had been monitoring Aizen Sasuke since he was a child. Aizen Sasuke would never believe him at all. Uehara Naraku, that bastard. Orochimaru felt that he would be pissed off every time he cooperated with Uehara Naraku. When they were in the ninja world, the two agreed to steal the Book of Seals together. As a result, Uehara Naraku sold him out to deal with Tsunade, and he turned into Kabuto Yakushi, put the blame on Orochimaru, and stole the Book of Seals and ran away. Now in this world, Uehara Naraku sold him to Aizen Sasuke again. Why can't this bastard change his unkind temper? Although Orochimaru knew that he was not trustworthy, he occasionally wanted to cooperate with Uehara Naraku sincerely. Unfortunately, this sincere desire to cooperate often did not last long before it was destroyed by Uehara Naraku. Forget it. The situation is already like this. Next, we can only continue according to the plan. Orochimaru slowly calmed down the anger in his heart, looked at Aizen Sasuke who looked very wise, and suddenly grinned. What a smart boy. Can you tell me when you knew about this? I'm very curious about this. Aizen Sasuke chuckled and said slowly, when we look at the abyss will also look at us. When I have enough power to chase the abyss, I will naturally find traces of the existence of the abyss. Orochimaru sat down again, slowly picked up the teacup on the table, smiled self-deprecatingly. It seems that all the information I have obtained will be overturned. If Aizen Sasuke already knew that someone was monitoring him, that means that all the information of Aizen Sasuke was false. Since he knew that someone was monitoring him, how could this person leak his real information? No, that's all true. Aizen Sasuke slowly shook his head, curled his lips and chuckled nonchalantly. Only truth can get a more real response. If it's too deliberate, it will inevitably arouse your vigilance. Orochimaru shook his head and refused to believe it. For a man like Aizen Sasuke who has two faces, who knows if he will have a third face hidden? This is a person who is always deceiving others. Aizen Sasuke seemed to guess Orochimaru's thoughts, and slowly said, what kind of person am I in the eyes of Mr. Orochimaru? Hehehe. Who knows? Orochimaru laughed with contempt on his face. Is there any point in saying this now? For so many years, so much homework has been done in vain. Uehara Naraku, that bastard, just exposed him like this. Isn't he afraid that Aizen Sasuke will hide too deeply and eventually suffer a backlash? That bastard is too confident. No, I know, and Mr. Orochimaru knows it too. Aizen Sasuke looked at Orochimaru, stroked his glasses, smiled and said, in Mr. Orochimaru's study, there is a document with the most detailed analysis. I'm very satisfied with Mr. Orochimaru's evaluation of me in that document. Orochimaru began to have some question marks on his forehead. Wait, why doesn't he have any impression of this document? Could this be made by Uehara Naraku again? How many things has that bastard concealed from him? How come he didn't know that he had written an evaluation of Aizen Sasuke? This bastard is really good at making trouble. Aizen Sasuke didn't know what was hidden here and just continued to talk to himself. The mind is peaceful, the eyes are quiet, like a ball of extremely stable fire. Just these few words make me want to take Mr. Orochimaru as a confidant. Aizen Sasuke smiled at Orochimaru and continued, perhaps only bystanders can see the hidden self. Even I can't find a better adjective than these two sentences. Orochimaru remained silent. He didn't know these words at all, because Orochimaru could only see the darkness and ambition in Aizen Sasuke's body, and apart from him, it is estimated that only the guys in the Uehara clan know Aizen Sasuke best. This bastard. Can't you give him a copy of the manuscript? At the beginning, no one stood in the sky. Aizen Sasuke continued slowly. Even I deeply agree with this statement. No matter it is me, Mr. Orochimaru, or Captain Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni, no one can sit on the supreme throne of heaven. Aizen Sasuke looked at Orochimaru with a glimmer of praise in his eyes. Although I have enough confidence to end this period of vacancy of the throne of heaven, I still have to admire Mr. Orochimaru's foresight. Even without guidance, Aizen Sasuke can stand higher than the sky and the stars in the future. Is this the reason why Mr. Orochimaru just watched from the side, but never interfered in my life? Orochimaru remained silent. This has nothing to do with him at all. So what on earth is that information that Aizen Sasuke allegedly got from his study? Is there no one who can tell him about that information? Aizen Sasuke looked at Orochimaru's ugly expression and said slowly, "Don't worry, Mr. Orochimaru, I don't mind your surveillance. It is precisely because of the existence of that information that I believe that Mr. Orochimaru, who understands me, can become my best partner." Hehehe. An ugly smile flashed across Orochimaru's face. He glanced at Aizen Sasuke, then at everyone present, feeling a bit like a clown. Even if they can cooperate, the two of them are already full of distrust of each other. And the two people who were originally not equal in status are now standing on an equal footing again, which makes Orochimaru feel a little uncomfortable. Orochimaru no longer looked down upon Aizen Sasuke like a child, and Aizen Sasuke no longer needed to look up to the senior from Soul Society. Just at this time, the first written test for the new Arrancar Hollows had ended. The second group confrontation test also started directly, without any rest time. The host Grimmjow simply and roughly divided the groups and announced the start of the test. In the lounge of Orochimaru and Aizen Sasuke, a white screen soon appeared, monitoring the Arrancar Hollows taking the test. Orochimaru took a deep breath, slowly stood up, hooked the corners of his mouth and barely maintained his decency. "Sir, this test will be very interesting. I have to take care of some personal matters first." "Sir, you should have no objection." "Of course not." Aizen Sasuke responded with a gentle smile and nodded gently, putting aside the proposal of cooperation with Mr. Orochimaru. "I'm very interested in the Arrancar exam itself." Hehe, okay. Orochimaru felt that he was losing ground in this confrontation, and he maintained his sinister smile. "Then please sit down for a while. I'll excuse myself first." After that, Orochimaru left the meeting room accompanied by Nalilu, and hurried to his base. He was going to ask Uehara and Naraku about the truth. After Orochimaru left, Aizen Sasuke looked at Orochimaru's back as he left, and the smile on his face gradually became a little sarcastic. "Before the enemy came, a seed of doubt was planted in me. Because I have been standing on a high place for too long, have I become unable to accept that I'm standing on the earth?" How interesting. Ichimaru-jin squinted his eyes and smiled. "Originally, I thought that everything about us was controlled by this senior. I didn't expect that just a few words from Lord Aizen would make the senior Orochimaru start to suspect that his subordinates had leaked the secret. I didn't expect that." Aizen Sasuke chuckled and continued. "Perhaps this senior has suffered too severe a blow before, and his psychological defenses seem to be weaker than I thought. But it is a pleasant surprise for us that he suspected that there was a traitor among his subordinates before the war between us and him started." Indeed. The study in the base. All the information in the study was leaked. Orochimaru will definitely suspect that there was a traitor in his base. Yeah, Ichimaru-jin nodded slowly and casually asked Aizen Sasuke tentatively, "So has Lord Aizen already instigated a rebellion in this enemy base?" "I only found out yesterday." Aizen Sasuke did not directly answer Ichimaru-jin's question. He just poured himself a cup of tea and said nonchalantly, "For me, it was just a pleasant surprise from an experiment many years ago. I never thought it would play such a big role. Many years ago, when Aizen Sasuke used the spiritual power of the god of death to create the Hojioku, he did not let go of the hollow. In the early days, like Urahara Kisuke, he secretly used the hollow to conduct experiments on making Hojioku. Unfortunately, that experiment failed. That failed experiment gave birth to a monster named Black Zetsu. After Orochimaru's messengers Grimmjow and Nalilu appeared in the Honey Palace, Aizen Sasuke secretly sent Black Zetsu to follow the trail of Nalilu and Grimmjow, and collected enough information from Orochimaru's base. It was because Black Zetsu provided enough information. Aizen Sasuke, who always likes to plan before taking action, dared to rashly lead Ichimaru-jin and a few others to Orochimaru's base, a dangerous place, to implement the plan, to collapse the Great Hollow Forest. Black Zetsu appeared. The curtain has just been opened. Chapter 631, The Great Void Forest Collapse Plan begins. The subordinate that Aizen Sasuke values the most is Black Zetsu. Because in Aizen Sasuke's view, Black Zetsu is the product that appeared when his experiment to create the Hojioku failed and is a creature that has recognized him as its master since birth. So far, Aizen Sasuke has never let Black Zetsu show up in front of people, just to hide Black Zetsu's ability and let Black Zetsu provide him with enough information. In fact, Black Zetsu has never disappointed Aizen Sasuke. In addition to the difficulty in obtaining information about the Uehara clan, Aizen Sasuke was able to use the God of Death to create the Hojioku so smoothly in the Soul Society, and it has not been discovered by anyone all this time, and it is also because Black Zetsu provided him with enough information. Decades ago, when Aizen Sasuke framed Urahara Kisuke, Irakomako and others, he also got the help of Black Zetsu. This subordinate who he created with his own hands really made Aizen get a lot of convenience, and also became one of his trump cards to monitor other people. However, what Aizen Sasuke didn't know was that Black Zetsu, who he had always regarded as his trump card, appeared in Orochimaru's study at this moment, and was meeting with Orochimaru. Uehara Naraku. Orochimaru's face turned a little strange when he saw Black Zetsu. Originally, when Orochimaru returned to the base, he felt like he was going crazy, but his mood gradually calmed down when he saw Black Zetsu. Okay, no need to look for him. Orochimaru already knew who did this. Orochimaru slowly grinned, stuck out his tongue, and licked his lips, then said with a sinister smile, "It seems that I should be able to get the information that Aizen Sasuke has in his hands." Hehe. Black Zetsu grinned and chuckled, took out a file bag from his body, and threw it to Orochimaru. "This information is what Hagoromo asked me to pass on to you. Our plan is going smoothly. I hope you don't let him down." Orochimaru took the file bag with a weird expression. Because of Black Zetsu's reminder, Orochimaru became more and more sober. He was indeed a little dissatisfied with Uehara Naraku's private arrangement, but he was not qualified to resist yet. When watching Orochimaru open the file bag containing the evaluation of Aizen Sasuke, Black Zetsu smiled sinisterly and said, "The things in this are written by Hagoromo himself. It is definitely the most truthful evaluation of that brat Aizen Sasuke." Hehehe. Is that so? Orochimaru just lowered his head and stared at the file in his hand. This file should not actually be called a file, but a comprehensive analysis of Aizen Sasuke. It turns out that the information used in this evaluation of Aizen Sasuke written by Uehara Naraku himself is all obtained by Orochimaru. Just the opening title made Orochimaru's mouth twitch. The story of Aizen Sasuke? What a strange name. Orochimaru's first thought was, is this thing really not written by Jiraiya? But as Orochimaru read on, he gradually realized that he was missing something. In Uehara Naraku's attitude, he gave a very high evaluation of Aizen Sasuke, and even believed that Aizen Sasuke really had the ability to subvert everything. But Orochimaru always thought that Aizen Sasuke was just a chess piece controlled by them. This is the difference in essence. Or, this is the difference in their knowledge. Although Uehara Naraku has always regarded Aizen Sasuke as a chess piece, in this information, Aizen Sasuke, according to his description, has long been qualified to transcend chess pieces and become a chess player. This is too fake. No wonder Aizen Sasuke likes this document so much, because this document is full of praise for Aizen Sasuke. Of course, there are also some personal opinions mixed in it. For example, Aizen Sasuke also longs for companions in his heart, even if they are ignorant like Tozen Kaname, even if they have ulterior motives like Ichimarujin, even if they are cruel and ruthless like Uehara, even if they are lazy like Stark. Maybe there is also that cowardly and incompetent little guy Uehara Naraku. What the hell? Everyone praised Aizen in the beginning. Why did they start to dig holes in the end? Orochimaru couldn't help but twitch his eyes, and after slowly destroying the documents in his hand, his face became calm again. Orochimaru slowly raised his head and looked at Black Zetsu. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he sneered and said, although I know that all this is for the smooth implementation of the plan, but I hope that next time that guy plots against me, it would be better to let me know in advance. After all, we are now on the same front. Find out your identity, Orochimaru." Black Zetsu looked at Orochimaru, grinned and said, "If you don't want to, you can leave. I believe there will be many people willing to take your place and stand with us. Hagoromo will never lack followers." Black Zetsu looked at Orochimaru's uncertain face and slowly continued, Orochimaru, don't let Hagoromo down. You can appear in this world because of the achievement of Kabuto Yakushi, who helped Hagoromo conquer a world. If it weren't for Kabuto Yakushi's plea, Uehara Naraku would never easily agree to release Orochimaru, although Uehara Naraku has been using him since he released Orochimaru. 5 days have passed. Time flies. Orochimaru has never come back. Aizen Sasuke didn't care. It was Nalilu who sent a message that Orochimaru needed to take care of their internal affairs, but Orochimaru would appear in the last exam. Aizen Sasuke had been observing the second exam of the Arrancar Hollows during this time. He was quite interested in several hollows with unique abilities. Until the end of the 5-day assessment, the winner of the second exam was finally announced. There were only 20 winners in total who entered the final round. This ratio is much less than the more than 180 contestants. However, the second exam was very interesting. It allowed the Arrancar Hollows to fight together and cultivate their tacit understanding of cooperation. There were many cases where two Arrancar Hollows directly crushed their divided opponents through cooperation. This kind of exam was indeed very useful. I have to say, Aizen Sasuke admired Orochimaru more and more. Just the assessment of the new Arrancar Great Hollows can produce so many tricks, which is much better than the assessments of Soul Society to train Shinigami. Moreover, the cooperation between these Arrancar Great Hollows is smoother than that of the Shinigami and Soul Society. Perhaps they have long been accustomed to this way of fighting side by side. The perfect cooperation between two Arrancar Great Hollows is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It must be said that Orochimaru is very dedicated to the training of these Arrancar Great Hollows. Even the arrogant Achukas level Great Hollows will learn to cooperate with their companions. Just after the second round of exams ended, a group of Gillian Great Hollows opened their mouths and spewed out Hollow Flash to create a flat land in the Great Hollow Forest as the venue for the third exam. This is also the last exam. It will undoubtedly be the most exciting. The third exam will be a personal battle, which also means that these Great Hollows can exert their most extreme power and show the results of their training to Orochimaru. Aizen Sasuke looked at the picture displayed on the screen, hooked the corner of his mouth, and chuckled nonchalantly. Okay, let's get ready to start our plan. Although he and Orochimaru both have the intention to cooperate in their hearts, however, the priority of their cooperation still needs to be clearly divided. No, or it is not cooperation, but a merger and incorporation between forces. This conflict that is about to break out is bound to be unstoppable. Aizen Sasuke will take advantage of this opportunity to defeat Orochimaru and all the forces under his command in one fell swoop and incorporate the last hidden danger of the existence of Hukomundo. As long as Orochimaru is incorporated, not only does it mean that Aizen Sasuke can save a lot of time, but he can also take this opportunity to gain a powerful army and have the qualifications to compete head-on with the entire Soul Society. Haha. Is it finally going to start? Ichimaru-jin squinted his eyes and smiled and took a step forward. All along, Ichimaru-jin should be the most sober person on the entire field. In fact, compared with Uehara and Kiyate Stark, Ichimaru-jin knows a little more, and he is looking forward to the conflict that will break out. Well, do we really have to carry out that dangerous plan? Kiyate Stark rubbed his brows and couldn't help muttering, the enemies have all gathered here. There are hundreds of Arrancar on the field alone. This power is terrifying just to look at. Obviously an extremely powerful Vastrid class Arrancar. Kiyate Stark can never muster any motivation at all. However, everyone present seemed to understand his character and did not care about what Kiyate Stark said. This guy seemed to be a little too modest. There is no need to care. Uehara held his Zanpakuto at his waist and said in a cold voice, except for the guy named Nelil. There is no one on the field worth mentioning. That's right. Tozan nodded indifferently. Don't be too careless. Aizen Sasuke stretched out his hand to cover half of his cheek, revealing a mysterious smile. Orochimaru is a senior who has left thousands of years of legends in Soul Society. Who knows how many Arrancar he has cultivated in thousands of years. Just when others thought that Aizen Sasuke was going to remind them to be careful, Aizen Sasuke suddenly changed the subject, and there was more arrogance in his voice. But in front of us, there is really no opponent worth paying attention to. After speaking, Aizen slowly stood up. Just at this moment, an Arrancar knocked on the door of the conference room and said softly, "Lord Aizen, Lord Orochimaru asks you to go to the high place to watch the ceremony." "I understand." Aizen Sasuke nodded slowly. The third exam was held at the top of the audience seats. Orochimaru sat here calmly waiting for Aizen Sasuke's arrival. A sense of absurdity flashed across his face. He felt as if he had experienced this scene before. No, it wasn't him who had experienced it, but his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen had experienced it before. If I'm not mistaken, Aizen Sasuke should have carried out the Great Hollow Forest Collapse Plan in the third exam, just like the Konoha Collapse Plan that Orochimaru had launched. It is really ironic to think about it. Orochimaru glanced at Aizen Sasuke, who was walking over, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. That guy Uehara. He didn't really think that I would be easily solved by that brat Aizen Sasuke, and everything would become a powerful nutrient for that brat. After staying in this world for so many years, Orochimaru is very aware of his own shortcomings, so he replenishes his strength bit by bit, and he is still trying to merge the power of the two worlds. To be honest, if there was no Uehara Naraku and the Uehara clan in this world, Orochimaru would dare to rely on his own strength and the army of Arrancar Great Hollows created by his command to directly attack the Soul Society, kill into the Soul King Palace, and seize the body of the Soul King. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't see through Uehara Naraku, and was worried that he would be liquidated by Uehara Naraku if he tried, Orochimaru actually really wanted to test how much Uehara Naraku is capable of. However, when Orochimaru thought about how many cards he had in his hand, he inevitably found that the cards in his hand were all given to him by Uehara Naraku. "Mr. Orochimaru." Aizen Sasuke still had a gentleman's smile on his face. He slowly sat down on the chair next to Orochimaru and adjusted his glasses. "This exam is about to come to an end, and we should get down to business." Orochimaru grinned, turned his head to look at the two hollows who were fighting in the examination room, and chuckled in a low voice. "HMPH, don't worry, let me see if these little guys under me have made any progress. I don't think that's necessary." Aizen Sasuke shook his head, chuckled and said, "Although I have to admit that Mr. Orochimaru is very good at studying Arrancar, and these hollows have broadened my horizons, but I have to say that they can only be used to deal with some small characters." At this point, Aizen Sasuke turned his head and looked at Orochimaru. The smile on his face became more and more intense. "If they encounter beings from our realm, they must still be a group of vulnerable trash. I believe Mr. Orochimaru will have the same opinion as me, right?" Orochimaru slowly fell into silence. "Yes, that's the fact," that Aizen Sasuke said. "These Arrancars may be able to invade Soul Society and even defeat the Gotei 13 if they gather together, but they will never be able to take a single step forward under the Ryujin Jaka of the Gotei 13's captain, Jinryusei Shijakuni Yamamoto." Just when Aizen Sasuke wanted to say something, Orochimaru suddenly revealed a weird smile at the corner of his mouth. "I didn't put my hope on them in the first place. When I created them, I just thought that when I step onto the throne of God in the future, it would be a bit too lonely without an audience to see everything I do." Aizen Sasuke looked a little surprised. The next moment, this new generation behind the scenes mastermind nodded slowly and said as if in admiration, "You're right, the road to the top of the cloud is indeed lonely. If there are no spectators, it is indeed a bit unbearable." The smile on Orochimaru's mouth became more and more weird. "I really didn't expect that Uehara Naraku really understood Aizen Sasuke. He just said this casually according to Uehara Naraku's information. However, the most important thing is to reach the top of the cloud first." Aizen Sasuke slowly reached out and stroked his glasses and whispered in a low voice, "If possible, I really don't want to attack Mr. Orochimaru." The next moment, a spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from Aizen Sasuke's body. The light of a Zanpakuto flashed out from Aizen Sasuke's hand almost instantly and suddenly crossed Orochimaru's neck. Aizen Sasuke's first move was so sharp and insidious. Chapter 632. We are the only companions that Lord Aizen can rely on. Even Orochimaru had never thought Aizen Sasuke actually did it so brazenly. At the moment, when Aizen Sasuke's Zanpakuto was launched, Orochimaru's figure had instantly disappeared from the spot, and his arms suddenly turned into long snakes, and the ferocious long snakes opened their fangs and bit Aizen Sasuke's head. Is it just this little trick? A flash of light flashed in the Zanpakuto in Aizen Sasuke's hand, and all the heads of the long snakes were cut off in an instant. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mr. Orochimaru, if you are too careless when treating me, I will be unable to help, but look down on you. Aizen Sasuke did not use the ability of Kagami Sujetsu. Because if he used Kagami Sujetsu at this time, in front of Orochimaru, who knew the flaws of Kagami Sujetsu, Aizen Sasuke could not be sure whether Orochimaru could crack Kagami Sujetsu, or how fast he could crack Kagami Sujetsu. It should be possible. Maybe. No matter what, Orochimaru must have a way to crack the Mirror Flower and Water Moon, which is why Aizen Sasuke had to give up the ability of the Mirror Flower and Water Moon to control the 5 senses. But this does not hinder it, because in addition to the Mirror Flower and Water Moon, Aizen Sasuke also possesses spiritual pressure and power far beyond the captain level Death God. He was originally a genius standing on a high place. Aizen Sasuke held his Zanpakuto in his hand, lying between them, and chuckled and said, "Pull out your Zanpakuto, Mr. Orochimaru. It is a bit irrational to want to fight me with bare hands." When he said this, Aizen Sasuke waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, and threw a beautiful knife flower, his eyes slightly lowered. Besides, I also really want to see the ability of Mr. Orochimaru's Zanpakuto. In this world, Zanpakuto means the upper limit of power. Even though Aizen Sasuke knew something about Orochimaru's magical abilities, he was more curious about what Orochimaru's Zanpakuto looked like, because in Aizen Sasuke's information, he was missing Orochimaru's Zanpakuto. Although, Aizen Sasuke believed that he would still win. However, at this moment, Orochimaru was the first 1,000-year monster that Aizen Sasuke wanted to challenge, a man who was as old as Yamamoto Jinryu Shijakuni, almost equivalent to a great figure in the history of Soul Society. It really makes people curious. What kind of Zanpakuto would a great man like Orochimaru take out? Or would such a person show some strange abilities? Aizen Sasuke was a little excited, because he had no rivals since he was a child. Now he is challenging someone like Orochimaru, and only such a person is qualified to be his opponent, even if Aizen Sasuke believes that such a person will eventually become a stepping stone for him to step into the sky. Hehe. What an arrogant brat. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Orochimaru's face, and he slowly raised his finger, sneered, and chanted the words of his Zanpakuto. Raise the wind of chaos that stirs up the world. American English no Mirakumo. The next moment, a long snake emerged from Orochimaru's sleeve. A long and narrow Zanpakuto suddenly shot out from the snake's mouth. From the appearance alone, this Zanpakuto looks very handsome. Yes, such an adjective can actually be used for a weapon. But the powerful spiritual pressure on it indicates that this Zanpakuto seems to be a little difficult to mess with. Zanpakuto is a weapon that is created by the inner communication between the spirit and the master. Each Zanpakuto has a strange ability beyond imagination. It is really hard to imagine that Orochimaru's Zanpakuto would look like this. After this extremely handsome Zanpakuto fell into Orochimaru's hands, he threw a huge wind blade and shot it towards Aizen Sasuke. Mr. Orochimaru. Aizen Sasuke looked at Orochimaru with a smile on his face, picked up his fingers, and the spiritual pressure on his fingertips flew away the wind blade. Aizen Sasuke easily broke the attack, chuckled and continued, "If you are used to standing in a high place, it is difficult to change your mood, no matter whether you are facing ants or mice." Just when he said this, Aizen Sasuke took a look at the Zanpakuto in Orochimaru's hand, and couldn't help but praise, "It's really an elegant Zanpakuto. Thank you for the compliment." Orochimaru's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a weird smile, "But I hope you won't be afraid of it, because of its ability." "Don't worry about that," Aizen Sasuke said with a little curiosity, just hearing the name of Zanpakuto. Mr. Orochimaru's Zanpakuto is somewhat similar to Uehara Naraku's Zanpakuto, which makes me curious. What do you mean by somewhat similar? In fact, the names are almost exactly the same. Although the sword of Tenjikumo in Naraku's hand is a golden lightsaber, the Zanpakuto in Orochimaru's hand is a sharp weapon that looks very unusual. Orochimaru couldn't help but twitch his mouth because Aizen Sasuke's question reminded him of another thing. Kid, you should know another thing. Orochimaru's mouth corners were forced to curl up, and he said slowly, the inheritance secret of the Uehara clan. Each generation of the head of their clan can cross the window period of spiritual power growth in a very short time, and become a god of death beyond the captain level. This secret is not a secret among the captains. Most of the higher level people in the Soul Society know this secret. After the next generation of the head of the Uehara clan comes of age, they will use secret techniques to transfer their spiritual power to their descendants, so that the next generation can become a powerful god of death in the shortest time. This is using the sacrifice of the previous generation to pave the way for the next generation. It must be said that this sacrifice seems extremely tragic. However, this also makes almost every generation of the Uehara clan head have quite powerful strength, enough to protect the Uehara clan and compete with the Soul Society's high-level Soul Society. Of course, when this secret was discovered, it was clearly marked as a secret technique invented by Orochimaru. Hehe, haven't you thought of it yet? Orochimaru flashed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth and looked at Aizen Sasuke and continued, what does the relationship between spiritual power and Zanpakuto mean? Do I need to say too much? Aizen Sasuke frowned slightly, as if he thought of something, and couldn't help but said in surprise, could it be that the Zanpakuto in Naraku's hand is the Zanpakuto held by the first generation of the Uehara clan head? The Zanpakuto of the first generation of the Uehara clan head has been passed down in the Uehara clan until now. The Zanpakuto held by each generation of the Uehara clan head is actually the one made by the first generation of the head. It's no wonder that the name of that Zanpakuto is similar to Orochimaru's Zanpakuto. After all, Orochimaru and the first head of the Uehara clan, Uehara, are close friends, and the two have the same names or hobbies in some aspects. Just when Aizen Sasuke was still thinking about the capabilities of the first head of the Uehara clan's Zanpakuto, Orochimaru's words shocked Aizen Sasuke's heart again. Aizen kid, you're too naive. Orochimaru had a cold smile on his face, and he slowly continued, do you remember the function of that secret technique? It can allow spiritual power to be passed down from generation to generation. The spiritual power cultivated and inherited by each generation of the head of the Uehara clan will be passed down. Do you need me to remind you again? This is Aizen Sasuke's pupils suddenly shrank. If this is the case, it means that he really doesn't think enough. Aizen Sasuke thought of his cowardly and naive vice captain and couldn't help but whispered, that is to say, Naraku holds the Zanpakuto of the successive Uehara clan masters in his hands and also has the ability to use these Zanpakuto. This is a bit shocking. No, this is a bit contrary to common sense. No, this seems to be no exception at all. After all, the Uehara clan is the inheritance of a wealthy family for generations. Uehara Naraku has the spiritual power of the successive Uehara clan masters, so it seems that he can also get their Zanpakuto is no exception. It makes people want to be jealous. Even Aizen Sasuke had to admit that Uehara Naraku was born to stand at the top, and no one could envy his luck. The spiritual power accumulated by a wealthy clan for thousands of years, and at least 10 Zanpakuto with strange abilities, really stood at the top that others would never stand on in their lifetime from the moment he was born. Even if Uehara Naraku doesn't practice, he has the qualifications to stand on the top. Hehe, looks like you figured it out. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, licked the Zanpakuto in his hand, chuckled and continued, do you need me to remind you? The lifespan of each generation of the Uehara clan head is generally not more than 250 years. Including his own Zanpakuto, he has 13 Zanpakuto in his hand. Aizen Sasuke remained silent. 13 Zanpakuto with different abilities. Although Aizen Sasuke didn't know from what channel Orochimaru got this news, he believed that what Orochimaru said must be true. Because Orochimaru and the Uehara clan are old enemies. In terms of facing the Uehara clan as an enemy, Aizen Sasuke and Orochimaru must have reached a consensus in their hearts, as if they had telepathy with each other. The next moment, Aizen Sasuke seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly chuckled and said, although he now holds 13 Zanpakuto in his hands, Naraku still needs time to master those Zanpakuto, right? Hehehe. You are indeed smarter than I thought. Orochimaru nodded slowly, chuckled and continued, now Uehara Naraku has just begun to master the first Zanpakuto. He still needs time to adapt to the spiritual power he has obtained and awaken other Zanpakuto. Then it seems that I still have time to solve this matter. Aizen Sasuke glanced at the American English no Miratsuki in Orochimaru's hand, and the spiritual pressure on his body gradually rioted again, like a mountain pressing towards Orochimaru. Indeed, there is still time to solve the matter of Uehara Naraku. The most important thing now is of course the fight between him and Orochimaru. As the spiritual pressure on his body surged, Aizen Sasuke's voice became a little cold. Before that, Mr. Orochimaru, let's first decide on the candidate. Let's use our spiritual power to prove who will dominate the world in the future. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru looked at the powerful spiritual pressure on Aizen Sasuke's body that seemed to be tangible and couldn't help but sneered. The turbid spiritual pressure on his body also became a little irritable. Little brat, want to change the dynasty? You are too impatient. Just as the two of them were fighting on the high platform, Ichimarujin, Tozan, Ulquiorra and Koyata Stark under Aizen Sasuke's command were also fighting with the Arrancar Corps under Orochimaru. Except for Nalil who knew the truth. The other Arrancars almost besieged Ichimarujin and others like crazy. Even though Ulquiorra and Koyata Stark were one level higher in level and spiritual pressure, they were still a little overwhelmed when facing so many Arrancars. Fortunately, under Nalil's command, the battle between them finally became well organized. Except for Tozan who was a little embarrassed, Ichimarujin, Ulquiorra and Koyata Stark finally began to show their strength and began to crush these Arrancars. Acting is really not an easy thing. Really, if you want to win smoothly, you actually need to rely on Nalil's help. Ulquiorra waved his Zanpakuto and attacked Nalil. His face was full of indifference, and people could not see his emotions at all. But Ulquiorra's mouth moved slightly, and his voice fell into Nellie's ears obscurely. Nellie, don't forget our plan. Find an opportunity to quickly get rid of Tozan here. I know. Nellie blinked, took a look at the situation on the battlefield, and asked in a low voice, I will command the Arrancar Corps to launch a wave attack against you. Can you guys withstand the wave attack? Wave attack. This is a crushing style of play of the Arrancar Corps. In simple terms, it is a battle that relies on the number of hollows. Because the Arrancar Corps under Orochimaru occasionally cooperate with each other, they can launch this style of play under the command of Nellie. Just in the wave attack, hundreds of Arrancar hollows commanding thousands of Gillian hollows to launch hollow flashes, which is not something that anyone can resist. This style of play is a bit shameless. Anyway, it's useless for these Arrancars to have face. Don't worry. Ulquiorra nodded slowly and murmured in a low voice, according to Lord Naraku's order, we will get rid of Tozan so that Lord Aizen can rely on us as his companions. There's a fight going on above. There's a reminiscence below. Chapter 633. If Tozan is also a spy, has Captain Aizen's area become a spy base? The situation on the battlefield took a turn for the worse. In order to avoid revealing their flaws, under the command of Nalil, the offensive of the Arrancar Corps suddenly became extremely fierce, and even Ichimarujin and Ulquiorra and others found it difficult to resist. The entire battlefield was slowly divided. No one could support each other under the siege of a group of hollows. Nalil was indeed the member who had followed Orochimaru the longest. Relying on the Arrancar Corps under their command, they made full use of the advantage of numbers. Even Ulquiorra was forced into the state of returning to the blade. Koyata Stark also quickly hid in the forest of hollows. It's really troublesome. Ichimarujin still had a smile on his face. Ichimarujin also had several more wounds on his body under the siege of these Arrancar hollows, but he did not panic. With the help of his magic spear, he broke through the siege and hid in the forest of hollows. Only Tozan was in trouble. This group of Arrancars knew his weaknesses very well, and even his Zanpakuto abilities were analyzed very thoroughly, making Tozan extremely dangerous under the siege of the Arrancars. Especially the one who was in charge of besieging him. It was Grimmjow, the most ferocious under Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's capable subordinate, Grimmjow naturally did not want to lag behind. After receiving the order from Ner'il, he led a group of Arancas to besiege Tozunkaname, as if he wanted to keep this captain of the death god in the forest of hollows. Ha 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 ha. Grimmjow had a ferocious and fierce look on his face, waving his claws, and leaving a long wound under Tozunkaname's chest. The splattered blood almost dyed people's vision red. Grimmjow flashed a crazy grin on his face, and he said sarcastically, "It's really funny. Is this the captain of the Shinigami of the Gotei 13? Arsehole?" Tozunkaname frowned slightly, and the Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly raised up, forcing back a group of swarming Arancas. A serious look flashed across his face instantly. The Zanpakuto in Tozunkaname's hand is not his. It was originally owned by Tozunkaname's friend. Tozunkaname had to find a way to communicate with the Zanpakuto and gain the right to use it. In his hands, it can also exert quite strange new abilities. Chirp. Kiyomishi. Tozunkaname chanted the Zanpakuto's shike in a low voice. The Zanpakuto trembled violently in his hand, and a burst of tiny sounds came out. This Zanpakuto named Kiyomishi can produce sound waves like the chirping of insects. Once this sound wave falls into the ears of an enemy with lower spiritual pressure, it can be used to directly hypnotize the enemy, which is also equivalent to a strange sound wave ability. However, this ability is obviously not good enough. After all, Grimmjow's boss Orochimaru is very good at studying sound wave abilities, and even Orochimaru himself has developed a lot of sound ninjutsu. Therefore, for Tozunkaname's ability, these hollows have long had ways to crack it. Is it just this level? Grimmjow scratched his ears, grinned and chuckled, and a red hollow flash appeared in his palm, flying towards Tozunkaname. Humph, all get out of the way, then let me finish this guy off here. Grimmjow. A group of hollows looked at each other. If it comes to level, they should be at the same level as Grimmjow. However, Grimmjow is deeply loved by Orochimaru, and has always been Orochimaru's confidant and beloved general, which made him stand out from a group of Subchukas level hollows. Because Grimmjow looks relatively handsome, and even he himself has a stronger ambition than other Subchukas level hollows, he has won the favor of Orochimaru. Do you guys still want to go against my will? Grimmjow raised the corner of his mouth and showed a mocking smile at the group of Arancas, a group of inferior people who were lucky enough to be planted with the seal by Lord Orochimaru. Do you want to resist me who has the seal of heaven? The group of Arancas cursed in their hearts. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion now, they really wanted to join forces to teach Grimmjow a lesson. This guy's strength is beyond doubt, but this guy's mouth is too stinky. Okay. Grimmjow slowly stretched out his arms, and bone spurs grew on his body little by little, spreading all over his body. The next moment, Grimmjow transformed into the returned blade form. In this form, Grimmjow is like a leopard man. Just looking at his figure, you can feel the power hidden in this guy. It must be said that Grimmjow in the returned blade form, just the spiritual pressure alone is a bit overwhelming. However, this evolutionary state has not ended yet. Grimmjow slowly extended his claws, brushing across the light blue hair a little bit, revealing a Magatama-shaped curse seal on his neck, which began to spread over his body like a flame. The power of Orochimaru-sama. Grimmjow rubbed his long hair, feeling the spiritual power in the curse seal being infused into his body a little bit, and his face became a little crazy. It's really a power that makes people obsessed and intoxicated. The Heaven's Curse Seal. It was the power given to him by Orochimaru. The Heaven's Curse Seal, which was improved from another world, can quickly absorb the spirit particles in this world and increase Grimmjow's strength and speed. Even his spiritual pressure has been greatly improved. When the flame-like curse seal finally stopped spreading slowly, it left a series of black lines on Grimmjow's body, and his spiritual pressure also soared to the peak. In this state, Grimmjow is fully capable of fighting against the top vast old class hollow. Even Uehara was a little amazed when he saw this scene. Orochimaru's achievement actually allowed Grimmjow to cross the most dangerous threshold of the hollow's evolution and obtain the power of the top hollow of the vast old class. It's really indescribable surprise. Even Aizen Sasuke, who was confronting Orochimaru, couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw Grimmjow's state. It seems that I underestimated that little guy. Is his spiritual pressure strong enough to compete with Uehara? If so, Then his subordinate Tozen Kaname is a little dangerous. Aizen Sasuke didn't think that Tozen Kaname could defeat Grimmjow in this state, but he didn't plan to save him. For him, Tozen Kaname was originally a time bomb. Because Tozen Kaname is a blind man, he can't see Aizen Sasuke's Kajikasu Jetsu Shike, and he can't be controlled by Aizen Sasuke's Kajikasu Jetsu, so he was taken in by Aizen Sasuke in advance. But Aizen Sasuke will not completely trust anyone. If Tozen died here, it would only mean that Aizen Sasuke had just gotten rid of a subordinate who was a bit useless. Such a cowardly and incompetent subordinate. It doesn't matter if he dies here. It just allows Aizen Sasuke to test how strong the new subordinate Grimmjow, who he wants to recruit, is. Grimmjow in the Cursed Seal state, and the Return to the Blade state. It seems that he is indeed many times more valuable than Tozen. In fact, this is exactly the case. In this state, Grimmjow almost completely suppressed Tozen. His sharp claws quickly circled around Tozen, leaving wounds on Tozen's body. Even the Zanpakuto in Tozen's hand was split open by Grimmjow's claws. You still won't release your Bankai? Grimmjow looked at the embarrassed Tozen Kaname with a mocking face, stretched out his tongue to lick the blood on his claws, and sneered. Or, you are not yet able to finally release your Zanpakuto? Tozen Kaname remained silent. He is indeed a little embarrassed now. However, these injuries are not fatal. If it really comes to a life and death struggle, he still has his own trump card, which is a technique taught to him by a person whom Tozen Kaname respects very much. But the information must not be revealed, unless it is absolutely necessary. In other words, the moment he is exposed, it will be of no use to that person, which makes Tozen have to make his own choices. That person once mentioned that he must hide his identity. Make sure to find out how valuable Aizen Sasuke is. It seems that there is nothing worth noting. Tozen Kaname tightened the Zanpakuto in his hand, thinking secretly in his heart, in addition to creating the Hojioku to break through the ability limits of the Shinigami and the Hollows, Aizen Sasuke should not have any other value. This answer sheet should be enough for Lord Tobirama. If it really comes to a last resort, then use the trick taught to him by Lord Tobirama to destroy this place and escape. After all, in addition to being an undercover under the command of Aizen Sasuke, he also has the identity of the captain of the 9th division of the Gotei 13, and is also a very important subordinate to Lord Tobirama. What a pity. Originally, Tozen Kaname thought that he could obtain more information. All along, even when facing other dead waiters of the Uehara clan, Tozen Kaname has never revealed his identity, just to avoid being exposed. Of course. It is precisely because of this. Tozen Kaname does not know the true identity of Orochimaru, Ichimaru-jin and others. The next moment, Tozen Kaname's fingers quietly hid in his sleeves and began to remotely contact the person who controlled him, because he had received the impure world reincarnation. The Shinigami who had received the impure world reincarnation corpse could communicate with the person who performed the impure world reincarnation technique on him. As the inventor of the impure world reincarnation technique, Senju Tobirama naturally would not forget to use this trick to control his subordinates, and also rely on this method to communicate with his spies. Soon, Tozen Kaname reported the situation here to Senju Tobirama remotely. Even Senju Tobirama really never thought that his subordinates would encounter such a situation, and were actually besieged by Orochimaru's men. Really? What is this called? Is it an internal struggle of the Akatsuki organization? In the present world, not long after Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama arrived in the present world, the two of them had already begun to secretly track the whereabouts of Urahara Kisuke and the masked corps according to the orders of Uehara Naraku. As a result, at this time, Senju Tobirama received the news from Tozen Kaname. At the first time, Senju Tobirama thought that this chess piece was still quite useful. After all, in Senju Tobirama's view, Tozen Kaname's most important identity was the captain of the 9th division. This identity is enough for Senju Tobirama to get enough intelligence from the Gotei 13. After all, Senju Tobirama doesn't get along well with the Ichimaru-jin faction under Kabuto Yakushi, and he believes in some key information from his own channels. But Senju Tobirama is far away in the human world. It seems that we can only rely on Uehara Naraku to solve the crisis of Tozen Kaname. What, are you kidding? After learning the information from Senjuta Birama, Uehara Naraku's face was full of a look, as if you are teasing me, and his expression was slightly weird. Wait, when did you take Tozankaname under your command? Don't you know that our style of Akatsuki is to eliminate all those who don't belong to us around the enemy? As long as all the people around the enemy are disintegrated, that means that any information the enemy wants to know will be controlled by Uehara Naraku, and the progress of Aizen Sasuke's manufacturing of the Hojioku, and any conspiracy cannot escape Uehara Naraku's sight. This happened a long time ago. Senjuta Birama stood beside Uehara Naraku and explained with an unhappy face. At that time, a small incident happened in the Soul Society. You stayed in Uehara Castle to practice, so you naturally didn't care, but I noticed the darkness in the little guy Tozankaname at that time. For us, he is a person of value. At that time, Tozankaname was still an ordinary blind man in Rukage. But there was a woman who did not despise Tozankaname for being a blind man, but gave him warmth, and was willing to be friends with him. Unfortunately, after this woman married into a noble family, she was killed by her husband, because of a conflict with her husband. Because her husband was a noble, the Central 46th Chamber chose to make a big deal out of a small matter. This matter was originally ignored. However, Tozankaname chose to seek justice for his friend. Of course, the injustice of an ordinary Rukage was not accepted by the Soul Society, but this matter was noticed by Senjuta Birama. In other words, Senjuta Birama has been looking for a spy in Soul Society who can be his ambush inside the Goto 13, and Tozankaname is barely a suitable candidate, killing a noble scum. It is not a difficult task for Senjuta Birama, who holds the power of Uehara Castle. He easily brought Tozankaname under his command and obtained Tozankaname's loyalty. In order to ensure the loyalty of the spy, Senjuta Birama naturally would not forget to use the impure world reincarnation technique on Tozankaname, but he has never used this chess piece. As a result, Tozankaname rose to prominence. Not only did he gain the favor of Aizen Sasuke, but he also became the captain of the 9th division of the Goto 13, which gave him a lot of surprises. Is that so? Uehara Naraku touched his chin and said slowly, speaking of which, it seems that the other chess pieces are not suitable to expose Captain Aizen. Then keep him to expose Captain Aizen's true face in front of Captain General Yamamoto in the future? This kind of thing. Uehara Naraku is also quite good at it. Back when he was in the ninja world, he exposed Uchiha Obito's true identity not long after the game started, causing Uchiha Obito's path to become the mastermind to take a sharp turn for the worse. Speaking of which, Uehara Naraku looked up at the sky, as if he wanted to see the war happening in Ukomundo through the sky. He continued slowly, if Tozankaname, who had always been following Captain Aizen, and being controlled by him, actually exposed Captain Aizen's true identity in front of the Goto 13, the captain shouldn't be too shocked, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634, a gorgeous and elegant battle. Aizen Sasuke vs Orochimaru. Ukomundo. Great Hollow Forest. Jinichimaru, who had just escaped from danger, had a strange expression on his face. Who could have imagined that Aizen Sasuke's most loyal subordinate, Kaname Tozan, was actually a spy for Senjuta Birama? This was really unexpected. After all, Kaname Tozan looked like an honest man. The power of the Uehara clan was really all-powerful in Soul Society. Even the captain of the 9th division, Kaname Tozan, was a pawn of the Uehara clan. There's nothing we can do about this. Jinichimaru glanced at the Arrancar Great Hollows chasing him from behind, drew out his Zanpakuto, and chuckled softly. Although Dean Kabuto doesn't like the people of the Senju brothers, we are all loyal to Lord Naraku after all. After thinking for a while, Jinichimaru finally made up his mind. If he took action, it would be very likely to arouse Aizen Sasuke's suspicion, and even suspect him and Kaname Tozan. If it could expose himself, Jinichimaru would rather sacrifice Kaname Tozan. However, besides Jinichimaru, there were other people on the battlefield. Jinichiro immediately contacted Koyata Stark and Uehara, asking them to find a way to save Tozan on the battlefield. This little thing is too simple. But when Uehara got the news, he was a little confused. Where did their boss reach out to? How could Tozan be their spy? In the entire Hukomundo, isn't there only Aizen Sasuke left? Originally, there was a vast old level hollow named Emperor Bailergan in Hukomundo, but a long time ago, Emperor Bailergan tried to stop Uchiha Madara from wreaking havoc in Hukomundo. In the end, Emperor Bailergan was chopped into pieces by Uchiha Madara. Now in the entire Hukomundo, except for Aizen Sasuke, all the remaining Arrancar Hollows and Jinichiro and Tozan who came to assist, are all subordinates of Uehara and Naraku. This situation really makes Uehara a little afraid to think about it. Fortunately, Aizen Sasuke never believed in his subordinates. He had always relied on his own strength and regarded them as embellishments of his power. Otherwise, if Aizen Sasuke was replaced by a superior who believed in his subordinates, he would probably go crazy after knowing the truth. When Uehara risked his life to stop Grimmjow and rescued Tozan, Aizen Sasuke, who was standing on a high place in stalemate with Orochimaru, still had a calm face. For him, it didn't matter if Tozan died. It didn't matter if Tozan lived. This was the coldness of Aizen Sasuke. Although the battle between Uehara, Nelil, Grimmjow and other group of Arrancars was extremely fierce, the light of the Hollow Flash and the King Flash flashed everywhere, and the entire venue had already turned into a large ruin because of their battle. However, in Aizen Sasuke's eyes, it was still a little unsightly. In comparison, Aizen Sasuke was more concerned about Orochimaru in front of him. Aizen Sasuke reached out and stroked the Kagami water moon in his hand and said slowly, "Ever since I slowly realized that someone was watching me, I have been waiting for this day because I also want to know if I can satisfy Mr. Orochimaru now." Two lights flashed on Aizen Sasuke's lenses and a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. After all, there seems to be no one in the world who is more suitable for me to test my strength than Mr. Orochimaru, right? Hehehe. Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle at the corners of his mouth, and the next moment his face suddenly became sinister. He clenched his teeth slightly and sneered, "What a sharp-tongued kid. Your subordinates are at a disadvantage now. Just some trash used to decorate the Kurosaurus." Aizen Sasuke no longer cared about the damage to his subordinates, and continued lightly, "When I defeat Mr. Orochimaru, there will naturally be more ornaments to decorate the Kurosaurus. Yes. Just the group of Arrancars who were like chickens and dogs in the eyes of Aizen Sasuke could not stop Aizen Sasuke from unifying the Hukomundo. "You are so arrogant." Orochimaru's fingers trembled slightly, and the American English no Miratsuki Zanpakuto fell into his hands in an instant. A sinister smile flashed across his face. "HMPH, then let me test you, little brat. I hope you won't let me down. After all, you are the one that Uehara Naraku has high hopes for. If they can't even get past him here, it would be too disappointing for Orochimaru. They haven't been here for a weak guy all these years. Mr. Orochimaru, you worry too much." Aizen Sasuke slowly adjusted his glasses frame, and a strong spiritual pressure suddenly condensed at his fingertips. "Perhaps Mr. Orochimaru should consider whether I will be disappointed in you. If I'm too disappointed, our future relationship may be very unhappy." The next moment, Aizen Sasuke's eyes were full of distraction, and he just slowly recited the ability he used, had number 63, Thunder or Cannon. The moment this spiritual pressure left Aizen Sasuke's fingertips, it turned into a roaring thunder and lightning, and flew towards Orochimaru with a momentum to destroy everything. Had number 63, Thunder or Cannon. There is no need for any chanting, or even any preparation, to release this powerful had move at the moment of condensing the spiritual pressure. Even the former ghost masters in the Soul Society could not do it as lightly as Aizen Sasuke. The speed of this ball of lightning is so fast. No one present can withstand this attack unscathed. However, this move is just Aizen Sasuke's initial test of Orochimaru, using the high speed and impact explosion of the Thunder or Cannon to test Orochimaru's speed. The 81st Binding Path, Broken Sky. Orochimaru's palm suddenly stretched out and erected a transparent spiritual pressure shield wall in front of him. The countless great hollow spiritual power in his body is enough for him to use this move without chanting. In fact, this is also close to the limit of Orochimaru. This broken sky is enough to resist any broken path ability ranked below 89. Of course, the 63rd broken path thunder or cannon was easily blocked by the broken sky barrier, and it didn't even cause a ripple. However, the next moment, the broken sky barrier shattered in an instant. In Orochimaru's somewhat surprised eyes, he saw the shining Zanpakuto in Aizen Sasuke's hand, as if it fell on glass. Easily shattered Dankong's barrier. Dankong, which was enough to easily resist the thunder or cannon. But it couldn't resist Aizen Sasuke's sword at all. Just one sword, it directly shattered Dankong's defense. This sword was so gorgeous and beautiful that Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Did Aizen Sasuke use the mirror flower and water moon? No, it's not the mirror flower and water moon. It's just Aizen Sasuke's swordsmanship that is extremely skilled. Whether it's Zanpakuto, instant step, white fight or ghost way ability, Aizen Sasuke is almost proficient in all of them, and the swordsmanship he learned at will can also let him stand at the top of this world. Even when fighting with people like Orochimaru, Aizen Sasuke's fighting posture is still so elegant. In this regard, it also shows this guy's confidence. Clang! The Tensukuma sword hastily blocked Orochimaru's way. Orochimaru, who had been hiding in the Hukomondo for thousands of years, couldn't help but be amazed. He looked at Aizen Sasuke across the intersecting blades and grinned in praise. What a genius in swordsmanship. I haven't seen you practice swordsmanship seriously. If I remember correctly, in the database study room of the base, Aizen Sasuke actually practiced swordsmanship for a very short time. He seemed to have given up swordsmanship training after obtaining the Shike of Kyokusu Jetsu. This is also very normal, because what the god of death needs more is to release the spiritual pressure of the Zanpakuto. Now it seems that's not giving up swordsmanship training at all. But Aizen Sasuke had already practiced swordsmanship well enough at that time, and there was no need to waste too much time on this. Just the gorgeous sword that broke through Dankong's defense barrier in an instant and was about to kill Orochimaru was enough to prove Aizen Sasuke's swordsmanship attainments. Swordsmanship? Aizen Sasuke chuckled, slowly waved the Kyokushuido in his hand, and slashed at Orochimaru one after another. When I came into contact with swordsmanship, I already knew how far I could go relying solely on swordsmanship. Aizen Sasuke kept slashing bright lights at Orochimaru and smiled at the corners of his mouth. In my opinion, I have invested enough time in swordsmanship. Aizen Sasuke's sword light flashed. At this moment, Aizen seemed like a master of swordsmanship who had been tempered for many years. No, he originally relied on his talent to get through the stage of training without time. This guy's talent. Orochimaru's face was a little ugly. Now Orochimaru can only hold the cloud of heaven in his hand, continuously resisting the blade of Aizen Sasuke, and occasionally he can stab out a sword like a cold and poisonous snake. Originally, Orochimaru had been wondering whether Uehara Naraku had overpraised Aizen Sasuke. Now thinking about this question is too funny. This is not an overpraise. It should be a great underestimate. Now when Orochimaru and Aizen Sasuke really fought, he finally realized why Uehara Naraku had high hopes for Aizen Sasuke. This guy's talent is too terrible. It was obviously just a sword fight. However, the Kagami Sujetsu Zanpakuto was in the hands of Aizen Sasuke like an arm, sometimes slashing out a half moon, sometimes stabbing out a meteor. This guy is simply able to apply swordsmanship to other things. Orochimaru can even see the shadow of the great snake-style swordsmanship. If he only relied on swordsmanship, Aizen Sasuke was enough to deal with any swordsmanship. In an instant, Aizen had seen through the weakness of the snake-style swordsmanship with his own vision. Obviously, Orochimaru used the snake-style swordsmanship that he had created for the first time in this world and in front of Aizen Sasuke, but it was not long after the fight that Aizen Sasuke saw through it directly and used it directly on Orochimaru. The insidious snake-style swordsmanship is like a snake. It is possible to stick out and bite the enemy at any gap. Aizen Sasuke, as he said, has already practiced swordsmanship to the extreme. No, it should be said that he has practiced any ability to the extreme. Instant step. Aizen Sasuke's figure disappeared instantly. At the moment of disappearance, Aizen Sasuke had already shuttled to the side of Orochimaru. The Zanpakuto in their hands clashed one after another, and the sound of metal clashing was mixed with lightning. This attack did not succeed. The move of instant movement is indeed not good enough in front of Orochimaru. Even if Aizen Sasuke's instant movement speed is very fast, it is not enough to hide from Orochimaru, who has been baptized by the time and space technique. It's really troublesome. Aizen Sasuke held the Kyokusu Jetsu horizontally. A bright blade light slashed out, and the blade light of Kyokusu Jetsu was covered with an invisible spiritual pressure. The Arc Moon Slash instantly forced Orochimaru back. Even Orochimaru didn't think he could withstand this sword. Just this Arc Moon Slash alone has a destructive power of more than 80 Hado. The spiritual pressure of this Arc Moon Slash was so strong that it almost instantly split the entire venue in two, and the Arankas avoided it in panic. However, this move was just a bait. The next moment, Aizen Sasuke's figure appeared behind Orochimaru in an instant, waving the Kyokusu Jetsu in his hand, and drawing a beautiful arc. The mirror flower and water moon Zanpakuto was turned upside down by Aizen, and stabbed into Orochimaru's body. Even Orochimaru couldn't help but be a little surprised. This is a move in the Orochimaru style of swordsmanship, and he himself didn't even use it. He didn't expect that it would be deduced by Aizen Sasuke himself in the battle at this time. Aizen Sasuke didn't look at Orochimaru behind him, but just smiled softly and praised softly, "It's really amazing. Even I have never seen such exquisite swordsmanship." Indeed, the research on swordsmanship in Soul Society is slightly lower. After graduating from the Mayo Academy of Spiritual Arts, the Shinigami are more willing to focus on communicating with their Zanpakuto to cultivate Shike and Bankei, because this can make their spiritual power stronger. And after being able to Shike and Bankei, it seems that practicing swordsmanship is useless. After all, if the enemy can be defeated by Bankei moves, there is no need to practice any special swordsmanship. If the enemy cannot be defeated by Bankei, it seems that they have no way to defeat it by themselves. Tick tick, tick tick tick. The blood dripped down the Kajikasu Jetsu Zanpakuto bit by bit. Aizen Sasuke tilted his head slightly, glanced at the injured Orochimaru standing behind him, and whispered softly, "If Mr. Orochimaru just ends like this, it will inevitably disappoint both of us, right? Hehehe. It's not even a warm-up." Orochimaru's mouth slightly grinned in a weird smile, but his injuries recovered in an instant. This is super speed regeneration. No. This healing speed is even more terrifying than the super speed regeneration speed. As Orochimaru was recovering from his injuries, the American English no Miratsuki Zanpakuto in his hand slowly merged into his body. This scene was particularly strange. American English no Miratsuki was originally in the body of the Yamato no Orochi. If I have nothing to do tomorrow, I will resume updating twice. Chapter 635. Aizen Sasuke cannot be forced to use his Bankei. The Great Hollow Forest. The air seemed to be gradually stagnating. As the American English no Kumin Orochimaru's hand merged into his body, a huge and mixed spiritual pressure vented from his body, sweeping over half of the Great Hollow Forest in an instant. These spiritual pressures were all obtained by Orochimaru swallowing the Great Hollow. Orochimaru's appearance did not change at all, which really did not conform to the rules of Hukomundo at all. He seemed to have simply awakened his own spiritual pressure. This very different state of returning to the blade is really unheard of. Whether it is the transformation of the Death God or the Arrancar Great Hollow entering the return to the blade, the body will without exception undergo some changes, but Orochimaru has not changed at all. Even Aizen Sasuke was a little surprised at the surge of spiritual pressure on Orochimaru, but this did not prevent Aizen Sasuke from raising his hand and attacking Orochimaru. Aizen Sasuke looked at the spiritual pressure, and healed wounds on Orochimaru's body, and chanted the spell in a low voice. Filthy waves, mad boat, boiling, numb, flickering, sleepless. The steel princess is also corroded. The clay doll is also collapsed. Assemble. Against the enemy. Still fill the ground and let him know his powerlessness. Aizen Sasuke chanted, while staring at Orochimaru who was flying towards him. He didn't care about Orochimaru's attack at all. He just waved Kajikasu Jetsu to lightly resist Orochimaru's attack, while continuing to chant the spell in a low voice. Hehehe. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Aizen Sasuke and said, "This is the spell of the Ninetith breakthrough. Hehehe. If I remember correctly, you should have given up chanting a long time ago, right? It's different." After chanting his spell, Aizen Sasuke shook his head slowly and raised his palm towards Orochimaru. If it is only 1/3 of the power of the Black Coffin, it would be a little disrespectful to Mr. Orochimaru. Indeed, Aizen Sasuke does not need to chant the spell at all to release the Black Coffin of the Hado 90. This is a move above the Hado 90. Others may not dare to imagine that such a move can be abandoned. Of course, if the chanting and the mobilization of spiritual pressure are abandoned, the power of the Black Coffin can only exert 1/3 of its original power, and 1/3 of the power is not enough. Even for enemies like Orochimaru who became big figures thousands of years ago, the full power of the Black Coffin cannot hurt them too much. Just a test. The next moment, the rioting spiritual pressure on Aizen Sasuke's body quickly swept across, and he finally calmly read out the name of the technique he used. Hado 90, Black Coffin. The pitch black wall spread out quickly. In an instant, Orochimaru was trapped in a pitch black rectangular body. Countless black spiritual pressure turned into sharp blades and pierced Orochimaru's body in an instant. This level of attack made it impossible for people to dodge. Orochimaru didn't seem to think about dodging. Even though Orochimaru was severely injured when the Black Coffin was launched, he still controlled the cloud of heaven in his body to rush out of his body and turned into a giant sword to pierce the Black Coffin. One move solved the dilemma. When Orochimaru walked out of the Black Coffin, he still had a faint smile on his face, and his body, which had just been severely injured by the Black Coffin, was recovering rapidly. Super speed regeneration. This ability that only Arrancar hollows have. I wonder to what extent Orochimaru, who has been devouring hollows, has strengthened it. After all, this guy's goal has always been to achieve immortality, as expected of a legendary figure. Aizen Sasuke swung the Kyokushuido in his hand and praised slowly. After taking a direct hit from the Black Coffin, the spiritual pressure on his body did not weaken at all. He even easily broke the Black Coffin's confinement. This super fast regeneration ability is even better than Naraku Uehara. This means that, if the battle continues, Orochimaru doesn't seem to care about his injuries at all, because he can recover almost unlimitedly. However, this is what makes Aizen Sasuke interesting. In the long history, Aizen Sasuke has seen too many people. Those people are not worthy of his personal action, and even make him feel that giving them one more look is a lack. Only people like Orochimaru and Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni, who are equivalent to history, are qualified for him to look up to and treat with his heart. Then defeat this guy Orochimaru in one fell swoop. Aizen Sasuke's figure disappeared like a ghost. In Orochimaru's sight, Aizen Sasuke waved Kyokushu Jetsu, and the swordsmanship he performed with his Zanpakuto turned out to be like a meteor shower. Countless blades quickly pierced Orochimaru's body. This attack was somewhat dazzling in everyone's sight. It must be said that this attack looked very beautiful, and it was so bold and deadly that it reminded Orochimaru of the scene when the fourth Hokage performed the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. There were countless stars, but it was far less deadly than Aizen Sasuke's swordsmanship. That was like a star. He was obviously just swinging his sword lightly, but under his powerful spiritual pressure, every strike seemed to be able to easily reap lives. The Great Hollow Forest was like a meteor passing by. The spiritual pressure pierced by Kyokushu Jetsu almost penetrated the entire Great Hollow Forest. Countless Gillian hollows hiding in the Great Hollow Forest were shattered by the spiritual pressure pierced by Aizen Sasuke in confusion. Aizen Sasuke's move proved that he had the power to destroy the Great Hollow Forest. Just relying on the swordsmanship performed by spiritual pressure, he almost pierced through the Great Hollow Forest. Countless rocks, trees, and Gillian hollows were pierced by Aizen Sasuke's swordsmanship like a meteor. Is there such a power? Ichimaru Jin's forehead was slightly sweaty. Since he had learned well, he had been ordered to follow Aizen Sasuke, and he had never found Aizen Sasuke to show such strength. If Aizen Sasuke was willing, he could easily clear the Great Hollow Forest. It's no wonder that Aizen Sasuke dared to bring a few of them to the appointment. How much strength does this guy still hide? He seems to have never shown his true strength. Yes, Aizen Sasuke always plays it down, no matter what kind of enemy he faces. No, it should be said that Aizen Sasuke has never seen an enemy that can threaten him. I don't know if Orochimaru is one. Maybe Orochimaru is just a person who can make Aizen Sasuke slightly interested. Really, he is worthy of being a person that Uehara Naraku pays attention to. A flash of surprise flashed across Uehara's face, but the next moment his face returned to calm again, and he just raised his head and looked at Orochimaru, Aizen Sasuke's opponent. Such spiritual pressure and power. Uehara slowly lowered his head and murmured in a low voice, "Lord Orochimaru, will there be a chance to force Lord Aizen to use his Bankai? Who knows?" Tozen waved the King-Chang in his hand and forced back a group of hollows. He also whispered, "Since I was ordered to hide under Aizen Sasuke's command, I have never noticed that Aizen Sasuke has ever used Bankai. Indeed, Aizen Sasuke has never used Bankai. It is precisely because he has never encountered an enemy who uses Bankai. However, if it is said that Aizen Sasuke does not know Bankai, no one would believe it. According to Aizen Sasuke's genius, Bankai may be mastered at a time that is almost the same as Shike. After all, Aizen Sasuke doesn't need to chant to release his Zanpakuto, because when Aizen Sasuke mastered the Shike, Uehara Naraku had no way to secretly send people to spy on Aizen Sasuke, let alone spy on his Bankai ability. The entire Uehara clan didn't know when Aizen Sasuke mastered Bankai, which is also a more troublesome problem. Aizen Sasuke has never revealed his Bankai ability. The Zanpakuto of the god of death is too weird. Uehara Naraku arranged Orochimaru to fight Aizen Sasuke, in addition to letting him surrender to Aizen Sasuke or form an alliance with Aizen Sasuke after the battle. Another purpose is naturally to see Aizen Sasuke's Bankai. I just don't know if Orochimaru has this power. Orochimaru looks a bit miserable now because he is facing Aizen Sasuke's sword technique that is like a meteor. Even though Orochimaru defended himself hastily, his body was pierced with countless holes by this sword technique, and blood slowly flowed out of the holes. There are holes on more than half of Orochimaru's body. This is a real serious injury, and even super speed regeneration cannot easily recover. What a terrible spiritual pressure. Orochimaru has 2 more holes on his face, and the whole person looks extremely hideous and terrifying, but he still has a smile on his face. Even if it was thousands of years ago, the spiritual pressure alone would have the potential to be on par with those guys. Aizen Sasuke hooked the corners of his mouth, looked at Orochimaru's still calm expression through his glasses, and whispered, "Thank you very much for the compliment. It's just that from the looks of it, Mr. Orochimaru seems to be more tenacious than I thought." This move consumed a lot of his spiritual pressure. Even if it is used to perform the 99 art of Hado, it is more than enough. Although Aizen Sasuke can clearly feel the spiritual pressure on Orochimaru's body decreasing, it is far from the effect Aizen Sasuke wants. But this is normal. After all, Orochimaru was a well-known figure in Soul Society thousands of years ago. He can't be defeated by him in one move like those captain-level Shinigami, right? Tenacious? Orochimaru grinned. But his smile became bigger and bigger, and his mouth suddenly opened in the smile, and a palm suddenly stretched out from Orochimaru's mouth. This scene looks extremely gloomy and weird. What on earth is happening? Aizen Sasuke frowned slightly, looking at the weird and terrifying palm that stretched Orochimaru's mouth little by little, and a figure slowly emerged from Orochimaru's mouth. That was another Orochimaru. As another Orochimaru crawled out of his original body quickly withered, like an empty shell. This Orochimaru was like a newborn. The wound that Aizen Sasuke had stabbed him with disappeared without a trace. Except for the fact that Orochimaru's spiritual pressure was a little weak, his injuries had completely healed. This was the effect of the Orochimaru substitution technique. Even in this world, Orochimaru still figured out how to use the Orochimaru substitution technique with spiritual power. Incredible. Aizen Sasuke pushed his glasses, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He whispered and praised, "I really want to know how many strange and bizarre abilities the once brilliant Mr. Orochimaru has." It was indeed very magical. Originally, Aizen Sasuke thought that this move was enough to destroy Orochimaru's super speed regeneration ability, and launched a powerful attack to directly injure, or even kill Orochimaru. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru also had a solution to this situation. If it is an ordinary injury, Orochimaru can solve it with super speed regeneration. If it is a fatal injury, Orochimaru will consume his own spiritual power to create regeneration. What a tricky guy. Use Bankai. Orochimaru looked at Aizen Sasuke, smiled and said, "If you don't use Bankei, it seems that you can't do anything to me with your current level, kid." "Really?" Aizen Sasuke nodded slowly, and his spiritual pressure surged again. The spiritual pressure quickly gathered on the Kajika Sujetsus and Pakuto, and the momentum seemed particularly fascinating. At this moment, Aizen Sasuke still seemed to have a good grasp of the situation, and he said slowly, "It seems that Mr. Orochimaru has more cards in his hand. If I use Bankei, I just feel that I might lose." A cold light flashed in Aizen Sasuke's eyes, and he continued calmly, "If I use Bankei here, how can I face the head of the 13 Deadpools of the Uehara clan, Uchiha Madara? Before the collapsing jade is completed, Aizen Sasuke will never reveal his cards easily. Moreover, since the battle with Orochimaru, Aizen Sasuke is very clear that he has always had the advantage. This is not the time to use Bankei. I have never used so much spiritual power. Let me see. Mr. Orochimaru." Aizen Sasuke slowly walked towards Orochimaru. This time his speed was particularly slow. When he waved Kyoka Sujetsu again, the speed of this Zanpakuto became unusually elegant and slow. This is because the spiritual pressure of the Zanpakuto is too heavy. This is because the spiritual pressure that Aizen Sasuke attached to his Zanpakuto is too strong. So strong that even Jinghua Shuai cannot bear his power. This spiritual pressure. The smile on Orochimaru's face slowly stiffened. This guy called Aizen Sasuke. Could it be that he is exactly the same as Uehara Naraku, always hiding his power? This Aizen has long possessed the power to rival the entire Soul Society. Let me see. Aizen Sasuke swung his sword fiercely, and the white robe of the captain of the death god fluttered on his body, making his whole figure look extremely elegant. Even when he drew his sword, he still did not change his demeanor. But this sword seemed to split the entire Great Hollow Forest in half. Aizen Sasuke still maintained the posture of swinging his sword, and raised his eyes indifferently. "Let me see if Mr. Orochimaru's power will match your vitality. A life that is not commensurate with strength is a great waste." Boom. The suppressed spiritual pressure of Aizen Sasuke's sword burst out completely after Aizen finished speaking. A long and narrow sword pressure slashed through. The entire Great Hollow Forest was cut open with a long incision. This terrifying hell hidden under the Hukomundo saw the light of day for the first time. The clouds of heaven in Orochimaru's body emerged, as if trying to help block Aizen Sasuke's sword pressure, but was directly cut off by the sword pressure. What a joke. Orochimaru still had a stiff smile on his face. His smiling face slowly split into two the next moment. Aizen Sasuke slowly retracted his Zanpakuto, without even looking at Orochimaru, who was split into two by this sword, but just continued to himself, being able to show the full power of Shige for the first time. For both of us, perhaps we should call it luck. It feels that all the hollows in Hukomundo are no match for Aizen. Chapter 636. Flowers in the mirror, moon in the water, and Aizen's Bankei. This scene is simply terrifying. There has never been a duel of this level in Hukomundo. Everyone present thought that Orochimaru and Aizen Sasuke should be evenly matched. At least the battle should not end so quickly. However, Aizen Sasuke used his own powerful strength to let everyone realize that he has the power to easily defeat Orochimaru. Everyone knows that Aizen Sasuke may be very strong, but no one expected Aizen Sasuke actually cut Orochimaru, the guide of Hukomundo, in two with one sword, while only in the state of Shike. Generally speaking, this is already a fatal injury. Aizen Sasuke did not seem to think that Orochimaru would be killed by him. Perhaps because Orochimaru was too weird, Aizen Sasuke did not think that he could completely kill Orochimaru with this sword that burst out with his whole body spiritual pressure. Indeed, whether it was a hollow or a shinigami, anyone could have been killed by Aizen Sasuke's sword. But Orochimaru survived. After his body was split into two, his entire body turned into countless small white snakes that fled in all directions and then quickly gathered together again, converging into a white phosphorus snake. Ho 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 ho. A gloomy and indifferent human face appeared on the head of the white phosphorus snake. The human face slowly opened its mouth, and Orochimaru's hoarse voice came out. "What a scary little ghost. You can actually force me to this extent." The next moment, countless purple mists sprang out of the white phosphorus snake. These purple mists were all paralyzing poisons on the white phosphorus snake, but these poisons had no effect on Aizen Sasuke. Under the attack of spiritual pressure, The purple poisonous mist was completely eliminated. Useless tricks. Aizen Sasuke slowly shook his head and murmured in a low voice, Mr. Orochimaru, no matter how many strange abilities you have hidden, you can't contend with absolute strength. Aizen Sasuke raised his head and looked at the white phosphorus snake in the sky and said slowly, ever since I knew someone was spying on me, I have been prepared for today. From that day on, I will no longer release my spiritual pressure, no longer use any techniques beyond the limit, no longer use any power that can arouse your vigilance and make you subconsciously think that everything I do depends on the mirror flowers and water moons and the conspiracy hidden behind the scenes. Aizen Sasuke's mouth curled up slightly, and he continued with a smile. Only in this way, Mr. Orochimaru will think that everything I have is in your control, and induce you to put all the possibilities of controlling me on how to crack the mirror flowers and water moons. Orochimaru's expression stiffened slightly, because at this moment, there is a shadow of Uehara Naraku behind Aizen Sasuke. No, Aizen Sasuke is becoming more and more like Uehara Naraku, even with the help of Black Zetsu. No, or rather, even without the help of Black Zetsu, Aizen Sasuke may be able to turn the situation around with his own wisdom. Aizen Sasuke achieved the reversal almost entirely by his own forbearance and strategy. He started to lay out the plan when he realized that someone was monitoring him. Orochimaru couldn't help, but slowly a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Aizen Sasuke was right, because Kagami Sujetsu's ability to control the five senses was too strong, so that Orochimaru also believed that Aizen Sasuke would definitely fight with Kagami Sujetsu, who would give up the weird ability of such as Pakuto. Therefore, Orochimaru's eyes have been focused on Kagami Sujetsu. Even though Orochimaru was well aware that Aizen Sasuke had a strong spiritual pressure in his body, he didn't know that he had become so powerful. What's more, Aizen Sasuke had never revealed his true strength, which made Orochimaru subconsciously ignore Aizen Sasuke. In fact, this guy had already become incredibly strong. Even if he is not as good as Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni, who made many people tremble 1,000 years ago, he has already surpassed Kyoraku Shunsu and his ilk. You little brat. The mouth under the white phosphorus snake slowly opened, revealing a pair of ferocious fangs. You are really good at hiding yourself. This is also helpless. Aizen Sasuke looked up at the white phosphorus snake and continued calmly, because I can't tell from which moment Mr. Orochimaru has been monitoring me. No matter how I hide, I can't escape Mr. Orochimaru's inherent impression of me. Aizen Sasuke had a faint smile on his face, slowly put away his Kajika Sujetsu Zanpakuto and continued. At this time, using wisdom to plan has become useless. Only relying on one's own strength can break the deadlock. When he said this, the spiritual pressure on Aizen Sasuke's body erupted again, as if a substantial spiritual pressure swept across the entire venue, forcing all the air anchors and hollows present to withdraw from the venue in a mess. At this moment, even Koichi Stark, who is known to have the strongest spiritual pressure, couldn't help but look at him sideways. Although I hate using absolute power, Aizen Sasuke clenched his fists, and his face gradually became a little dissatisfied, as if he was really not happy about his strong power. But in a situation controlled by others, there is no better choice. Yes, there is no better choice. If your life is forcibly controlled by others, there seems to be no other way, except relying on your strong will to burst out with powerful strength to change the situation. After all, no matter what conspiracy Aizen Sasuke wants to use, it can't be better than the enemy who has been monitoring him for who knows how many years. This spiritual pressure. White phosphorus Orochi stared at Aizen Sasuke. It's really curious. What on earth did you do to yourself? This is not a height you can reach now. Even compared to Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni, it may not be much worse. It's very simple. Find a way to break through the limit. That's not so easy to do. White phosphorus Orochi's face suddenly became cold. No, it's very easy. Aizen Sasuke didn't seem to care about Orochimaru's current state. He explained casually, as if he was sure of victory. If a person's emotions explode, it is easy for him to burst out with power beyond the limit of his body. This is the so-called potential. Aizen Sasuke adjusted his glasses and continued. However, people who are too rational are very good at controlling their emotions. Therefore, when I want to be angry or even a little excited, it is more difficult than I imagined, even when I know that Mr. Orochimaru has been watching me. When he said this, Aizen Sasuke raised his head and glanced at Orochimaru and continued calmly, "It's a bit too extravagant for people like us. Of course, this also means that when we lose our mind, there should be two results. Either you cannot exert your own strength because of the loss of your mind, or you burst out with power that your body cannot develop because of the loss of your mind." Hehehe. Interesting. The white phosphorus snake nodded slowly, and a cold laugh came from its head. Indeed, some hot-blooded idiots can bring out the hidden power in their bodies. The first result is often more likely to appear in people like us. To put it bluntly, this is the emotion-dominating reason. However, this is generally a characteristic of those hot-blooded idiots. Those who have reason all year round will never appear in this state. Because if you lose your mind, maybe they will become weaker. The next moment, the white phosphorus snake suddenly raised another question. If you lose your mind and become stronger, this does not seem to be in line with your state at all. From you, there is no sign of losing your mind. No matter who it is. It is estimated that no one can see that there is anything wrong with Aizen Sasuke. Because this guy seemed particularly calm throughout the battle. Except for the burst of power that did not match his body, there seemed to be no flaws in other things. Aizen Sasuke looked at Orochimaru and asked calmly, "Then, why didn't Mr. Orochimaru find anything wrong?" Huh? The white phosphorus snake shook its head slightly. The next second, Orochimaru immediately thought of something wrong. Soon, Orochimaru figured it all out, and there seemed to be some gritting of teeth in the voice of the white phosphorus snake. "Your Zanpakuto Kyoka Sujetsu seems to have never been used like this before. Except for Kyoka Sujetsu. This Zanpakuto of the flowing water system. Originally, Kyoka Sujetsu Shike ability was to control a person's 5 senses. In the eyes of their ninja world, this was an illusion system. It was impossible for it to exert such a powerful combat power in the hands of Aizen Sasuke. This was not in line with the rules at all. As in Pakuto that dominated illusions. How could it become so powerful? No, or rather, how could a guy like Aizen Sasuke be willing to use this Zanpakuto like this? This is an illusion system ability that can control and deprive the 5 senses. You guessed right. Aizen Sasuke slowly tightened the scabbard of his Zanpakuto and continued with a smile. "I always thought that Kyoka Sujetsu should be like me. The battle should always be elegant, but until I developed its Bankei." Aizen Sasuke stroked Kyoka Sujetsu on his waist and continued indifferently. "I have never used Kyoka Sujetsu's Bankei, not because I wanted to hide Kyoka Sujetsu's Bankei form. After all, when in the Bankei form, the ability of the god of death will be greatly enhanced." Having said that, Aizen Sasuke continued softly, "Because its Bankei ability is an ugly appearance hidden deep in my heart, which makes me no longer want to obtain the power of Bankei." Hehehe. Orochimaru seemed to have guessed something, and a terrifying sinister smile appeared on the weird face of the white phosphorus snake. "Interesting. So, its Bankei form is actually a second you. No, it should be said that it hypnotized another appearance of you." The face of the white phosphorus Orochi suddenly became crazy, as if he had discovered a huge secret. "No wonder you never use the Bankei of Kaguya Sujetsu. That's because it knows your truest thoughts, and that happens to be a state that your reason would never want to face." The laughter of the white phosphorus Orochi gradually became a little creepy. "Let me think about it. You won't get. That will be a better Aizen Sasuke." Aizen Sasuke was silent for a while, then slowly said, "In a sense, maybe it can be said. There are just some subtle differences. And that's not better than me." Aizen Sasuke held his Kaguya Sujetsu and continued in a cold voice, "It's just a shadow in my heart under the hypnosis of Kaguya Sujetsu." To some extent, Orochimaru's guess is not wrong. Because Zanpakuto reflects the true heart of a person. Even a man as deep-minded as Aizen Sasuke has a desire that he doesn't want to imagine. That is the scene when he stands on a high place. Loneliness. The inevitable mental state of everyone who stands on a high place, just as Aizen Sasuke's subordinate Koyate Stark chose to split his soul. Kagami Sujetsu is, just as its name suggests, Kagami Sujetsu in the form of Bankei. This Zanpakuto will reflect the appearance of another Aizen Sasuke like the moon and the water mirror. Another appearance of Aizen Sasuke has been hiding in Kagami Sujetsu. He will transform into Kagami Sujetsu and fight with Aizen Sasuke. That Aizen Sasuke. But it is also what Aizen himself absolutely does not want to see. Therefore, Aizen Sasuke has never used Kagami Sujetsu's Bankei state in front of others, and even after he learned about his Bankei, he did not use it, but completely bound it. I have to admit that Aizen Sasuke in that state is a better existence. The flower in the mirror and the moon in the water, they look exactly the same. However, in the Bankei reaction of the mirror flower and water moons in Pakuto, the Aizen Sasuke in the mirror flower and water moon is better than Aizen himself. Because that Aizen Sasuke has already stood in the sky. When Aizen Sasuke himself quietly released the mirror flower and water moon Bankei, he saw Aizen Sasuke in another form in the world of mirror flower and water moon, another Aizen Sasuke who was like the real master of the world. High above, making people look up. It's really unimaginable. It's obviously just a character in Aizen's hypnotic fantasy. The shadow hypnotized by the mirror flower and water moon overlooked his own body and easily defeated his own body again and again. It is because of this Aizen Sasuke can become stronger. In order to make himself stronger, Aizen Sasuke had to occasionally open the Bankei of Kagami Sujetsu and fight with the shadows. That Kagami Sujetsu Bankei spawned from his heart, trying his best to overcome the limit he faced. Because that shadow that was like the flower in the mirror and the moon in the water provided him with a perfect reference, letting him know his true limit and how much power he could get. I will get earlier and earlier. Chapter 637. Two People's Bankei, the final blow of explosion. Always unexpected. No, or rather always outside the framework. Even Orochimaru had some doubts whether Aizen Sasuke used his Bankei to break through the shackles step by step. Could he hide it from Uehara Naraku? This matter. Aizen Sasuke should not be known by anyone. Orochimaru felt a little strange in his heart, and now Aizen Sasuke was exposed here without any care. Would this guy regard him as the final mastermind? Kind of interesting. The white phosphorus snake slowly lowered its head, looked down at Aizen Sasuke and smiled sinisterly. It's really interesting. You actually told me your Bankei at this time. Do you think you have already won? It seems there is no need to continue fighting. Aizen Sasuke looked up at the ferocious and terrifying white phosphorus snake and spread his palms. You have escaped 2 fatal blows, and your spiritual pressure has been weakened to the extreme. I don't think you still have the possibility of fighting back in this situation. Aizen Sasuke stared at the white phosphorus Orochimaru, his eyes slightly dark. Besides, I don't hope to kill Mr. Orochimaru. After all, I really hope to get Mr. Orochimaru's help. We have a common enemy. Common enemy. Soul Society. Soul Society. Go to E13. Squad 0. Soul King Palace. Uehara Clan. Whether it is the power displayed by Soul Society or the power that has been hidden, it is not something they can easily solve at this time. Aizen Sasuke looked at the somewhat relaxed look of the white phosphorus snake and continued calmly. Mr. Orochimaru should know. The real power of the Uehara clan now is those Deadpools. Is my power enough? This is Aizen Sasuke's own analysis. In fact, this is not an analysis, because the Uehara clan has never concealed their structure. The lack of respect of the 13 Deadpools to the new head of the family, Uehara Naraku, proves that they still have a huge influence or control over the huge power of the Uehara clan. Moreover, since Orochimaru has created hundreds of hollows, they still have to hide in the Great Hollow Forest and even need to find a god of death like him who has the power to subvert the Soul Society, which means that Orochimaru is still not sure of winning. If they continue to fight at this time, it will only damage their power in vain, because some losses will make some powerful beings recover for hundreds of years. This is a bit of a waste of time. What Aizen Sasuke wants is not an Orochimaru who needs to recover, but a fighting force that can be used at any time. It's not enough. The white phosphorus snake slowly slid to the ground and turned into Orochimaru again. A mocking smile flashed across his mouth. If it's just this level, it's still a little short of the top 4 officers among the 13 dead waiters. I'm very curious. Aizen Sasuke held the Kyoka Sujetsu in his hand, put the Zanpakuto upright on the ground, and whispered, if I add this sword, will it be enough? A Zanpakuto in the state of Bankei, enough to make Aizen Sasuke's spiritual pressure break through the limit. Orochimaru's expression became a little strange. Why does this sound weird? If Aizen Sasuke is willing to pick up Kyokusujutsu and abandon his Bankei state that hates Kyokusujutsu, his strength does need to be recalculated. Such Aizen Sasuke seems to be qualified to fight against the top 4 seats of the 13 dead waiters. Wait. But there is a huge problem. That is, Orochimaru and the Uehara clan have never been mortal enemies. He is just another spy that Uehara Naraku wants to plant next to Aizen Sasuke. When thinking of this, Orochimaru's heart became even more strange. He slowly shook his head and his voice gradually became lowered. As for whether you can defeat those guys, let me try. No matter how much Aizen Sasuke said. After all, Orochimaru still needs to use his own strength to test Aizen Sasuke's trump card, which is also the task assigned by Uehara Naraku. Just saying the Bankei. This is not enough as the information given to Uehara Naraku. Orochimaru looked down at Aizen Sasuke. His body became more and more swollen, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised a cold smile. He. Aizen, I have to admit that you are qualified to cooperate with me. Only cooperation between us can defeat the enemies we need to face in the future. But before that, let's distinguish the priorities here. Please. Aizen Sasuke slowly closed his eyes, clenched the mirror flower and water moon in his hand, and nodded slowly. I just want to avoid unnecessary losses. Since Mr. Orochimaru has other means, then, please. Hehehe. What a confident kid. Orochimaru's body became more and more swollen. His lower body gradually turned into a snake body. His body shape gradually changed strangely, and his voice suddenly became gloomy. This is his final form. It is also a sign that Orochimaru is about to enter Bankei. Zanpakuto of American English no Miratsuki resurrect. Orochimaru's body finally turned into a huge monster, with only his head still floating, like a strange snake swallowing and spitting out its snake head, hissing and chanting his Bankei language, the true master of American English no Miratsuki. Until the end of the chanting language, Orochimaru's body suddenly changed completely. A huge monster snake appeared in front of everyone, with 8 huge snake heads shaking in the air, roaring the same name at the same time. That's their name. Yamata. Orochimaru in this state can be said to be a Bankei state, or it can be called the second stage of the Blade state, which is also his final form. Compared with the Yamato no Orochi in the past, the current Yamato no Orochi suddenly changed into another look. No, it should be said that on the basis of the original Yamato no Jutsu, a white bone armor made of spiritual pressure was added. These white bones grew densely on the body of the Yamato no Orochi like scales, making its body look abnormally hard. If you look closely, you will find that under each bone of the white bone scales on the body of this Yamato no Orochimaru, there are all the appearances of hollow Sidon. Rather than saying it is the Yamato no Orochi, it is better to say that it is a monster transformed by Orochimaru using the new energy similar to the chakra of immortal arts, by fusing spirit particles and chakra. The soul of the hollow, the spirit particles of the god of death, the chakra of the ninja. For thousands of years, in order to make up for his soul, and make himself stronger in this world, Orochimaru can't calculate how many hollow souls he has devoured. Now he has finally become such a terrifying behemoth. A group of huge heads lowered their heads and looked down at the tiny Aizen Sasuke on the ground. Each snake head suddenly opened its mouth towards Aizen Sasuke, and the spirit particles and chakra in the entire Yamato no Orochi quickly gathered at the mouths of the 8 snake heads. Hollow flash. Aizen Sasuke looked at the Yamato no Orochi in front of him, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. He stretched out his hand to hold the handle of the Kyokusujutsu, and couldn't help but whispered, "No, that's not right. The energy gathered by the hollow flash is more powerful." Just as Aizen Sasuke was thinking, the Yamato no Orochi had completed its technique, and each snake head had a strange energy bomb in its mouth. Colorful energy bombs. It makes people feel a kind of enchanting beauty. In the distance. Seeing this scene, Nellaire's expression suddenly became extremely serious, and she loudly ordered her subordinates to gather together. "Quickly get close to me." After that, a pitch black ball appeared in Nellaire's hand, and her face was full of solemnity and seriousness. "Hurry up. If you come late, I can't guarantee that you can survive." A group of hollows fled to Nellaire in a panic. Although they didn't know how strong Orochimaru's move was, But if Nalilu, the big sister, wanted to escape, then they would definitely not be able to withstand the aftermath of that move. According to their guess, Orochimaru should have used the Hollow Flash, but that kind of Hollow Flash was very different from other methods. And among these hollows, Grimmjow was undoubtedly the one who moved the fastest to Nella's side. As one of the first group of hollows to follow Orochimaru, Grimmjow knew Orochimaru's power very well, and had helped Orochimaru hunt hollows. That energy was not something he could resist now. When all the hollows gathered together, Nalilu smashed the black ball in her hand, and her figure and the figures of a group of hollows disappeared at the same time. That was the artifact given to her by Orochimaru. It could temporarily allow them to enter the different dimension. Anti-membrane bandits? Uehara looked at the group of disappearing Arankas, took out a small black cube from his pocket, and disappeared with Tozan. This battle is no longer something they can watch. The only ones left on the battlefield were Yamato no Orochi and Aizen Sasuke, who were about to swallow and spit out energy bombs. The others had already disappeared without a trace. It does look a bit scary. Aizen Sasuke slowly clenched the Kagami Sujetsu in his hand and murmured in a low voice, "I hate to see you appear. But at this time, it seems that only you can be my partner." The next moment, a drop of water appeared on the Kagami Sujetsu in Aizen Sasuke's hand. This Zanpakuto, which can be said to be at the top of Soul Society, slowly dripped with water and fell to the ground. When the water drops of the Mirror Flower and Water Moon fell to the ground, they slowly turned into a strange lake surface, reflecting the shadow of another Aizen Sasuke like a mirror. Float to the surface. Water Moon Mirror Image. Original Bankai language. I'm 2nd year. I will also come earlier and earlier, and more. Chapter 638. Those enemies have been gone for thousands of years longer than you. Sujetsu Mirror Image. It is the name of Aizen Sasuke's Bankai move. Ripple slowly appeared in the mirror image of the lake on the ground, and a figure that seemed a little thin and illusory slowly floated out of the mirror image on the lake. Another Aizen Sasuke. Or rather, he should be called the mirror image of Aizen Sasuke. This strange mirror image does not seem to have any spiritual pressure at all, just like his original body in normal times, as if he has no special abilities. There are some subtle differences between the appearance of this mirror image and the original body. Because the mirror image does not wear glasses on his face, his hair is not hanging down in a messy way, like Aizen Sasuke's original body, but stands up high. Especially the unique bun standing upright on his forehead, makes the mirror image Aizen have some bohemian charm out of thin air. Compared with Aizen Sasuke's original body, mirror image Aizen makes people look more stylish. Weakling, we meet again. After the mirror image of Aizen Sasuke appeared, he just smiled and glanced at his original body, and slowly said, "What gave you the confidence that a weakling has the courage to offend my height?" Aizen Sasuke's original body was silent. This is exactly what he hates about the mirror image. Because his mirror image is so similar to him. Whether it is the appearance or the temperament, they are almost exactly the same. Even because the mirror image is hypnotized by Jinghua Shuayu and appears to be more powerful, this mirror image is more like himself than the original body, which makes Aizen Sasuke hate it even more. It's not that he is jealous of the power of the mirror image, but he hates the appearance of a person who is exactly like him. Even though Aizen Sasuke knows very well that this is just a mirror image, but from the state of this mirror image, Aizen Sasuke also knows how arrogant he is. This arrogance allows him to criticize others unscrupulously, but when someone criticizes him with an arrogant attitude, it makes Aizen Sasuke particularly dissatisfied. He should be unique. No, he is unique. Aizen Sasuke adjusted his glasses frame, stared at the mirror image in front of him, and whispered, "It's just an accessory that obeys my orders." The mirror image Aizen raised the corner of his mouth and slowly interrupted the original body. A loser. Is he qualified to say such a thing? Aizen Sasuke's original body was silent again. At this moment, he finally understood how other enemies felt when facing him. He would involuntarily feel the kind of anger that he was controlled and suppressed at all times. It was really annoying. Aizen Sasuke slowly closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to his mirror image, but just reached out and grasped his Zanpakuto Kagami Sujetsu. Because Kagami Sujetsu is the source of controlling Sujetsu's mirror image. As Aizen Sasuke covered his Zanpakuto, the illusory mirror image Aizen couldn't help but laugh. holding his Zanpakuto, and rushing towards the huge Yamato no Orochi. Each of the Yamato no Orochi's heads revealed a rage, and in an instant, all the snake heads ejected the energy bombs in their mouths towards the mirror image of Aizen Sasuke. Each energy bomb seemed to want to directly annihilate the mirror image of Aizen Sasuke. Mirror Aizen raised the mirror image Zanpakuto in his hand, and a brilliant blue light shone, blocking him like a barrier. The next moment, 8 energy bombs instantly hit the barrier. In an instant, a dazzling light shone across the entire Great Hollow Forest, and the light instantly pierced through the darkness, bringing light to the dark hell. At the same time, it also brought destruction. At the moment the two came into contact, endless energy exploded. The entire Great Hollow Forest was instantly swept away by the energy shockwave, and the Killian Great Hollow that was close to them was directly annihilated by the energy shockwave, before they even had time to turn their heads. The other hollows living deep in the Great Hollow Forest looked at this scene with horror, and each of them looked for their own hiding place. They didn't want to bear the disaster. Endless energy swept out in waves. Most of the Great Hollow Forest was almost flattened by this energy. Because the ground lost the support of the Great Hollow Forest, it finally began to slowly collapse, and cracks and collapsed openings appeared almost everywhere in the entire Hukomundo. The hollows in Hukomundo seemed to feel that the world was about to be destroyed. They each looked for a safe place where they could hide, crouching inside and trembling. The collision of two strong men in the Bankei form. It was almost devastating. Even Aizen Sasuke himself was a little surprised by the impact of this collision. He also hid in a barrier and watched the cracks on the barrier. Orochimaru's Bankei and the second stage of the Blade State were really strong and a little scary. This guy's indeed a big man who once left a great name in the Soul Society. This attack alone is not something that anyone can easily resist. Even if Orochimaru wants to rely on his own strength to destroy the Soul Society, he seems to have enough strength to do it. Even if Orochimaru wants to destroy the Soul Society, he may not be able to do it with his body of the Yamato no Orochi. No wonder Orochimaru was able to conquer the Hukomundo earlier than him. These legendary figures are indeed not easy to deal with. After all, each of them has stood at the top of the world. As for the Mirror Aizen, who has directly endured the full strength attack of Orochimaru in the Bankei state, and the second stage of the Katana state, he has already become somewhat dilapidated and embarrassed. The mirror image of the Zanpakuto in the hand of the Mirror Aizen has been broken. Even the body of the Mirror Aizen has gradually become somewhat transparent, as if he is like a fragile glass that may shatter at any time. Obviously, he doesn't seem to be in a good situation after suffering this blow head on. However, compared to Orochimaru who launched the attack on the other side, the image of Mirror Aizen at least barely maintained, and Orochimaru's image was even more miserable. The body of the Yamato no Orochi had long been forced to withdraw. Because all his spiritual pressure was gathered, Orochimaru could not continue to maintain his Bankei form in the second stage of the Blade State, and perhaps he could not continue to maintain the Cursed Sage form. Orochimaru looked extremely exhausted. Now he looked as if he could be killed easily. Aizen Sasuke slowly supported his mirror frame, frowned slightly for the first time, and slowly raised his palm, as if calling to summon his mirror image to his side. The body of Mirror Aizen turned into a ball of water vapor and flew to Aizen Sasuke's side and merged into the mirror flower water moon Zanpakuto again. In the cover of water vapor, Aizen Sasuke's figure was hazy and somewhat illusory. The once arrogant man put away his Zanpakuto, slowly stretched out his fingers, and rubbed his brows under the cover of the water vapor. Although I don't like this method. Aizen Sasuke's voice came out from the hazy water vapor and fell into the ears of the exhausted Orochimaru. It seems that I won in the end. Mr. Orochimaru. Hehe. Orochimaru's voice sounded weaker than ever before. He tried to stand in place with his arms folded and said with a sinister smile, "Yes, from the results, it is indeed you who won. Hehe. You are really a junior who people dare not underestimate. Mr. Orochimaru, you are too kind." Aizen Sasuke stepped out of the water vapor. His spiritual pressure was only slightly weakened, and the whole person seemed to be unaffected by the previous battle. Just when Orochimaru was about to fall, Aizen Sasuke raised his palm and used his spiritual pressure to create a stone chair for Orochimaru, allowing the senior to sit down. The battle has just ended. What they really need to face has just begun. Facing a defeated person, Aizen Sasuke did not mind showing his magnanimity because he has always been a magnanimous person. This is much better than a certain person. Aizen Sasuke slowly sat down, and a stone chair slowly appeared under him, carrying his body. His voice was faintly respectful. Even Mr. Orochimaru just now can't defeat those people. If such a Orochimaru does not dare to face the 13 Deadpools, then perhaps the power of those 13 Deadpools will have to be recalculated. Could it be that the first 4 officers of the 13 Deadpools that Orochimaru fears all possess the same unique power as Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni? This is a bit too incredible. But if you think about it carefully, it is very reasonable, because Yamamoto Shijakuni is powerful but conservative, and those Deadpools who have always been loyal to the Uehara clan also maintain the old order like Yamamoto Shijakuni. Hehehe. Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle. This figure, who had been famous in Soul Society for thousands of years, did not directly answer Aizen Sasuke's question, but asked a new question with a sinister smile. Hehe. Kid, do you think the flowers blooming on the cliff are beautiful? They are no different from ordinary flowers. Aizen Sasuke shook his head slightly and said calmly, but we think the flowers blooming on the cliff are beautiful because we only stop at the edge of the cliff instead of taking a step further towards the sky on the cliff like those flowers growing on the cliff. Hehe. Well said. A hint of approval flashed across Orochimaru's face, and his voice rarely had some seriousness and regret. I'm just a person who stopped on the cliff. Those people never stopped. Aizen Sasuke was silent for a while. The extremely confident captain of the Death God slowly raised his head, stared at Orochimaru in front of him, and adjusted his glasses. No one can resist the temptation of the sky, and I will not stop on the cliff. Hehehe. Of course I know. Orochimaru chuckled, but there was a hint of regret on his face again. But, they have walked thousands of years longer than you. I will get longer and longer. Chapter 639. Just tell me, Mr. Orochimaru, can you rank in the top few? Orochimaru was right. There are no weaklings among the 13 Deadpools. If it weren't for Uehara Naraku's support and Orochimaru's hard work, Orochimaru himself could only barely rank among the top 10 of the 13 Deadpools. Even Orochimaru was no match for Tobirama Senju and Itachi Uchiha. Not to mention, as the top 4 officials, each of them had stood at the top of the world, and each of them had a unique name. Even when Orochimaru faced them in person, he was a little scared. For thousands of years, these officials did not need to sleep and recuperate their souls like in the past world. Instead, they only needed to stay in Uehara Castle to absorb spirit particles and practice to become stronger. To put it bluntly, no matter what world Uchiha Madara and others were born in, according to their talents and willpower, they would sooner or later be able to stand at the top point. Not to mention that they had walked thousands of years longer than Aizen Sasuke and had experienced the baptism of other worlds. If they wanted to catch up with them, it would not be an easy task. Hearing that Orochimaru seemed to have some distrust in his strength, Aizen Sasuke didn't care at all. He just curled the corners of his mouth, smiled and whispered, it seems that Mr. Orochimaru should be able to tell me a lot of information. Yes. A sharp light suddenly flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and after a moment it became gentle again. As long as you realize how powerful they are, hehe, you won't be afraid of them, and dare not resist. It seems that there is no need to remind you of this. Aizen Sasuke slowly shook his head and said softly, if you stop, because some thorns grow on the road ahead, it means that you will never be able to peek at the scenery on the thorny road again. That's not some thorns. Orochimaru's eyes were slightly dim, and there was a hint of anger and fear on his face. If you speak seriously, they should be a flood that can really submerge Soul Society. I'm all ears. Aizen Sasuke nodded slightly. As a person who likes to explore the unknown, Aizen Sasuke is very willing to listen to the stories and information from other people, but he needs to distinguish Orochimaru's words carefully, so as not to be deceived by Orochimaru. Then let's talk about the enemies we need to face first. Orochimaru glanced at Aizen Sasuke, lowered his head slightly and said, because the inheritance of the head of the Uehara clan depends on their secret techniques, it will take a long time for Uehara Naraku to become our enemy. No. Aizen Sasuke shook his head and interrupted Orochimaru's words directly, whispering, even now Naraku, his strength is not something we can underestimate. Although he can't pose a threat to us, I have seen him capture a Gillian Hollow with my own eyes, which is not the height that other Shinigami can reach now. In other words, many Shinigami will find it difficult to achieve this level even in their lifetime. However, Uehara Naraku easily captured Gillian at this age. If it was a life and death situation, he could also fight against the Achukas level Hollow. When Aizen Sasuke said this, he continued to add softly, and according to Lord Orochimaru, Naraku should still be in his infancy. How long does it take for the heads of the Uehara clan to grow from this period to the peak? Mr. Orochimaru must have an impression, right? Hehe. Not bad. Orochimaru smiled grimly and nodded. Then he began to talk about the secrets of the Uehara clan. Generally speaking, the head of the Uehara clan will grow to his peak at around 150 years old, and this period will last about 100 years. This number has been accurately calculated, because generally, the god of death will slowly enter the mature stage at around 150 years old, and in the future, he will begin to rely on the accumulation of time, and gradually become stronger and stronger. When Orochimaru said this, he added, but there are some differences about Naraku Uehara. Among the successive heads of the Uehara clan that I have spied on, they would start to master their first Zanpakuto at around the age of 20. But, a light flashed under Aizen Sasuke's lenses, and a restrained smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He continued in a low voice, Naraku is only 15 years old this year, and he has already mastered the first Zanpakuto passed down from generation to generation in their family. No, too. Orochimaru looked at Aizen Sasuke and suddenly reminded him, because only when your own Zanpakuto has been cultivated to the level of Bankei can you begin to touch the Zanpakuto held by the first head of the family, Uehara. Although Orochimaru knows that these are all made up according to the script, but Orochimaru has actually tried very hard to provide Aizen Sasuke with enough information. Orochimaru really hopes that Aizen Sasuke can pay attention to Naraku Uehara. At the very least, show a little bit of equal strength. Is that so? Aizen Sasuke held up his glasses and couldn't help but chuckled. It seems that I really underestimated my subordinates. This little guy compared to Mr. Orochimaru's close friend, the first generation Uehara clan leader. Who will go further? Orochimaru was a little choked. Aizen Sasuke really asked a good question. After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru frowned slightly and whispered, the kid Uehara Naraku has a stronger talent. If nothing unexpected happens, he is likely to be the strongest one. After that, Orochimaru added, but according to his personality, the combat power he can exert may be the weakest one. This is not wrong. Even Aizen Sasuke had to admit it. Now Uehara Naraku is like a spoiled child, not knowing the importance of anything. If it weren't for the protection of the 13 dead pools, he would have been killed countless times. Is that so? The smile on Aizen Sasuke's lips grew bigger and bigger, as if he heard something happy. Interesting. Then if we can find a way to let Naraku exert his full strength, maybe he will be a good opponent in the future. Well, such an opponent just happens to be his opponent for the future. If after the completion of the future Hokage, he can control Naraku's life little by little, making him stronger and stronger, and become a stepping stone for himself to go further. This kind of thing seems very interesting. Are you crazy? Orochimaru looked at Aizen Sasuke strangely, and couldn't help but persuade him, shouldn't we kill him with all our strength at this time? Aizen Sasuke was silent for a second, and smiled at Orochimaru, and asked a difficult question. Mr. Orochimaru, can we kill him now, by surpassing the 13 dead pools? Orochimaru also fell into silence strangely, because the bastard Uehara Naraku was always worried that he would have to expose his power. He worked hard to train the 13 dead pools as his bodyguards. His purpose was to prevent anyone from harming him, and making others dare not covet. Mr. Orochimaru. Aizen Sasuke looked at Orochimaru and calmly introduced him. From the first time I met him, until he became the vice captain of the 5th division, I never gave up the idea of killing Naraku. But, there is no need to say what follows. Because of the existence of the 13 dead pools, Aizen Sasuke's ideas could never succeed. Before the Hokage was completed, Aizen Sasuke didn't want to expose his identity personally. Then let's talk about the story of the 13 dead pools. Orochimaru nodded slowly, a touch of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, and he said softly, among the 13 dead pools, except for the last 4 who can be solved by the Arrancar, the others are not ordinary people. The strength is really terrifying. Aizen Sasuke's expression did not change, and he continued calmly, Mr. Orochimaru, can you introduce me to the information of the 13 dead pools? Hehehe. Okay. Orochimaru chuckled, nodded slowly, and talked about the information of the 13 dead pools in his mouth. He can leak some information about each dead pool, because only by leaking enough information can Aizen Sasuke be further forced to create a complete Hokage. The 13th officer, Eluosha, is in charge of the finances of the Uehara clan. He is listed as one of the 13 dead pools because of his ability to refine precious minerals such as gold dust. The 12th officer, Hazuki Jinjetsu, is also the holder of a water-type Zanpakuto and is also good at illusions. In terms of Zanpakuto alone, Hazuki Jinjetsu's Zanpakuto is a low-profile version of Kyokusujutsu in a sense. The 11th officer, Mu, holds a Zanpakuto that can annihilate everything. As long as his spiritual pressure is sufficient, he can theoretically annihilate any enemy with weaker spiritual pressure than him. The 10th officer, AI, holds a lightning type Zanpakuto. However, AI is not better at the ability of the god of death, but at the physique that is enough to fight head on with the Arrancar and the Great Hollow. When talking about the 9th officer, Orochimaru's face suddenly became a little ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, the 9th officer, Uchiha Itachi. That bastard. It sounds like there is some story. Aizen Sasuke glanced at Orochimaru with an ugly expression, and said slowly, I have come into contact with this 9th officer named Uchiha Itachi. Seriously speaking, his ability is exactly what I want to get. Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu black flame that is enough to burn fire. Aizen Sasuke really wanted to know which flame was stronger, Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu black flame, or Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni's Raijinjaka. Orochimaru quickly told Aizen Sasuke the answer. Don't expect it. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and continued in a deep voice. That is a natural ability like the Arrancar Great Hollow. Amaterasu black flame that is enough to burn Raijinjaka. Is that so? Aizen Sasuke lowered his head in thought. Compared to Uchiha Itachi's innate ability that can break Raijinjaka, Aizen Sasuke is more interested in Orochimaru's attitude towards Uchiha Itachi. This legendary senior seems to have suffered a great loss at the hands of the 9th officer. It's just a pity that they have just started to cooperate, and Aizen Sasuke doesn't think this is a suitable time to ask. Maybe I can slowly check in the future. The 8th officer, Uchiha Obito, has no special abilities, but people can't catch his whereabouts. The 7th officer, Namikaze Minato, has no noteworthy abilities except speed. The 6th officer, Sarutobi Hiruzen, used to be my teacher. Aizen Sasuke's expression gradually became subtle. Aizen Sasuke always thought that Orochimaru, the senior, was a person who could go head to head with the first 4 officers, but now it seems that his idea is a bit biased. And the story of the storm manager begins in the next chapter. Chapter 640, The Recluse in the Present World, Urahara Kasuke. Orochimaru doesn't seem to be that powerful. If he hadn't seen Orochimaru's Yamato no Orochi form with his own eyes, Aizen Sasuke would have doubted whether he had chosen the wrong partner. Uchiha Itachi, the 9th officer, had made him suffer a great loss. The information about the 8th and 7th officers was not detailed enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 6th officer, was also Orochimaru's former teacher. Even the officers ranked lower. Aizen Sasuke heard from Orochimaru's vague words that they were very difficult to deal with. How did this guy survive? Of course. Fortunately, Aizen Sasuke had witnessed Orochimaru's ability to save his life, whether it was super speed regeneration, the snake-style substitute technique, or the white phosphorus snake. This guy really has a lot of ways to save his life. This is no wonder. The reason why Orochimaru was able to hide in the Hukomundo is probably that he turned all his abilities into how to survive the enemy's attack. He really did everything he could to survive. Aizen Sasuke was silent for a while and skipped the question about the 6th officer because he thought Orochimaru continued to ask softly, what about the 5th officer, Tobirama Senju? To this day, Aizen Sasuke still remembers what Orochimaru mentioned. That is Orochimaru Kabuto Yakushi and another person, a person who defected to the Uehara clan, and Tobirama Senju who once truly studied the impure world reincarnation technique. If I remember correctly. Because the first 4 officers of the 13 Deadpools rarely appear, Tobirama Senju is the most famous Deadpool in the entire Uehara clan. He also holds the power of the entire Uehara clan, and is said to be able to mobilize the power of the entire Uehara castle. The most important thing is that the power of Tobirama Senju should not be underestimated. Now he is the 5th ranked officer, only below the first 4 officers of the 13 Deadpools. Senju Tobirama. Orochimaru's face suddenly became more solemn than ever before. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, Senju Tobirama is my teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen's teacher, and the person I admired the most. Aizen Sasuke's smile became strange again. Senju Tobirama is Sarutobi Hiruzen's teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen is Orochimaru's teacher. This Orochimaru doesn't seem to have such a high status as imagined. So, the most suspicious thing is, are Orochimaru and Uehara really close friends? Could it be that Orochimaru was once a retainer of the Uehara clan, but later he defected from the Uehara clan for the sake of reincarnation? This matter, think about it, it's a bit reliable. Are you thinking about something rude? Orochimaru noticed the strange look of Aizen Sasuke, and a sinister smile flashed across his face. It seems that, no matter how much I say, you won't understand what kind of enemy we are facing. Why don't you go and see for yourself how powerful those guys are? Orochimaru slowly raised his head, and the smile on his face became more and more sinister. I heard that this time, the brat Uehara Naraku encountered an assassination. The 2nd officer of the 13 dead waiters, Hashirama Senju, and the 5th officer, Tobirama Senju, rushed to the human world. That's true. Aizen Sasuke supported his glasses and whispered, in addition to the 2nd officer, Hashirama Senju, and the 5th officer, Tobirama Senju, there are also the 7th officer, Minato Namikaze, the 8th officer, Obito Uchiha, and the 9th officer, Itachi Uchiha. The Uehara clan sent out 5 officers in one breath. This kind of lineup is so strong that it is impossible not to take it seriously. All the captains of the entire Goto 13 knew about this. As the captain of the 5th division and Uehara Naraku's direct superior, Aizen Sasuke was no exception. 5 officers. Orochimaru slowly pinched his fingers and sneered. This time, the force they sent out is enough to destroy the entire world. Aizen Sasuke remembered his own arrangements and slightly curled his lips. It looks like something interesting will happen. At the same time, in the different dimension, Tozen Kaname and Ulquiorra were a little embarrassed. Although they were in the same camp, Tozen Kaname's direct superior was Senju Tobirama, and Ulquiorra's original direct superior was Orochimaru, and later belonged to Uehara Naraku himself. Seriously speaking, Tozen Kaname's level is slightly lower. Ulquiorra looked at Tozen Kaname, whose eyes were covered, and asked softly, Mr. Tozen Kaname, I'm a little curious. Orochimaru has praised Lord Tobirama's wisdom many times. What kind of person is he? A great person. Tozen Kaname slowly lowered his head, because he had just received a promise from Senju Tobirama that, as long as he found a suitable opportunity in the future to point out Aizen Sasuke's crimes in front of Yamamoto Shizukuni and successfully expel Aizen Sasuke from the Soul Society, Senju Tobirama would transplant his eyes for him. Whether it was the favor of helping him kill his enemy before, or the promise of transplanting his eyes for him, Tozen Kaname was willing to be loyal to Senju Tobirama. The present world. The story of Hukomundo is about to come to an end. The wonderful story in the present world has just begun. The 10th division of the Goto 13 led by Shibaraishin and the Anbu Death Squad led by Namikaze Minato did not conceal their whereabouts, and the people hiding in the present world soon got their news. Urahara Shoten. Since Aizen Sasuke planned the heroification of Shinigami, Urahara Kisuke and others fled to the real world with the help of Shihao Nyaruchi, and Soul Society also assumed that Urahara Kisuke and others had been exiled. Because Shihao Nyaruchi was a noble, and Hirakomako and others were also captain level Shinigami at the time. Now Urahara Kisuke has opened a store in the real world, specializing in selling Shinigami supplies, and is also secretly collecting news from the Soul Society. The most important thing is collecting the movements of Aizen Sasuke. It's just that there has been constant news from the Soul Society during this period of time, and no matter which piece of news is brought out, Uehara Kisuke and others are extremely shocked. The first news. Uehara Kisuke's teacher Kabuto Yakushi has disappeared. This news did not actually cause Uehara Kisuke to panic. Because in the past, Uehara Kisuke was highly valued by Kabuto Yakushi, and he also knew that Kabuto Yakushi had joined the Zero Division. He even used Kabuto Yakushi to enter the Zero Division for a period of time many times. In Uehara Kisuke's opinion, the disappearance of Kabuto Yakushi should be like Ikifune Kiryu's entering the Soul King Palace to practice in seclusion. After all, Kabuto Yakushi was accepted by the Zero Division hundreds of years ago. The only problem is Ruki Akatsuki. Fortunately, the little girl Ruki Akatsuki was also adopted by the Akatsuki clan, and it seems that no one has noticed anything. The second news. The new head of the Uehara clan, Naraku Uehara, has joined the 5th division. This news undoubtedly made Uehara Kisuke feel uneasy. In any case, the Uehara clan is also related to the safety of the Soul Society. Once Naraku Uehara is assassinated or used by Aizen Sasuke, it is bound to cause a civil war in the Soul Society. However, before Uehara Kisuke wanted to discuss with Yoruichi to contact Naraku Uehara and remind the little guy to be careful of Aizen Sasuke, the third news came. The masked corps sent someone to assassinate the new head of the Uehara clan, intending to provoke a civil war in the Soul Society and destroy the Soul Society. This is a heinous crime. This news is bad news. Whether it is for Uehara Kisuke and others, or for those masked legions such as Hirakomako who are active in the real world, this news even sounds a bit fatal. The most deadly news came soon. The 5th Division Vice Captain Uehara Naraku, the 10th Division Captain Shibaraishin, and the 7th Officer of the 13 Deadpool's Namikaze Minato have joined forces to lead a large force into the real world to capture the murderer. Are you kidding? Uehara Kisuke looked at the black cat sitting opposite him. His mouth could not hide his surprise, and even the small fan in his hand stopped. How could such a crime fall on us? Haven't Hirako and others been very well behaved recently? Not sure. As the black cat spoke, her figure gradually changed. A brown-skinned purple-haired beauty sat opposite Uehara Kisuke. Her face was no longer as happy as before. She just frowned and said, "The assassination of Uehara Naraku this time was too serious." The 5th official of the Uehara clan, Senju Tobirama, personally put pressure on the higher-ups to find the murderer as a warning to others and avoid similar incidents. Oh, it's Aizen's doing again. Uehara Kisuke chuckled and immediately revealed the name of the mastermind behind the scenes. When Aizen Sasuke framed him, Hirakomako and others, Uehara Kisuke had already regarded Aizen Sasuke as his greatest enemy in his life. He knew Aizen Sasuke's methods very well. Uehara Kisuke shook his head slightly, with a hint of regret on his face. It looks like we are being used as scapegoats. Shibaraishin and the 10th Division are easy to deal with, but the Uehara clan is a wealthy family that even teacher Kabuto has to stay away from. When Uehara Kisuke said this, he whispered again, "I remember teacher Kabuto mentioned that the head of the Uehara clan will have the 8th and 9th officers as permanent guards by his side, plus the 7th officer, Namikaze Minato. That guy Namikaze Minato." Shihao and Yoruichi thought of the old grudges. She slowly shook her head and whispered, "That guy's not a big trouble this time, because the real trouble is still to come." Shihao and Yoruichi raised her head and looked at Uehara Kisuke and said in a deep voice, "According to the information I got in Soul Society, in addition to that guy Namikaze Minato, the Uehara clan's 2nd officer, Senju Hashirama, and the 5th officer, Senju Tobirama, also went out together." Uehara Kisuke fell silent. Because he once studied under Kabuto Yakushi, Uehara Kisuke had to know the ranking of the 13 Deadpools of the Uehara clan. Uehara Kisuke especially knew what the top 4 officers meant. Each of the top 4 officers was a force standing at the top of Soul Society. It was precisely because of the existence of the top 4 officers that the captain of the Gotei 13, Jinryusei Shijakuni Yamamoto, and the members of the Zero Squad did not dare to rashly start a civil war against the Uehara clan. To put it bluntly, they really got into big trouble this time. I'm a fan of the store manager. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641. Uehara Naraku is just an ignorant victim. Yoruichi Shihin was feeling a bit heavy-hearted. The appearance of Hashirama Senju, the second officer of the 13 Deadpools, was almost like the appearance of Jinryusei Yamamoto, the captain of the Gotei 13, Shigekuni Yamamoto, with Ryujin Jaka to chop people. Who could feel good about it? Especially since Yoruichi Shihin had a bad relationship with the Uehara clan, and was even captured by the officer Minato Namikaze himself, and even nearly died in Uehara Castle. Keisuke Urahara was feeling a bit different. It sounds a bit scary. Keisuke Urahara chuckled, lowered his head slightly to hide his gaze, and suddenly suggested, by the way, Yoruichi, do you want to wear one of my clothes first? After all, Yoruichi Shihin's image was a bit unsightly right now. A hot beauty sitting naked in front of Urahara Keisuke made him feel a little restrained. It seemed that it was not appropriate to continue discussing serious matters in this situation. Are you still paying attention to this kind of thing? Shifungi and Yoruichi looked at Urahara Keisuke's expression, and couldn't help but chuckled. She stood up, without hiding her beautiful figure at all, and took out a coat from the hanger next to her, and put it on herself. The brown-skinned beauty sat in front of Urahara Keisuke again. Her face became serious again, and she asked in a deep voice, have you thought clearly about what to do? If the Uehara clan insists on arresting us, this is not a joke. Even if Shifungi and Yoruichi was bold enough to make a scene in the central 46th room of the Soul Society, she did not dare to underestimate the seat officer sent by the Uehara clan. Whether it is Yoruichi Shihoin or Keisuke Urahara, both of them have served as captains of a certain squad of the Gotei 13, and even entered the Zero Squad. Keisuke Urahara has also been suppressed by the Uehara clan, because he was a disciple of Kabuto Yakushi. They understand the horror of the Uehara clan better than others. If you talk seriously, the four nobles of the Soul Society are really not worthy of carrying shoes in front of the Uehara clan, and it can even be said that they are just beggars. When Yoruichi Shihoin rashly sneaked into Uehara Castle, and was captured by Minato Namikaze, he would have been sentenced to death on the spot, and the Shihoin clan did not even dare to visit Ashley. If it weren't for the Gotei 13 interceding, Yoruichi Shihoin would have died there long ago. And I'm afraid they're serious. Yoruichi Shifungi thought of the young man who was as warm as the sun, and couldn't help but grit her teeth and whispered, that guy Minato Namikaze is quite difficult. That bastard. He looked so sunny and kind. He was merciless when he started fighting. Even though Yoruichi Shifungi has grown a lot now, she still doesn't think she can get anything good from Minato Namikaze. That man is too fast, so fast. Even she can't see clearly. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. Urahara Keisuke slowly put down his fan, revealing a pair of sharp eyes, and his voice lowered slightly. Maybe this time may be our chance. HMM. Yoruichi Shifungi's face was a little surprised. What other chances are there? The two of them had a bad relationship with the Uehara clan before. This time they were also used as scapegoats by the central 46th room to let the Uehara clan vent their anger, so this action must be a result recognized by many parties. When crisis comes, opportunity is also around. Urahara Keisuke's voice became lower and lower in the secret room, as if he was talking to himself. The new head of the Uehara family is a good guy. I heard that teacher Kabuto also mentioned that he is the hope for peace in Soul Society. Urahara Keisuke slowly raised his head, looked at Shihoin and Yoruichi in front of him, and whispered, maybe this time, it is also our chance to expose Aizen Sasuke. When he said this, Urahara Keisuke's eyes trembled slightly, and he whispered, the first problem we have to face is that we must find a way to find out the real murderer of the assassination of the young head of the family. This is not easy to do. Shihoin Yoruichi shook his head, frowned slightly, and whispered, according to the information I know, the members of other teams had left the battlefield that day. When he was assassinated, the only people present were the members of the 5th team. Heh. The smile on Urahara Keisuke's face became even stronger, and he could hardly suppress his laughter. Then it must be Aizen Sasuke who did it. It seems that things are simpler than I thought. We have to find a way to meet with the young master. This is actually just Urahara Kisuke thinking too much. No matter what, Urahara Kisuke would never have thought that, whether it is Uehara Naraku or Aizen Sasuke, their goals are the same at this moment. No. Even the goal of the entire Soul Society is the same. That is to put the blame for Uehara's assassination on Urahara Kisuke's head. Originally, Uehara Naraku had a little bit of good feelings for Urahara Kisuke, and even thought that this was also a person who could be included in their Akatsuki organization. As a result, Urahara Kisuke broke away from his teacher Kabuto Yakushi, and this guy even regarded Kabuto Yakushi as a tool that could be used. Even if Uehara Naraku thought he was generous, he would definitely get back the place for his subordinates. Obviously, if they didn't get along, they could just part ways amicably. But, using Kabuto Yakushi was a bit too much. This kind of thing is undoubtedly a provocation to the Akatsuki organization and Uehara Naraku. Just when Urahara Kisuke was still thinking about his countermeasures, a tall figure rushed into the room and said in panic, "Manager, something big has happened. Hirako and the others sent news that a team of Shinigami has set their sights on them." Ah. A flash of surprise flashed across Urahara Kisuke's face, and he instantly put away his fan, his face slightly not looking good. Isn't Hirako that guy? Too impulsive? If he is too impulsive, it may easily cause the situation between them to be irreversible. If Hirako Mako and others had a conflict with the Uehara clan, according to the Uehara clan's overbearing temperament, even if they didn't assassinate Uehara Naraku, they would definitely be regarded as an enemy. In that case, what's the point of them still thinking about countermeasures here? And at that time, everything will definitely be irreversible. The present world. An empty building. With the help of a Shinigami stationed in reality, Shibaraishin and Namikaze Minato temporarily chose this place as a resting area for these Shinigami. At the same time, Uehara Naraku also temporarily lived here. Now that all of them have finally arrived in reality and reunited, they began to discuss their actions in the real world. The first step must be to search for the whereabouts of Urahara Kisuke, Hirako Mako and others. This is really harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Shibaraishin couldn't help scratching his head and said softly, "Besides, they are all in the real world, and they must be wearing artificial bodies to hide their spiritual pressure. This is more troublesome. If they don't meet them head on, they will definitely not be able to tell where those guys are hiding. After all, there has been no news about them for so many years. Even if they occasionally know that the masked core is active in the real world, these people will disappear quietly like a drop of water sinking into the sea. Even if they trace the traces of spiritual pressure, it is too late." And speaking of it, Shibaraishin actually doesn't really hope to catch Hirako Mako and others. After all, Hirako Mako's masked core were once the captains or vice captains of the Gotei 13. Strictly speaking, they are also victims. What's more, this time Uehara Naraku's assassination is questionable. Captain Shibaraishin wants to delay. The Uehara clan has no intention of delaying. Please don't worry about this problem. Namikaze Minato slowly shook his head and whispered, "After Lord Tobirama's order, we found the area where the masked core is active. I have sent people to that area in advance and sent them to use the purple sun array barrier to block that area. In fact, the strength of the purple sun array barrier may not be able to block people. The purpose of the barrier is just to expose the whereabouts of Hirako Mako and others." After Uehara Naraku arrived in the human world, he found the whereabouts of Hirako Mako and others, and by the way, he also gave them enough time to pass on the whole story of the Uehara clan and the Gotei 13's joint encirclement and suppression of them to Urahara Kisuke. According to the hatred between this group of people and Aizen Sasuke, Hirako Mako, Urahara Kisuke and others will definitely blame Aizen Sasuke for everything that happened. No, these were originally secretly instigated by Aizen Sasuke. He, Uehara Naraku, is just an ignorant victim. Uehara Naraku sat in the main seat. He slowly raised his head and glanced at Minato Namikaze. He rubbed his brows and said helplessly, "Mr. Minato, let's solve the problem here quickly. After catching those assassins, we will go back to Soul Society immediately." Minato Namikaze's expression became a little weird. What is this boss trying to do again? Aren't you the one who manipulated the assassination incident, ordered them, the officials, to come to the world and tried to delay time and wait for Aizen Sasuke and Urahara Kisuke to fight? Why did this guy become the same again? Obviously, everything that is happening now is directed by him, and he is pretending to be kind. I have something to do today, it's a little late, don't panic. And Chapter 642, The Masked Legion. Here we go. Moji Town. The spiritual power in this area is quite rich. During this period, the Masked Corps has been active here. Since decades ago, Aizen Sasuke conspired to manipulate and create a Helloization experiment, and conducted Helloization experiments on a group of powerful Shinigami such as Hirako Mako and Tsuruka Hiyori, forcing these Shinigami to flee the Soul Society. Fortunately, these Shinigami got the help of Urahara Kisuke and barely controlled their Helloization. Now they have both the Zanpakuto of Shinigami and the ability of Hollow. It can even be said that their strength may be improved. Unfortunately, they were driven out of the Soul Society. Now, these masked Shinigami who master the Helloization are hiding in the real world, constantly collecting the dynamics of all parties, and preparing to take revenge on Aizen Sasuke. They call themselves the Masked Army. However, the Soul Society calls them the Masked Corps. Now, the leader of the Masked Corps is called Hirako Mako. Mako Hirako has yellow hair in a watermelon-like hairstyle. In addition, Mako Hirako is always undisciplined and unrestrained. He likes beautiful girls very much. He doesn't look like a good person. Of course, if you underestimate Mako Hirako for this reason, it would be a bit too careless, because before Mako Hirako became the Masked Shinigami, he was the captain of the 5th Division. Yes, Mako Hirako is the captain of Aizen Sasuke. In a sense, Mako Hirako is also a person that Aizen Sasuke used to be wary of, because Mako Hirako had long seen the danger in Aizen Sasuke. Therefore, Mako Hirako gathered Aizen Sasuke by his side, so that he could always monitor Aizen Sasuke to prevent this guy from doing anything dangerous. Unfortunately, Mako Hirako underestimated the power of Aizen Sasuke. Mako Hirako not only did not cause Aizen Sasuke any trouble, but also aroused Aizen Sasuke's vigilance, and was also plotted and assassinated by Aizen Sasuke first, and almost died in the Helloization experiment. If you count it this way, Mako Hirako and Aizen Sasuke are also sworn enemies. No, it should be said that the entire Masked Corps is sworn enemies with Aizen Sasuke, and they can't wait to kill him, but it's a pity that they can't do this. Except for Mako Hirako, another leader of the Masked Corps is relatively reliable. Tsuruki Hiyori, a little girl who looks very arrogant. In fact, Tsuruki Hiyori is really arrogant. She was once the vice captain of the 12th Division and a former subordinate of Urahara Kisuke. She is a little girl with a head full of blonde hair and twin ponytails. Tsuruki Hiyori's attitude is usually very arrogant. Based on their daily interactions, people often think that she is the most famous person in the Masked Corps. In fact, she is also the one who should not be provoked. Because this little girl like Shinigami also has a little girl's temper. Once she sees something that makes her unhappy, she will curse and beat on the spot. Even if it is Mako Hirako, she will not hesitate to beat him. In addition to the two of them, there are also Fenkia Lao, Rakugiru Makensei, Akora Abu and others. Almost every one of them was once the captain or vice captain of the Gotei 13. There is even a vice chief who practices the way of the ghost. The 8 members of the Masked Corps can be said to be all captain level Shinigami or even above. Each of them cannot be underestimated. This is also the reason why the Gotei 13 was unwilling and did not want to come to encircle them before. Now, this group of members of the Masked Corps are hiding in Moto Town. Each of them is strong enough, so they have also seen the barrier that trapped the entire Moto Town. Now there is a purple barrier above the entire Moto Town, preventing Mako Hirako and others from leaving Moto Town. Rather than saying it is blocking, it is more serious to say that it is monitoring. Moreover, the Masked Corps also received news from Soul Society that they were the direct scapegoats in the assassination of Uehara Naraku, which made these guys extremely angry. They couldn't find the murderer, but they pushed it on them. Is this still something a human would do? Although they also knew that the assassination of Uehara Naraku was indeed a major event that could alarm Soul Society, this still did not prevent these now free masked Shinigami from feeling unhappy. Just chop it up. Mako Hirako was lying on the roof board, looking up at the purple barrier, and said nonchalantly, "Will the Uehara clan underestimate us? Well, if they want to trap us, they should at least use a red sun formation, right?" As the former high-ranking members of the Goto 13, everyone had learned about the Uehara clan's intelligence, and they understood what Mako Hirako meant. The Uehara clan has two very famous secret barriers. One of them is called the 4 Purple Sun Formation, which is said to be able to trap Gillian and even Achukas level hollows, and can also trap Captain level Shinigami. Another one is called the 4 Red Sun Formation, which is said to be able to trap Vastold level hollows, and also said to be able to trap Captain level Death Gods. In fact, they have only seen the 4 Purple Sun Formation. The 4 Purple Sun Formation barrier is not that scary. In fact, it is just a barrier used by ordinary death gods under the Uehara clan when fighting. It seems that it is basically useless, at least it can't cause any big obstacles to them. In comparison, the 4 Red Sun Formation barrier is more secretive. It is said that no one has ever seen the 4 Red Sun Formation barrier. Those are secret techniques that only the 13 death attendants of the Uehara clan can master, and they rarely appear outside. Once the Red Sun Formation barrier appears, it must mean the appearance of the 13 death attendants. When Serukaki Hiyori heard Hirako Mako complain about the weakness of the Purple Sun Formation barrier, a flash of anger suddenly flashed across her face, and she jumped up and punched Hirako Mako on the head. This punch directly knocked Hirako Mako off the roof. Tsuruaki Hiyori held her arms with an unhappy look on her face, and cursed loudly, "Are you an idiot? They are not here to trap us, but to track us down. As long as they show up and break the Xiang formation, the death gods under the Uehara clan will definitely swarm in. This is the most troublesome part. Then what should we do?" Hirako Mako scratched the big bump on his head and muttered, "Let those guys slowly mobilize people to surround us. This is not in line with my style." At the end, Hirako Mako suddenly grinned and said with a chuckle, "Hey, why don't we try the power of the 13 Deadpools of the Uehara clan? We couldn't provoke them when we were still in the Soul Society, but now we—" "Shut up." Tsuruaki Hiyori flew down. The next moment, the little girl kicked Hirako Mako in the face, leaving a small footprint on her face, and kicked her out directly. Now, of course, don't provoke a strong enemy casually. That's the only powerful family in Soul Society, the Uehara clan. Hikafunki Ryu, the member of Squad Zero that Tsuruaki Hiyori admires the most, once mentioned in person that you should never provoke that clan casually, lest you cause big troubles that cannot be solved. Although it seems that these masked corps can do whatever they want. But in fact, that powerful family that doesn't even take the entire Goto 13 seriously is the real lawless. Hey, stop making trouble. Rikuguru Makensei frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on the Xiang formation barrier, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that someone is coming from outside the barrier. In fact, I'm also a fan of the Masked Corps." Chapter 643 A man performing in front of Uehara Naraku. Outside Moju town, hundreds of Shinigami swarmed in. The masked Shinigami looked at this group of enemies who were obviously hostile, and everyone's face became a little solemn. They slowly stood up and looked at the enemies flying towards the barrier from a distance. They all knew the leader, the current captain of the 10th division of the Goto 13, Shiburai-shin, the 7th officer of the 13th dead attendants of the Uehara clan, Minato Namikaze, and the young master of the Soul Society's wealthy family, Uehara Naraku. It's so disturbing. Mako Hirako flew onto the roof, a terrifying smile on her lips. "Oh, it looks like they have already determined our location. Then what should we do?" The little girl, Tsuruaki Hisori, flew onto Mako Hirako's shoulder, stepped on Mako Hirako's head, and looked at the enemy in the distance, slowly frowning. "Should we run away now? It seems there is no better way, right?" A girl in a sailor suit wearing glasses standing next to them had a strange expression on her face. She touched her glasses and whispered, "Maybe we can stay and consider teaching them a lesson, so that they remember that we are inviolable." Her name is Lisa Yadomaru. Yadomaru Lisa was once the former vice captain of the 8th division, but this young reaper in a sailor suit had a cold look on her face at this moment. Let's be rational. Irisada Bokujin, the former vice chief of the Ghosts, slowly shook his head and muttered softly, "It seems that there are other enemies here." The next moment, Irasada Bokujan's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Wait, they are rushing towards us directly. Should we retreat immediately?" Too late. Rikuguruma Kensei shook his head and said in a deep voice, "If we run away now, we will only become prey hunted by the enemy. Mr. Namake's Minato, so far not many people are sure to escape from him." Another girl with short green hair glanced at the enemy in the distance, couldn't help shaking her head, and said softly, "I seem to remember that he is the fastest in Soul Society. In fact, it is true. Namake's Minato is known as the fastest in Soul Society. Just talking about the use of instant steps, he is also known as the best in Soul Society. Even if these former captain level Shinigami can use the holoization to increase their speed, they can't surpass Minato Namake's. It is very likely that under Minato Namake's speed control, it will turn into a chase scene of a lion chasing a rabbit." Crash. Just when the masked Shinigami was still thinking about countermeasures, the 4 purple flame formation was broken in an instant. Someone used external force to forcibly break the 4 purple flame formation. 2 figures quickly jumped up and landed beside them. One of the figures urged loudly, "Hey, Irako, why don't you leave? What are you waiting for here?" It was Urahara Kisuke Shifungi and Yaruchi who hurried over. After receiving the instructions from Minato Namake's and Ishin Shiba to encircle and suppress the masked core, Urahara Kisuke Shifungi and Yaruchi hurried here. Unfortunately, they came a little early. No, or rather, for others, they came just in time. A dazzling golden light flew over and suddenly stopped in front of the masked core and Urahara Kisuke, gradually changing back to a slightly childish appearance. Uehara Naraku, the newly promoted vice captain of the 5th division, stood on the roof, looking at the masked core and Urahara Kisuke and others below, with a flash of compassion in his eyes. "Sorry, please hand over the murderer who attacked and injured Captain Aizen." This sentence is not wrong. In any case, in the assassination of Uehara Naraku, the only person who was really injured on the surface was Aizen Sasuke, who was hit by the hollow flash, in order to protect Uehara Naraku. It is precisely because of this. Aizen Sasuke is also a favor to Uehara Naraku. Besides, the relationship between the two of them was originally good, and Uehara Naraku had always admired his captain, at least it seemed so. When talking about Aizen, a struggle flashed across Uehara Naraku's face, and his voice gradually became serious. "Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I would do." The moment he finished speaking, Uehara Naraku's face had become full of strength and indomitable spirit. At this moment, Uehara Naraku seemed like a passionate young man who came to avenge his captain. The scene was silent. The masked Shinigami looked at each other. Is this the young master of the Uehara clan? Just looking at him, he doesn't seem to be anything special, but his ability to fly with one hand turned into light just now seems a bit amazing. Speaking of which, it would be great if this guy Aizen Sasuke was really injured. What an innocent child. Shifungi and Yaruchi slowly raised her head and looked at Uehara Naraku with a serious face. The corners of her mouth could not help but curl up a smile, and she looked up and down at the little head of the family, It seems that he has not grown up at all. If I remember correctly, the head of the Uehara family at this age cannot make decisions, right? If I remember correctly, the Uehara family should have been ruled by the 13 dead servants during this period. A head of the family like Uehara Naraku, who looks like he is not yet an adult, is just treated as a spoiled child by the 13 dead servants, and has no real power at all. Yaruchi, don't talk nonsense. Urahara Kisuke interrupted Shifungi and Yaruchi, looked at Uehara Naraku in front of him, coughed lightly a few times, and lowered his head politely. Ahem. It is a great honor for us to be able to meet Mr. Naraku in the world today. This is the etiquette that Urahara Kisuke wants to follow. In any case, let's seize the atmosphere a little, because Urahara Kisuke is also very good at coaxing children. When facing such a hot-blooded little guy, the best way is to induce him to obey his attitude and communicate. There is no need to mention some topics that should not be raised. Uehara Naraku looked at Urahara Kisuke, frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "I will not listen to any of your sophistry. I just want to know where the masked Shinigami who injured Captain Aizen is hiding." Naraku grinned and couldn't help muttering, if any of us could kill that bastard Aizen, we would have sneaked into Soul Society and killed Aizen. How could we be surrounded here by the Uehara clan and the Goto 13? If Aizen Sasuke could be killed, Naraku really wanted to find the Shinigami who severely injured Aizen Sasuke. Unfortunately, that person must be Aizen's spy. Mr. Naraku. Naraku patted Naraku's shoulder to stop her from speaking. He stretched out his hand to push the brim of his hat and said softly, if you look carefully, the person you are looking for should not be here. Naraku glanced at both sides of Naraku and seemed to have sensed the spiritual pressure hidden nearby. He continued softly, I think what we need to do now is not to waste useless spiritual energy fighting, but to find the masked man who attacked you. Or should I say, that guy is also very likely to be an Arrancar. Naraku spread out his palms, smiled and added, although we left Soul Society many years ago, we were old friends with Captain Aizen. He would not want Mr. Naraku to rashly harm innocent people. This is the wisdom of Naraku. Ever since he learned that Naraku, the young master, had joined the 5th division, Naraku guessed that Aizen Sasuke must have performed well in front of Naraku. This also means Naraku and Aizen Sasuke must have a good relationship. Therefore, at this time, he couldn't rebuke Aizen Sasuke like Naraku did, but first followed Naraku's wishes, and then slowly changed his mind. This required a little insignificant trick. Naraku. Just when Naraku was still thinking about his words, Naraku frowned slightly and interrupted Naraku's train of thought with a cold voice. Before I came, someone specifically told me not to be bewitched by your words. After saying this, a firmness flashed across Naraku's face. He lowered his head and whispered, now it seems that it is just as he said. You are best at using words to instigate others to become your pawns. Everyone you meet will not escape your temptation. Naraku still had his smile on his face, but after a second of silence, he immediately said, doesn't this kind of cognition just prove that what I said makes sense and can convince others? Lord Naraku, you actually think so in your heart, right? The first update. Chapter 644. The world's most talkative Zanpakuchi. Never deny your words at any time. Even if the lies on your lips have been directly exposed by others, you cannot change your attitude at will. Only in this way can you gradually gain the trust of others. Even when you use others, you can be as frank as possible. This is Naraku's code of conduct. He has never avoided the suspicion of others. He just persuades others through interests and common goals to achieve the cooperation he wants. This method has always been successful. Hearing Naraku's persuasion, Naraku frowned slightly. There seemed to be some hesitation on his face, as if he was half persuaded by Naraku. Just when Naraku's mouth corners slightly raised, and he was about to continue to persuade Naraku, Naraku interrupted him. Senior, no matter what you want to say, before that, I must control you first. Wait. Naraku's face rose. What's the matter with this little guy? Isn't he about to be persuaded by him? Naraku's figure slowly floated in the air. He looked down at Naraku and the masked Shinigami, and continued in a deep voice, as long as you are all captured, we can naturally find out whether the masked man who injured Captain Aizen is one of yours. Naraku's approach was actually not wrong. The only problem was that the conspirator of all these accidents was not Aizen Sasuke alone. The real mastermind behind the scenes was Naraku himself. How could Naraku convince a mastermind? If you really count the number of people who can convince a mastermind like Naraku in the 4 worlds combined is estimated to be no more than the number of one hand. Naraku slowly raised his palm, and a golden light appeared in his hand. His voice gradually became solemn. I will not directly convict you of a crime, just because you tried to frame Captain Aizen. I just want to find out the real murderer. This sentence sounds strange. Although Naraku will guarantee fair treatment, and will not deliberately be hostile to these people, because of the grudges between these people and Aizen Sasuke. But no matter who hears Naraku's words, they will not think that Naraku will be friendly to them. They will also blame Naraku's current state on Aizen Sasuke. Even Naraku is no exception. After all, Uehara Naraku has always looked harmless and even treats anyone in the Soul Society very kindly. On the other hand, Aizen Sasuke, that bastard. Urahara Kisuke and this group of masked Shinigami have seen the true face of Aizen Sasuke. Urahara Kisuke's expression was a little heavy. He stared at Uehara Naraku and murmured in a low voice, "It looks like the situation is not good. Uehara Naraku, has he been deceived by that Aizen guy? Huh, is that bastard Aizen's doing again?" Naraku Masahiro grinned, revealing a mouthful of shining teeth, and said with a laugh, "Now it seems that, if we don't want to die in front of this young master, it seems that we have no choice but to resist. It seems that there is no other way except fighting." Shihoin Yoruchi stretched out her palm, slowly pinched her wrist, looked at Namake's Minato and others who were rushing over from a distance, nodded slowly and said, "That Namake's Minato guy, Shibaraishin, Matsumoto Rangaku. Are they the only captain level figures now?" In addition to these captain level Shinigami, the Enbu Shinigami squad of the 10th division and the Uehara clan were not taken seriously by Shihoin Yoruchi and the masked Shinigami. No, there are 2 more. Urahara Kisuke slowly shook his head, looked at the air beside Uehara Naraku, and whispered, "The 8th official Uchiha Obito and the 9th official Uchiha Itachi should be there. The 2 guards of the head of the Uehara family, they never violate their duties." When he said this, Urahara Kisuke frowned, and said in a deep voice, "It would be nice if I could meet the 2nd official Senju Hashirama and the 5th official Senju Tobirama. Maybe those 2 people who can make decisions in the Uehara family can still have a chat. After all, the young head of Uehara Naraku is still too young. Although the strength of the Senju brothers is too strong. But at least the Senju brothers can still communicate a little. Moreover, according to the status and wisdom of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, they should not be easily confused by Aizen Sasuke like Uehara Naraku, right?" At this time, Namake's Minato and Shibaraishin also led their subordinates to rush over and directly surrounded the masked army and Urahara Kisuke and others. Uehara Naraku held a golden lightsaber in his hand, raised his hand, and pointed at Urahara Kisuke and others, and ordered in a deep voice, "Mr. Minato, Senior Shiba, take them down. Make sure to find out the whereabouts of the murderer from their mouths." "Yes." Namake's Minato appeared next to Uehara Naraku in an instant, and slowly pulled out a pitch black kunai in his hand, with a bunch of bandages wrapped around the handle. This is Namake's Minato's kunai. In fact, it is also the Zanpakuto that Namake's Minato practiced. Namake's Minato calmly raised the kunai in his hand, holding the handle of the kunai with one hand and the blade of the kunai with the other hand, chanting his shike words in a low voice. "The will of fire that will never go out. The heart of a ninja soaring in time and space. The 3-pronged blade that carries love." The whole battlefield was echoing with the whisper of Namake's Minato chanting the shike words. When Minato Namake's read out the first sentence, the masked Shinigami could not help but become alert, and even the Goto 13 were ready for battle. Only Urahara Kisuke had a weird expression. Shihoin Yoruchi was even more bored and picked her ears. When Minato Namake's read out the second sentence, the masked Shinigami's faces became a little weird, and Urahara Kisuke's expression was still weird. Shihoin Yoruchi was still picking her ears. When Minato Namake's read out the third sentence, the masked Shinigami Tsuruka Hiyori finally couldn't hold back a little, and muttered, "Hey, why is that guy's Shikeyatsuki so long? What is the name of his Zanpakuto? What's wrong with this Minato Namake's? Isn't he known as the fastest in Soul Society? Why is his Zanpakuto Shikeyatsuki so long-winded? Is there any Zanpakuto in the entire Soul Society with more Shikeyatsuki than Minato Namake's? Why is the fastest in Soul Society so slow? I think it's called something." Yoruchi Shihoin frowned, recalling the name of Minato Namake's Zanpakuto. Her face looked a little ugly, and she just said to herself, "It seems to be called the Sword of Ninja Love. Anyway, it's a very troublesome Zanpakuto." When she said this, Yoruchi Shihoin's expression suddenly became serious, and her voice was much more serious. "Be careful, because this guy is so fast. You may be defeated before he can even pronounce the name of his technique." While this group of people were still complaining, when there was a hint of weirdness on Naraku Uehara's face, across time and space, "You will be omnipresent in this world, go, Sword of Ninja Love." Minato Namake's finally completed his shike. The kunai in his hand instantly showed the symbol of the sword of ninja love, and his figure also disappeared from the spot in an instant. Second update. Chapter 645. Are there no innocent people in this world? Phew. Luckily I'm also the mastermind behind this. There must be something wrong with Minato Namikaze's thinking. As the chief officer of the Uehara clan, especially as the leader of the Anbu Shinigami, Minato Namikaze must have mastered Bankei to be qualified. Once a Shinigami has mastered Bankei, he no longer needs to chant the Shikei utterance when releasing his Zanpakuto. This is also the reason why others did not interrupt Minato Namikaze's chanting, because such a thing actually has no effect at all. However, for Minato Namikaze, chanting the Shikei utterance is a sense of ritual. Minato Namikaze's personality is actually a bit weird. This man who is as warm as the sun has always liked to give his moves some strange names, and he must introduce his moves loudly. He is really a genius at naming. The only problem is that it makes people feel that Minato Namikaze is very verbose. But this impression will not last too long, because when Minato Namikaze stops being verbose, people will see the horror of the fastest in Soul Society. At the moment when Minato Namikaze suddenly disappeared, Yoruichi Shifun's face suddenly became solemn. She waved a short knife in her hand to block Minato Namikaze. Even though she thought her speed was not as fast as Minato Namikaze, she also had her own unique title, Shunshin Yoruichi. Clang. Minato Namikaze clenched his kunai to block the short knife in the woman's hand, and a warm smile suddenly appeared on his face. Obviously, he still remembered Yoruichi Shifung. Minato Namikaze smiled and greeted him, as if he had met an old friend. It's been a long time since we last met, Miss Yoruichi. Yes. Yoruichi Shifung tightly clenched the short knife in her hand, and a smile flashed in her eyes. It's been a long time since we last met. The next moment, Yoruichi Shifung waved the short knife fiercely, forced Minato Namikaze to retreat, and raised her hand to Minato Namikaze, and stretched out her palm. This hot and charming woman. Her strength is also a bit hot. A bolt of lightning transformed from spiritual pressure suddenly shot out from the palm of Yoruichi Shifung's hand, and shot straight at Minato Namikaze, and was about to annihilate Minato Namikaze's body in an instant. At this critical moment, Minato Namikaze's figure disappeared under the attack of the thunder, and suddenly appeared behind Yoruichi Shifung. The sharp edge of the sword of ninja love pressed against Yoruichi Shifung's neck. In just 1 second, the winner was decided. The faces of the masked Shinigami were full of astonishment, as if they looked at Minato Namikaze's actions in disbelief. How did this guy just avoid Yoruichi Shifung's attack? And how could the speed be so fast? Before they even had time to say anything, the battle between Minato Namikaze and Yoruichi Shifung had already turned around. The speed is still so fast. Yoruichi Shifung's body slowly turned into a shadow and dissipated. Yoruichi had expected it. Because when Minato Namikaze disappeared under her thunder attack, Yoruichi Shifung had already anticipated that this scene might happen. After such a long time, Mr. Minato is still attacking the same position. The voice of Yoruichi Shifung echoed quietly throughout the battlefield. Her body quickly wandered on the battlefield, leaving only an elusive afterimage in the air from time to time. A flash of surprise flashed across Minato Namikaze's face, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Miss Yoruichi, you have really grown a lot. Just as Minato smiled, Yoruichi Shifung's body suddenly appeared above Minato Namikaze, and her calves suddenly bent up to directly lock Minato Namikaze's neck. That slender brown beautiful leg was full of murderous intent. Yoruichi Shifung's speed was obviously extremely fast, but she did not make any sound at all, and even when she attacked, her spiritual pressure was quickly hidden. At this moment, Yoruichi Shunshin was the coldest assassin in the world. When she thought that Shifungyo and Yoruichi was about to choke Minato Namikaze, who was standing in the same place, suddenly turned into a residual shadow and disappeared in front of her. The next second, Minato Namikaze's body appeared directly in front of Shifungyo and Yoruichi, holding his sword of love upside down and about to pierce Yoruichi's body. TSK, it's like this again. Shifungyo and Yoruichi held her short knife and blocked the sword of love. She looked directly at the divine robe on Minato Namikaze's body, gritted her teeth and said, "You guy, at least show some real skills. Don't use this trick to coax a child." In the eyes of other people at the scene, The two death gods known for their speed have already started a fight between speed and life. Anyone who wants to intervene will definitely become a victim of their battle. However, in the eyes of Shifungi and Yaruchi, Minato Namikaze still didn't show the speed he should have. Is this guy still treating her as a vulnerable child as he did in the past? Shifungi and Yaruchi kicked in front of Minato Namikaze with a whip kick. Her long legs were wrapped in an unstoppable momentum, and she was about to kick Minato Namikaze's body to pieces. But everyone knows, this kind of white fighting taijutsu is useless. Shifungi and Yaruchi is also very clear about this. Her real killer move is a hidden weapon hidden under this attack, which is a kunai wrapped with a rope. The rope can be extended as Yaruchi wishes. As long as the rope kunai can get close to Minato Namikaze, the 7th official can be bound and captured. Hidden weapon. Minato Namikaze's face is a little strange. This move doesn't seem to be used by Shifungi and Yaruchi. Although Shifungi and Yaruchi's kunai rope can indeed limit the movement space of others, for those of them who are known for their speed, such a trick actually has no special effect, but at this time they still need to dodge to avoid a real rollover in the gutter. The next moment, Minato Namikaze's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Shifungi and Yaruchi again in an instant. However, this is a trap. Instant boom. A sharp light flashed in Shifungi and Yaruchi's eyes, and she slowly appeared a group of high-density ghost pressure, which instantly blew up the clothes on her back. This is Shifungi and Yaruchi's instant boom mode. In this state, Shifungi and Yaruchi's speed and strength will be greatly improved under the urging of the spiritual pressure. Even just one blow can cause huge destructive power. Shifungi and Yaruchi in the instant boom mode seemed to have changed her appearance again. The spiritual pressure on her body was faintly afraid to look directly at. Shifungi and Yaruchi raised her hand and slapped Minato Namikaze's body. This blow was wrapped in a huge spiritual pressure, and Minato Namikaze narrowly avoided it. TSK, I didn't hit it again. This hot woman slowly raised her head, curled up the corners of her mouth, and slowly grew to horns on her head. A touching chuckle appeared on the battlefield. Then, how can you hide now? Instantly, Thunder God battle form. A drum Magatama ring appeared behind Shifungi and Yaruchi. At this moment, Shifungi and Yaruchi seemed to have become a real Thunder God. No, or rather, now she is indeed the Thunder God. Shifungi and Yaruchi suddenly stretched out her palm towards Minato Namikaze, and countless lightning bolts appeared beside her, shooting towards Minato Namikaze one after another. These thunderbolts seemed to completely annihilate Minato Namikaze here. The people on the entire battlefield had to retreat quickly to avoid being affected by Shifungi and Yaruchi's attack. Even Urahara Kisuke quickly retreated a distance, because Urahara Kisuke knew Shifungi and Yaruchi had completely entered the combat state. In this case, it seemed that it would not be easy to disturb Yaruchi's interest. Just as everyone was watching the battlefield, watching Minato Namikaze under the attack of lightning, they really wanted to know how the 7th official should break the situation. After all, the current Shifungi and Yaruchi, it seems that few people present dare to think that they can compete with her power. However, the way that Minato Namikaze cracked the move was very simple. He just raised his kunai in both hands and started to chant seriously. Flying Thunder God Array. A barrier suddenly appeared in front of Minato. Countless lightning bolts fell on the barrier, but disappeared without a trace. No matter how many thunderbolts Shifungi and Yaruchi manipulated to hit the barrier, it could not cause any damage to the barrier after all. Erishoda Bokujin in the masked core looked at the flying thunder god barrier, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He murmured in disbelief. That is, the space ability of the Ghost Way system. It can be used so easily. No need to chant. Even without any preparation in advance. It was used so easily. As the former deputy Ghostway chief of the Ghostway group, Erishoda Bokujin was very clear about the difficulty of practicing the Space Ghostway ability. At least he couldn't do it as he wanted. Soon, Erishoda Bokujin knew that he was surprised too early. The next moment, Namikaze Minato's figure disappeared with the help of Flying Thunder God and appeared next to Shifungi and Yaruchi in an instant. This 7th officer with a golden flash of title swung his sword of love and cut an arc. One strike directly cut the 6 drums of jade behind Shifungi and Yaruchi into pieces. Senjutsu Rasengan. A strange Rasengan was also printed on Shifungi Yaruchi's back, which directly disrupted the ghost path spiritual pressure in Yaruchi's body and directly broke up her instant mode. Namake's Minato's speed was so fast that even the people present could not see his movement trajectory carefully. Only a few people who were good at space ability sensed the fluctuation of space. That was not instant step, but super speed transmission relying on space. No wonder this guy is called the fastest in Soul Society. Compared with Namake's Minato's speed, his moves are also not to be underestimated. Just one Rasengan broke up Yaruchi's instant mode in an instant. Just like many years ago, the various moves that Yaruchi Shihoin has practiced, whether in terms of spiritual pressure or speed, have made extremely powerful progress. However, in front of the slightly serious Minato Namakes, they still seem so vulnerable. Although the outcome of their match has not yet been decided, everyone present knows that Yaruchi Shihoin, who has to exit the instant mode, has no hope of winning. The only exceptions are Kisuke Uehara and Naraku Uehara. Kisuke Uehara's mouth curled up slightly, slowly adjusted his hat, and chuckled. "You are still so brave. Are you going to use yourself as bait again?" The next second, just as Minato Namake's Rasengan was pressed on Yaruchi Shihoin's back, pieces of white paper fell from the sky and turned into a prismatic sealing barrier. This sealing barrier was very small, and it actually sealed the space directly, trapping Minato Namake's in place and unable to move. I finally took the bait. Shifungi and Yaruchi didn't care about the injury from the Rasengan on her back. She just turned around slowly and looked at Minato Namake's, who was bound by the barrier. Shifungi and Yaruchi's mouth pulled a smile, and then her face became serious again, muttering, "I'm sorry, Mr. Minato. I already knew your space technique. This is a sealing technique I improved specifically to deal with you. As a noble of Soul Society, the Shifungi clan has a unique sealing technique. However, this sealing technique is too slow to activate, and its strength is slightly insufficient." When Shifungi Yaruchi was learning this sealing technique, she realized that this sealing technique has value that can be improved. She specially improved it when she was studying in the Zero Division. It was just to seal Minato Namake's at this moment. Now, Shifungi Yaruchi has finally got her place back. TSK. Yaruchi Shifungin had a playful smile on her face. She looked at Uehara Naraku leisurely and said jokingly, "If the guards around you don't come out, it will be your turn next. You look like a really simple little guy." Uehara Naraku's expression became a little weird. The people in this world are really too much. He never expected that Yaruchi Shifungin, the cat girl he always thought was straightforward and generous, would actually use such a little trick. This world is too dangerous. Everyone's mind seems to be not simple, and they look scheming. Fortunately, he is the biggest mastermind behind the scenes. This made Uehara Naraku feel a little more comforted. And this woman, Yaruchi Shifungin, wouldn't really think that Minato Namake's was so easily sealed by her, right? You know, Minato Namake's is also a genius in studying and practicing sealing techniques. Uehara Naraku glanced at Shihoin Yaruchi with a fiery look and hurriedly turned his head to look at the sealed Namake's Minato and said in a hurry that, "Mr. Minato, need help? No need to trouble Lord Naraku. Shihoin Yaruchi looked slightly surprised. The next moment, she turned her head abruptly and looked at the location of the prismatic sealing barrier. The seemingly indestructible sealing barrier slowly cracked a little bit, revealing the figure of Namake's Minato, with a sunny smile on his face. What a powerful sealing technique. Namake's Minato looked at Shihoin Yaruchi and did not hesitate to praise him. "If there is a chance, you can go to Uehara Castle as a guest. Kushina really hopes to have a friend who also likes to study sealing techniques. There is only one update today. The body temperature is a little hot. Okay, this chapter reveals a secret. Chapter 646. What are you thinking about? Why are you thinking about escaping? The Buddha blocking the road. How is it possible?" Shifungi and Yaruchi looked at Minato Namake's, who had escaped, with an ugly expression. She had carefully arranged multiple traps at the beginning of the battle. The ultimate goal was to use the sealing technique to seal Minato Namake's when she lured him to attack her. How could this guy also be good at sealing techniques? No, this doesn't seem to be surprising. As the 7th officer of the Uehara clan, how could Minato Namikaze only have that little trick? The Uehara clan has existed in the Soul Society for thousands of years. The number of secret techniques in this wealthy clan must be more than that of their Shifungyuan clan. Shifungyuan Yaruchi flipped her hand and white papers appeared again. She threw them out and floated around her, imprisoning the surrounding space. This is to guard against Minato Namikaze's sneak attack. After a few seconds of using the sealing technique to seal the space, Shifungyuan Yaruchi suddenly clenched her fists, slowly grinned and laughed. It looks like I really have to fight to the death now. Yes. I really have to fight to the death. If the little trick just now didn't work on Minato Namikaze, she could only use her own strength to stop Minato Namikaze. Instant hum. Shifungyuan Yaruchi's mouth was hooked with an evil smile, and a ball of spiritual pressure burst out from her body again, and lightning began to emerge from her body like water splashes. The next moment, a low roar came from her mouth. Thunder Beast battle form. The lightning wrapped Shifungyuan Yaruchi's body in an instant. At this moment, her palms gradually changed, and the lightning transformed by spiritual pressure slowly covered her palms, slowly forming a pair of lightning cat claws. At the same time, a pair of cat ears formed by lightning on the top of this woman's head slowly grew, and even an active lightning tail grew on her hips. At first glance, under the blessing of lightning, Shifungyuan Yaruchi has turned into a half-human, half-beast, looking extremely cute. At this moment, she really turned into a cat woman just like she liked. This form has a very beautiful name, Shenlong Black Cat Warrior. In this disadvantageous situation, Shifungyuan Yaruchi's transformation into Black Cat Warrior is not just for cuteness. The spiritual pressure on her body is also constantly changing, and it seems a little fluctuating, but everyone can see, in that cute body, how much powerful power is hidden. Namikaze Minato looked at Shifungyuan Yaruchi's Black Cat Warrior form. He could feel how fast a woman in this state would burst out. Namikaze Minato slowly clenched his sword of love, and his expression gradually became serious. He praised softly, "It seems that Miss Yaruchi is really practicing hard. Maybe there will be an interesting battle today." "Really?" Shifungyuan Yaruchi's body seemed to turn into lightning, and suddenly flew towards Namikaze Minato. There was even a hint of uncontrollable madness on her face. "Then let's see. Today you can make my body more excited." Namikaze Minato's figure turned into a golden light and went towards him. The golden flash and the blue lightning intertwined in an instant, and the two figures kept moving around, making it impossible to see their battle situation clearly. This is also the most troublesome. Whether it is Minato Namikaze, who is known as the Golden Flash, or Yaruchi Shifungyuan, who is known as the God of Flash, it makes people have no idea how to arrange to continue fighting or retreat. At least now, not many people present can tell who is stronger between Yaruchi Shifungyuan and Minato Namikaze. As Yaruchi Shifungyuan and Minato Namikaze fought in a group, a trace of worry flashed in Urahara Kisuke's eyes, but he still smiled lightly. But when Urahara Kisuke smiled, his voice quietly fell into the ears of Hirakomako and others. "Hirako, we are ready to retreat." A puzzled look flashed across Hirakomako's face. They haven't officially fought yet. Are they going to retreat at this time? Now, including Yaruchi Shifungyuan and Kisuke Urahara, there are at least 10 captain level Shinigami on their side. In addition to Minato Namikaze, there are only Isshin Shiba and Rangaku Matsumoto left, and perhaps Uehara Naraku, who has just been promoted to the vice captain of the 5th division. If we only talk about the top combat power, they should be able to crush the enemy, right? Urahara Kisuke slowly shook his head and did not explain too much, but his voice fell into the ears of Hirakomako under the wrapping of spiritual pressure. "Leave here. Now is not the time to conflict with them. TSK. Obviously it doesn't look good." Hirakomako pursed his lips, waved his arms to summon the masked Shinigami, and prepared to lead his subordinates to leave. But the next moment, Hirakomako said curiously, "Wait. If we leave, what about you two?" "Of course, we will have a good chat with our friends." Urahara Kisuke chuckled, picked up the cane in his hand, raised his hand, and pointed at Isshin Shiba, and said with a smile, "Captain Isshin, while they are still fighting, do we have time to chat together?" Isshin Shiba looked a little surprised. However, as the captain of the 10th division of the Gotei 13, Isshin Shiba was not very willing to fight with the masked corps. The next moment, Shiba looked at Kisuke Urahara and nodded slowly. A hearty smile slowly appeared on his face, and he said softly, "Okay, speaking of this, Sensei." Uehara Naraku interrupted Shiba, slowly tightened the golden sword of Tenzin in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Be careful. I have heard that Kisuke Urahara was once the most cunning person in the entire Soul Society." When he said this, Naraku Uehara's expression was slightly serious, and he continued in a low voice, "Kisuke Urahara was the one who framed Captain Aizen, and I even heard that Urahara Kisuke's teacher Kabuto Yakushi was once played around by him." Urahara Kisuke's expression suddenly became subtle. It's a bit inappropriate to mention Kabuto Yakushi in this occasion, right? After all, Urahara Kisuke also knew that he was not very good to Kabuto Yakushi, who had been training him. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned. What is embarrassment to Urahara Kisuke? The young master knows a lot. Urahara Kisuke adjusted the brim of his hat, couldn't help but chuckled and said, "Well, I was really sorry for not following Mr. Kabuto's orders. But I didn't frame that guy Aizen Sasuke." When he said this, Urahara's eyes were slightly dark, and his voice was even a little helpless. "On the contrary, I should be the victim. Aizen Sasuke used his method to frame me. This captain level Shinigami who has been living in the world. No, or it is definitely a super captain level Shinigami." The moment Aizen Sasuke was mentioned, the spiritual pressure on Urahara Kisuke's body swept towards Uehara Naraku like a tide. He actually wanted to bully the newcomer Uehara Naraku with his powerful spiritual pressure. Isn't this a bit inhuman? "Young master." Urahara Kisuke raised his cane and pointed it at Uehara. He looked at the young master, who was under the pressure of his spiritual pressure, with a tense face, and continued with a smile, "The truth is often hidden in the abyss. Don't be confused by hypocritical faces. Don't slander Captain Aizen in front of me." Uehara Naraku frowned, waved the golden lightsaber in his hand, and pointed it at Urahara Kisuke, and said in a deep voice, "Former captain of the 12th Division Urahara Kisuke, we have already found out everything that happened to you." Urahara couldn't help but chuckled, looking at Uehara Naraku, and said slowly, "Young master, except for the parties involved, it seems that no one is qualified to prove that the things you have found out are the truth, right?" Uehara Naraku frowned, and there was a little hesitation on his face. At this moment, he seemed to be persuaded by Urahara Kisuke. After all, theoretically speaking, when the Death God Eloization incident happened, in addition to Urahara Kisuke, only the masked army would know, right? Urahara Kisuke's mouth curled up. Just as the rumors in Soul Society said, the young master of the Uehara clan has a very kind personality, which means that he is not that difficult to persuade, as long as he continues to use his kindness. Although it is very embarrassing, Urahara Kisuke can't find a better way. Because Urahara knows very well that the fight between Shifengyu and Yaruchi and Namikaze Minato is not going smoothly. She is just buying time for Urahara Kisuke to communicate with Shiba Raishin and Uehara Naraku. This is time that cannot be missed. When thinking of this, Urahara Kisuke's mouth smiled again, and he chuckled and continued, "If the young master has checked the files of the Masked Corps, he should know that they seem to have never done anything wrong in these years. Even if they were expelled from Soul Society, they still uphold the justice of the God of Death, and maintain the stability of the world." Yes. The hesitation on Uehara Naraku's face deepened a bit. In theory, this is not bad. The Masked Corps has always been very stable in the world, and has never caused any major trouble. This kind of information, the whole Soul Society has it. Urahara looked at Uehara Naraku's uncertain face, and continued with a smile. "Then don't you think there are many suspicious things here? Because according to what you said, the real purpose of the so-called masked Shinigami, before assassinating Aizen Sasuke, was to assassinate the young master. And now we have 10 captain level Shinigami, but we are still willing to talk here calmly, and we don't even plan to open any stations. Just want to find out the truth." Yes. Uehara Naraku's hesitation deepened. This is indeed difficult to refute. Judging from the number on paper, the masked army actually has an advantage. It looks like we can talk for a while. Urahara looked at Uehara Naraku's expression, and the smile on his face gradually became deeper and deeper. But when Uehara was talking, his fingers quietly raised a gesture behind his back to Mako Hirako and others, indicating Mako Hirako and others to leave here immediately. The masked Shinigami were somewhat dissatisfied, but they owed Uehara Kisuke a life-saving favor many years ago, and they didn't want to go against his wishes at this time. TSK, what trouble? Mako Hirako glanced at the fiercely fighting Uruchi Shifeng and Minato Namikaze. A trace of regret flashed across his face, and he fled madly into the distance with the masked Shinigami. On the other side, Uehara Naraku stood opposite Uehara Kisuke, and when he was about to speak to defend Aizen Sasuke, he suddenly saw the masked Shinigami fleeing quickly into the distance. He was fooled. Does Uehara Kisuke want to delay them by himself, and let the masked Shinigami leave here first? This guy is so confident in his own strength? No, or rather, is he sure that the masked Shinigami can escape? Sure enough, you are too cunning. Uehara Naraku frowned, looked at Uehara Kisuke in front of him. A flash of dissatisfaction flashed across his face, and he said in a deep voice, Aishin-senpai, please go after the masked army, and make sure to capture those people. Ha, got it. Shibaraishin supported his forehead, looked at Uehara Naraku who was being played around by Uehara Kisuke with words, and sighed softly, really, cunning, let's go, Rangaku, let's go after Hirako and the others. Yes, Captain. Matsumoto Rangaku nodded hurriedly, although they only said it neatly. In fact, Shibaraishin didn't have too many serious thoughts in his heart. Even the current captain of the 10th Division patted his forehead lightly to show his annoyance, and then hurriedly led the 10th Division to chase the masked Grim Reaper. The speed of Shibaraishin's pursuit is really a bit unworthy of his identity. In fact, it is better for the masked corps of Shinigami to escape from here. At least Shibaraishin does not have to violate his own principles of justice to capture them. After all, the masked corps of Shinigami were once the backbone of the Gotei 13. At the beginning, this group of masked Shinigami were expelled because of their heroization, which has always been a taboo for the Gotei 13. Many captains have given these masked Shinigami a break. It is precisely because of this. The masked Shinigami can hide in the real world. Of course, Shibaraishin also wanted to take this opportunity to ask first whether it was the masked corps who wanted to assassinate Uehara Naraku and accidentally injured Aizen Sasuke. After all, this crime was originally the Central 46th Room, in order to appease the Uehara clan, so they directly put the blame on the masked corps. Finally left. Uehara Kisuke glanced at Shibaraishin who was chasing after him. Uehara did not stop Aishin Shiba in the 10th Division. He did not seem to care about Aishin's pursuit of the masked Shinigami. He originally asked Mako Hirako and others to distract some people. As Aishin Shiba knew, Kisuke Uehara knew the whole story. Capturing the masked corps was just for the Soul Society to give an explanation to the Uehara clan. Therefore, in order to remove the suspicion of the masked corps assassinating Uehara Naraku, the best way is to persuade the little guy Uehara Naraku and let the Uehara clan temporarily give up the pursuit. It is not suitable for Mako Hirako, Aishin Shiba and others to be present at this time. What is the young master thinking about? After Mako Hirako, Aishin Shiba and others left one after another, Kisuke Uehara looked at Naraku Uehara with a smile. Don't worry about them. Do you have anything to ask now? Uehara wanted to lure Naraku Uehara to say some doubts in person, and then provide evidence for Naraku Uehara little by little, so that it would be easier to convince the young master. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly, with a puzzled look on his face. I don't care what you want to say, I just care about why they are running away. A trace of doubt flashed across Uehara Kisuke's face. Just when he wanted to give a reason, Uehara Naraku's face flashed with compassion, and he whispered, many people are hiding things from me. In fact, I have always known that this time, Mr. Hashirama and Mr. Tobirama will protect me in secret. They will never show mercy to any enemy who may harm me. I don't want to hurt anyone. Just when Uehara Kisuke's face was a little weird, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a powerful voice fell into their ears. Would release. True Thousand Hands. After this earth-shaking roar, a majestic spiritual pressure instantly swept across the small town. The power of this spiritual pressure was so strong that it even made people tremble. Whether it was Uehara Kisuke or Uehara Naraku, both of them could not help but look in the direction of the spiritual pressure explosion. A huge wooden Buddha statue had appeared there at some point, blocking the masked army that wanted to escape. In Uehara Kisuke's sight, the wooden Buddha statue raised its hand and punched out one after another. Every palm of the wooden Buddha statue hit the shinigami of the masked army, and those masked shinigami who had just escaped not far away were directly beaten back. Chapter 647, Shadow of the Death God Hollow Incident. The wind was a bit noisy. The spiritual pressure in the sky was suffocating. There was also a fearful atmosphere in the air. The tall wooden statue of the thousand-armed Buddha stood outside Moju town like a giant mountain, making it difficult to ignore its existence, or no one would dare to ignore its existence. Just now, in full view of the public, this Buddha easily defeated the entire masked army. If this wooden statue of the Buddha made people feel, or because of the power it burst out, then the two men standing on the wooden statue of the Buddha would make people have to be a little afraid. A white-haired man wearing blue plate armor. The legendary 13 deadly waiters. The fifth officer, Senjutsu Birama. It is said that Senjutsu Birama is the most powerful deadly waiter in the entire Uehara clan, who controls the life and death of the entire Uehara castle, and is the actual manager of the entire Uehara castle. No matter when, Senjutsu Birama, the fifth officer, never showed any smile on his face, and always had a cold look. No death god in Uehara castle dared to act rashly in front of him. In comparison, the other black-haired man wearing red plate armor looks a bit gentle. He is the elder brother of Senjutsu Birama, Senju Hashirama, the second officer of the legendary 13 dead waiters. The death gods of the entire Soul Society are very clear that the first 4 officers of the 13 dead waiters are very different from the other officers. The first 4 officers are the most powerful force of the Uehara clan. They are also the pillars that make the Uehara clan stand firm. No one has ever dared to doubt the power of the first 4 officers. Now, Senju Hashirama, the second officer who has almost never taken action, has shown the strength of these first 4 officers here, and easily defeated the death gods of the entire masked army with just one move. It's been a long time since I used Senju. Senju Hashirama stood on top of the wooden Buddha and scratched his head. The spirit particles in this world can also be used as energy similar to Senju chakra. It's so easy to use the true thousand hands. In the past, the true thousand hands should have been Senju Hashirama's trump card. After practicing for thousands of years in this world, he can use it easily. These dead souls in another world have become stronger than they were when they were alive, after being nourished by the spirit particles in this world. Besides, they live well in this world, because Senju Hashirama's younger brother and friends are around. Even the younger generations of their Konoha are here, so there is no need to worry that his hometown, the ninja world, will be invaded by the enemy. The energy of spirit particles is not inferior to chakra at all. Senjutsu Birama looked down at the wooden statue of Buddha under his feet, and then looked at the group of masked shinigami who drew their zanpakuts, and snorted coldly, "Humph, it's just that the people in this world are a little behind in their understanding of spirit particles." In fact, compared to his brother who is very easy to satisfy, the one who is really like a fish in water is Senjutsu Birama. A new world means a new power. This world is very beneficial to the survival of these dead souls, and it also allows Senjutsu Birama to have a long time to conduct research and creation. As the highest manager of the entire Uehara city, with the support of the huge power of Uehara city, Senjutsu Birama can obtain very rich resources, and can even be said to have the power to take whatever he wants in Ukomundo and Soul Society. Even the legendary Soul King, Senjutsu Birama, can get a part of the Soul King's body. In a sense, this fifth official is actually worthy of it, and can even be compared with Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama and others. If you want to become the world's top strongman, besides the top talent and indomitable will, you also need the courage and spirit. Senjutsu Birama can't be as pure as the first 4 officials. When the brothers Senju Hashirama and Senjutsu Birama looked down at the masked army and Shibaraishin and others underground, these people were also looking at them. When they saw the Senju brothers, everyone's face was extremely heavy. They didn't need to explain too much. They already knew the identities of these 2 people, and the huge pressure was like a mountain pressing on their hearts. "Hirako, are you sure?" Yamamaru Lisa from the Masked Corps clenched her Zenpakuto, looked up at the Senju brothers on top of the wooden Buddha statue with a serious face, and continued in a deep voice, "These two people seem to be a little different from what we imagined. Yeah." Naraku slowly grinned, still with that casual smile on the corner of his mouth, but his words were obviously more serious. "The legendary big man seems to be stronger than we imagined. Indeed. Too strong. The contrast between them seems to be a chasm." As the former captain of the 5th Division of the Gotei 13, Naraku occasionally heard rumors about the former 4 officers, but this time he really felt the power of Hashirama Senju. Just a manufactured wooden Buddha statue directly made the 8 captain level Shinigami unable to fight back, and even the spiritual pressure on the Buddha was a little unbearable. "Should we fight them?" A good-natured Arishoda Bokujin looked a little uneasy. He looked up at the wooden Buddha statue and said carefully, "Although it's the first time we meet, but I feel that it's not so easy to win." Hey, don't be too depressed." Saruka Hiyori, who looked like a little girl, got up from the ground and stood in front of everyone holding her Zenpakuto. Her little face was full of arrogance. "Humph, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We just lost a small battle." But Rikuguru Kensei held his Zenpakuto, frowned slightly, and whispered, "Although it was just a small defeat, the gap seems a bit big. If you talk about it seriously, their Masked Corps was indeed only a small defeat. The entire Masked Corps did not enter the hollow state, and it was only when they encountered the attack of the Senju Hashirama brothers that they were caught off guard and were directly repelled. Everyone was seriously injured, but they did not completely lose their combat effectiveness. But just one strike, and they were able to tell the difference. Even if the Masked Corps and the brothers Senju Hashirama were to face off, they would not have any chance of winning. The difference in spiritual pressure was so great that it made people despair. Judging from the spiritual pressure of the brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, it vaguely felt that they were not much different from the Captain General Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni who supported the entire Soul Society. Another little girl in the Masked Corps, Kunan Bei, lowered her head and muttered for a while, then suddenly made a weird pose and said angrily, "But if we are bound to lose, then why don't we try? Can we still surrender?" The scene fell into a strange silence. After they left Soul Society, they had no entanglement with the Soul Society. Can they surrender now? Once they surrender, they will be at the mercy of others. TSK, then there's nothing we can do. Mako Hirako rubbed the wound on his body, tied up the wound on his chest with his clothes, and grinned. "Since the time I was in Soul Society, I wanted to challenge the Uehara clan." Mako Hirako really wanted to challenge the 13 Deadpools of the Uehara clan. Because in the past thousands of years, in the eyes of the Shinigami of Soul Society and Soul Society, the existence of the 13 Deadpools is almost a benchmark for the captains of the Gotei 13. Once a civil war breaks out, the captain of the Gotei 13 will definitely fight the 13 Deadpools. Originally, everyone thought that the 13 Deadpools should be almost the same as the captain level Shinigami, until later when the Deadpool chief officer occasionally appeared, they slowly realized the reality. The 13 Deadpools of the Uehara clan probably wanted to hang up and beat the captain level Shinigami. Actually, what Mako Hirako wanted to challenge was the officer who ranked lower in the Uehara clan. Unfortunately, the current situation did not allow it. He could only face the second officer, Hashirama Senju, and the fifth officer, Tobirama Senju, who were both difficult to deal with. Just as the masked Shinigami were preparing for battle, the wooden statue of Buddha gradually disappeared in the air, and the brothers Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju appeared in front of them in an instant. This scene made Mako Hirako and others' eyes slightly condensed. If I saw it right, the way Tobirama Senju and Hashirama Senju appeared was almost the same as Minato Namikaze's ability to instantly appear. Are they also good at space ability? It's really interesting. Hashirama Senju looked at Mako Hirako and others with interest and smiled gently. It's rare to see such a courageous little guy. I'm Hashirama Senju. Tell me your name here, little guys. I'm very interested in you. Huh. The masked Shinigami looked a little surprised. If it wasn't for the fact that Hashirama Senju was their enemy, it would be hard to imagine that this person would be the second officer of the legendary 13 Deadpools of the Uehara clan. They had never seen such a tolerant enemy before. Okay. The smile on Mako Hirako's face became even more intense. He nodded slowly and chuckled. Flatfoot Sarako, plus Onono Miko's son, Shin's foreskin, plus Shinko Mite-san, so it's Mako Hirako, please advise. Sarukazuki Hiyori. The little girl Sarukazuki Hiyori flew and landed beside Mako Hirako. Yazumaru. Lisa. The sailor girl Yazumaru Lisa stood on the other side of Mako Hirako. Erishoda Bokugen, who looked like a good uncle, carefully read out his name and stood behind them, ready to release his ghost way ability to support at any time. Rikugyoru Mackenzie, who was full of fighting spirit, stood beside his teammates. Akorabu. The cheerful Akorabu even carried his Zanpakuto backwards and gave a thumbs up to the Senju Hashirama brothers, giving a very unique greeting. Kunanbei. The third girl in the masked corps, the innocent looking young girl Kunanbei blinked her eyes, looking very simple. Finkyo Laojiro. The last one was Finkyo Laojiro, a blonde young man who looked quite aristocratic, but his face was obviously a little melancholy. Every time a member of the masked corps greeted, the momentum of the entire masked corps seemed to be even stronger, and everyone's heart gradually emerged with the will to fight. No matter what the enemy is in front of them, they are the only masked corps in the world. The members of the entire masked corps quickly reported their names, exuding the spiritual pressure of the captain-level death god, and worked together to resist the suppression of Senju Hashirama. At least it seems. The masked corps has the strength to fight. Just when their momentum had just exploded, Senju Tobirama, with a cold face, curled the corners of his mouth, sneered and said, "It seems that the hollowing experiment on you has been successful. In addition to the spiritual pressure of the god of death, there is also the spiritual pressure of the hollow. This is not surprising. Everyone present knew the situation of the masked god of death." However, the next sentence of Senju Tobirama suddenly made everyone's face change. "There is one thing you may not know." Senju Tobirama looked at everyone present and said indifferently, "I mastered the experiment of the hollowing of the god of death a long time ago." What? The faces of the masked god of death changed. Because they all knew very well that the hollowing of the god of death was an absolutely forbidden experiment in the entire Soul Society. How dare the Uehara clan conduct such a sinful experiment? No. This is also normal. The Uehara clan has always been independent of the Soul Society. They are able to conduct experiments on the hollowing of Shinigami without being known to outsiders. Even if they knew, the Central 46th Chamber would not be able to expel the entire Uehara clan. At most, it would only ruin the reputation of the Uehara clan. No. The masked Shinigami present quickly thought of another question. That is, Aizen Sasuke, who once conducted the hollowing experiment on them. Could it be that the Uehara clan is standing behind that man? Perhaps it was with the support of the Uehara clan that Aizen Sasuke dared to conduct such an evil experiment. If this is true, it's no wonder that the Uehara clan wants to wipe them out this time. Because Aizen Sasuke wanted to silence the masked Shinigami a long time ago, but he never got the support of Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni. Just as these masked Shinigami were thinking wildly, Senju Tobirama sneered again. "Humph, I heard that you turned to Urahara Kisuke in order to gain power and became his test subjects. You are a group of people who have fallen for power. Hey, you." The little girl Saruka Hiyori grinned at Senju Tobirama. "You know nothing." The other masked Shinigami were also angry, because they did not become hollow and fall for power, but were trapped by Aizen Sasuke. "We are not doing this for power." Masahiro Hirako stopped her companions and chuckled. "I don't believe that the Uehara clan can't find out some truth. Maybe you are the one who covered it up decades ago." Tobirama Senju interrupted Masahiro Hirako coldly and continued in a cold voice. "When the hollowization incident of Shinigami broke out, I proposed to help you separate the hollowized spirit particles and ease the relationship between the Uehara clan and the Goto 13. When he said this, Tobirama Senju looked at the masked Shinigami present and continued calmly, "But my proposal was rejected. I have something to do today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, The Truth of the Past. Uehara Kisuke once teased the Uehara clan. Mojicho. The entire masked army looked solemn. Before meeting Senjuta Berama, they had always believed that the only person who framed them was Aizen Sasuke. Now Senjuta Berama has revealed another mystery for them. They had the opportunity to get rid of the hollow back then, but someone else rejected this opportunity on their behalf. A flash of surprise flashed across Hirako Mako's eyes, and she immediately chuckled and retorted, "Ha. Who knows if what you said is true or false?" Among the people present, Hirako Mako was calmer. Regardless of whether what Senjuta Berama said was true or false, they, the masked army, could not go back to the past. Now, the fifth officer, Senjuta Berama, is their enemy. If their minds are disturbed by a few words from the enemy at this time, it seems it doesn't matter, right? From the situation, they are not the opponent of the Senju brothers. It seems that delaying time at this time is not a bad thing for them. Let's not discuss whether we voluntarily or were forced to become hollows. Hirako Mako chuckled and asked, "Then can Mr. Senjuta Berama teach us? Is there anything we don't know back then?" Humph. Senjuta Berama hugged his arms, turned his head, and glanced at Uehara Kisuke in the distance, and then continued in a cold voice, "What's the point of talking about this now? Of course." Hirako Mako followed Senjuta Berama's gaze, and glanced in the direction of Uehara Kisuke, turned back and said with a grin, "Sometimes we also regret it. If we knew that Mr. Senjuta Berama could really remove the hollows in our bodies." Although she was a little reluctant to believe it, but Hirako Mako had already guessed a few candidates. There are very few people in this world who can talk to the Uehara clan, except Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni, but I don't know if Uehara Kisuke, who rescued them back then, is also one of them. However, the truth is far from that simple. Or it can be said that this matter is not as easy as Senjuta Berama said, because this matter involves the recruitment of new members of the Akatsuki organization. If what happened back then was not wrong, Uehara Kisuke might have joined the Akatsuki organization. Decades ago, the incident of Mako Hirako and others becoming hollows broke out. Uehara Kisuke, the former captain of the 12th Division, refused the order of his teacher Kabuto Yakushi, and rashly rushed to rescue Mako Hirako and others with the former commander of the Ghost Dao, the great Ghost Dao Changtese Murin. Just as Mako Hirako and others lost their will and consciousness and became monsters like hollows, Uehara Kisuke and Murin Tese rescued Mako Hirako and others and brought them back to the Technology Development Bureau, but they were helpless about their hollows. The Technology Development Bureau decades ago. Uehara Kisuke rubbed his hair, and around him were research materials on the hollows of Shinigami, thinking about how to get Mako Hirako and others out of hollows. Unfortunately, this could not be solved in a short time. At the most critical moment, Senjuta Berama appeared in front of Uehara Kisuke. The fifth officer of the Uehara clan showed up at the Technology Development Bureau and took the initiative to directly curb the helloification of Mako Hirako and others. This method made Uehara Kisuke think that he saw hope, and subconsciously thought that the Uehara clan might have also used the method of hollowing the god of death. Senjuta Berama did not deny this. If you want to break through the power of restrictions, you always have to take a path that ordinary people dare not imagine. By removing the restrictions of the god of death and allowing the god of death to retain consciousness while having the ability to hollow, it is also a way to become stronger. Similarly, Senjuta Berama claimed that he could help solve the uncontrollable hollowing of Mako Hirako and others and save these elite captains of the Goto 13. Of course, this is a deal. Since it is a deal, there is always a price to pay. Senjuta Berama was not trying to ease the relationship between the Uehara clan and the Goto 13. He just made a request to Uehara Kisuke. As long as you are willing to join the Uehara clan, I can help you solve the problem of these people's helloification right now. Let me join the Uehara clan. A flash of astonishment flashed across Uehara Kisuke's face. Even he didn't expect that Senjuta Berama would actually invite him to join the Uehara clan. Wait. No, this is also very normal, because Uehara Kisuke himself is a disciple of Kabuto Yakushi. This is to let Uehara Kisuke choose whether to betray his teacher Kabuto Yakushi To be honest, if Uehara Kisuke was not labeled as Kabuto Yakushi, he actually wouldn't mind having some relationship with the Uehara clan. Who in the entire Soul Society doesn't know how good the benefits of the Uehara clan's Shinigami are? Senju Tobirama seemed quite confident and continued to recruit Uehara Kisuke. As long as you are willing to join the Uehara clan, I can even abolish a Deadpool and let you replace him as the new Deadpool officer. From the 8th officer Achihiro to the 13th officer Asa, you can choose any one of the seats. This treatment is really generous. The status of the 13 Deadpools is very respected in the Uehara clan. As long as Uehara Kisuke is willing, he can immediately become a senior member of the Uehara clan. It seems that the Uehara clan is really sincere. Of course, since they want to trade, in addition to the carrot, Senju Tobirama did not give up the stick in his hand. If you don't agree. Senju Tobirama glanced at the half-hollowed Hirakomako and others, then looked at Uehara Kisuke, sneered and said, the hollowing of the Shinigami is a prohibited experiment in the Soul Society. You little brat will be in big trouble. This is Aizen Sasuke framing them. A flash of anger flashed across Uehara Kisuke's face. Just when he wanted to say something else, he suddenly realized a problem. Why did Aizen Sasuke dare to frame the masked Shinigami at this time? Could it be that Aizen Sasuke had already defected to the Uehara clan? At this time, Uehara Kisuke suddenly began to suspect that the Uehara clan and Aizen Sasuke colluded to frame these Shinigami captains, because all 8 captain level Shinigami of the Goto 13 had problems, which was most beneficial to the Uehara clan. Uehara Kisuke thought of this possibility and couldn't help being dumbfounded. He took a deep breath and calmed down. He said in a deep voice, Mr. Tobirama, has Aizen Sasuke also joined the Uehara clan? The vice captain of the 5th division, Senju Tobirama frowned and said unhappily, I remember that he seemed to be a guy with no special features. Do you think the Uehara clan will recruit other people casually? The Uehara clan does not accept trash. You just said that Aizen Sasuke framed them? Uehara Kisuke's brows also frowned. On the surface, Aizen Sasuke does not seem to have any special features, but Aizen Sasuke behind the scenes is not that simple. Didn't the Uehara clan discover the true face of Aizen Sasuke? What is going on? While Uehara Kisuke was still thinking, Senju Tobirama continued to threaten, I'm not interested in discussing other things with you. If you don't join the Uehara clan, the fact that you are conducting the Heloification experiment of Shinigami privately is definitely not something that the Soul Society can tolerate. After saying this, Senju Tobirama snorted coldly and said, as long as you can join the Uehara clan, I can help you solve all your troubles. I know that you have a close relationship with the head of the Shihoan clan, but that kind of small family can't help you solve these problems. Then can I know Mr. Tobirama's purpose? Uehara Kisuke slowly raised his head and looked at Senju Tobirama and said softly, Mr. Tobirama's purpose is for teacher Kabuto, right? Because the Uehara clan and Kabuto Yakushi have been in hostility for a long time, because of the impure world reincarnation technique, they invited Uehara to join the Uehara clan, which must be to strike at his teacher Kabuto Yakushi. This is absolutely something that Senju Tobirama cannot refute. In fact, Senju Tobirama did not refute. He took a deep look at Uehara Kisuke and said in a deep voice, you are right. For the entire Uehara clan, there is nothing more important than the impure world reincarnation. That is the foundation of the Uehara clan and the Soul Society. Uehara Kisuke slowly fell into deep thought. If he chose to accept Senju Tobirama's proposal and join the Uehara clan, he could save the elite captains of the Goto 13 who were about to fall into the Heloification. These are the elite forces of the Goto 13. They are also strong witnesses who can prove that Aizen Sasuke is a dark man. If these captain level Shinigami are lost in the Heloification incident, the Goto 13 will suffer too much loss, which will be very unfavorable to the situation of the entire Soul Society. There is also Uehara's vice captain among them. The life and death of the 8 elite Shinigami are tied together. This is a difficult moment. Uehara Kisuke sat in the Technology Development Bureau, his face becoming more and more ugly. Mr. Tobirama Senju, can you wait for me to go to the Central 46th room first, and let the Central 46th room negotiate with the Uehara clan? They will definitely give a high price. Huh, what do you think? Senjutsu Berama looked at Urahara Kisuke unhappily and said in a cold voice, "The Uehara clan has proposed countless deals to the Soul Society and the Central 46th Room, including countless powerful ghost arts, but they are still reluctant to give up the opportunity to check and balance the Uehara clan. Is that so?" Urahara Kisuke slowly closed his eyes and sat on the chair with a dejected face. "Mr. Tobirama, why do you think I'm willing to give up Teacher Kabuto for these people? Yes, Naraku and others are just his colleagues. Is it really necessary to join the so-called Uehara clan for these people?" Senjutsu Berama hugged his arms and looked down at Urahara Kisuke, who was sitting on the chair. There was a touch of complexity in his voice, "Because we have been observing you for a long time, Urahara Kisuke. Now, can you tell me your choice?" "I know." Urahara Kisuke lowered his head and whispered, "Mr. Senjutsu Berama, I don't want to target my teacher. If this is the case, can our deal continue? Is the Uehara clan still willing to recruit me?" "Forget it." Senjutsu Berama stared at Urahara Kisuke. His expression gradually became complicated. He was silent for a while, and then slowly said, "I won't help them strip the hollows in their bodies. I will only tell you how to curb the hollowing, and I won't even solve any troubles for you later. Because your value is only this much, then congratulations on becoming the death god of the Uehara clan. Then, thank you very much." Urahara Kisuke finally breathed a sigh of relief. In order to rescue Hirakomako and others, he was almost exhausted. At this time, someone could point him in the direction, which made him very grateful. Unfortunately, Urahara Kisuke didn't know what he had lost. That night, Urahara Kisuke used the spirit of the hollow to create the Haujyoku, allowing Hirakomako and others to successfully break through the restrictions of the Shinigami and master the ability of the Shinigami hollow. That night, Urahara Kisuke and Yakushi Kabuto dissolved their master-disciple relationship. That night, Yakushi Kabuto sat alone in his room all night without sleep. Urahara Kisuke was the disciple he wanted to train seriously, but he did not pass the test of Akatsuki after all. Although this test seems inhumane, but it looks very simple. In fact, as long as Urahara Kisuke can prove his loyalty, he will have the opportunity to peek into the truth of the fight between Yakushi Kabuto and the Uehara clan, and even rescue Hirakomako and others will be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, Urahara Kisuke did not pass the test. In order to get a message from Senjutsu Berama that could save people, he chose to betray Yakushi Kabuto. If Urahara Kisuke did not intervene in this matter, the Uehara clan would not stand idly by, but would maximize their benefits by helping Hirakomako. However, when Urahara intervened, the event of the Shinigami Hollow became his test question. Unfortunately, Urahara Kisuke did not pass the test. After the Hollow Death incident, Urahara Kisuke nominally became a member of the Uehara clan, but he never went to Uehara Castle. The Uehara clan asked Urahara Kisuke to obey orders and hand over the hollow gown he made. Urahara Kisuke flatly refused the order and severed his relationship with the Uehara clan. This guy's courage is really beyond imagination. It is obvious that Urahara is just using the Uehara clan. After playing with the Uehara clan, Urahara Kisuke went to ask for forgiveness from his teacher, but Kabuto Yakushi chose to turn a blind eye to him. Then, his life was not so good. Aizen Sasuke manipulated the Central 46th Chamber to try Urahara Kisuke, Hirakomako and others for conducting the Hollow Death experiment, and wanted to sentence them all in one fell swoop. The Uehara clan chose to stand by and watch. Kabuto Yakushi also chose to stand by and watch. Fortunately, Urahara Kisuke and his former companion Shihao Nyaruchi came to the rescue, and with Shihao Nyaruchi's help, they escaped from Soul Society. This was not the beginning of Urahara's good luck. As a person who betrayed Kabuto Yakushi and played tricks on the Uehara clan, and also offended Aizen Sasuke, who knows what his life would be like. Someone planted a seed of evil, and in return, evil fruits will surely be harvested. After decades, Urahara Kisuke is finally forced to face his destiny. I was too sleepy yesterday. Chapter 649. The brothers who took action and the masked Grim Reaper who was defeated. Urahara Kisuke's betrayal is actually very interesting. Uehara Naraku's test of Urahara Kisuke is actually to hope that Urahara Kisuke can insist on being loyal to Kabuto Yakushi, instead of jumping back and forth between the Uehara clan and Kabuto Yakushi. Even if Uehara Kisuke joins the Uehara clan to rescue Mako Hirako and others, he will eventually be abandoned by Uehara Naraku. If Uehara Kisuke continues to be loyal to Kabuto Yakushi, he will get a reward that he will never get in his lifetime. It's a pity. Uehara Kisuke doesn't seem to have any moral integrity. Time returns to the present world of Moji Town. A reunion of grievances after decades. A hint of impatience flashed across Senju Tobirama's face. He looked at the masked Shinigami in front of him coldly and said in a deep voice, "Huh, it was I who gave him the information about the Hojioku back then and let him make the Hojioku so that your hollowing experiment could succeed." Huh. Mako Hirako's eyes wandered slightly. The next moment, the former captain of the Shinigami regained his cynical look, chuckled and said, "So this time, Mr. Hashirama and Mr. Tobirama went out for the Hojioku made by Uehara." "No." Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, "It's just a semi-finished Hojioku. My brother and I are just trying to find out the murderer who assassinated Uehara Naraku." After that, Senju Tobirama's face suddenly became cold, and he said in a deep voice, "No need to say more nonsense. Brother, take them down." As soon as the voice fell, Senju Hashirama in red plate armor and Senju Tobirama in blue plate armor disappeared at the same time and rushed towards the direction of the masked army. "Be careful." Rikuguruma Kensei waved his Zanpakuto and came up. Just when he wanted to stop Senju Tobirama, the blue figure in his side suddenly disappeared in front of him. This scene made his eyes freeze. Is that similar to the instant body technique of Minato Namake's? Be careful. Kunanbei just had time to remind him of these two words when he saw the figure of Senju Tobirama appear behind Rikuguruma Kensei. The next moment, a kunai with a talisman was nailed to Rikuguruma Kensei's body. The talisman was engraved with a spell that could fix the soul. When it was nailed to Rikuguruma Kensei's soul stopped moving directly. Whether it was the spiritual pressure on his body or the Zanpakuto in his hand, almost all of them fell into a state of silence. Senju Tobirama retracted his palm with disdain on his face, and without looking at Rikuguruma Kensei who was fixed in place by his own talisman, he flew to the next enemy. Was there a second in this time? No, it shouldn't be, right? Almost in an instant, Senju Tobirama directly solved a captain level Shinigami and captured him without even using his Zanpakuto. The other masked Shinigami also noticed this scene. Each member quickly raised his palm and was about to put on the mask of hollow to enter the hollow state. Only by entering the hollow state, maybe there will be the power to resist. In addition to those who participated in the battle, there were also members of the 10th Division of the Gotei 13 watching the battle. The face of each Shinigami was full of shock. Even the captain of the 10th Division, Aishin Shiba, was a little stunned. A few drops of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. It seemed that he couldn't believe that a member of the masked Shinigami was captured so easily. This is... Matsumoto Rangaku's eyes were surprised and confused. She just stood there and murmured, "Legend has it, the 5th officer that Jin dared not face directly. Senju Tobirama?" Ichimaru-jin once mentioned to her. "Don't provoke the 13 Deadpools of the Uehara clan easily. Because the power of the 13 Deadpools far exceeds that of the captain level Shinigami of the Gotei 13. Especially the 5th officer Senju Tobirama and the 1st officer Uchiha Hamada are among the 13 Deadpools. Absolutely don't provoke them." Compared to what Tobirama Senju said, his brother Hashirama Senju is obviously different. Hashirama Senju suddenly closed his palms, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. He looked at a group of masked Shinigami and whispered, "Wood style, wood clone." More than a dozen wood clones grew out from behind Hashirama Senju. The next moment, Hashirama Senju and his wood clones rushed towards the masked Shinigami, and the palms of each wood clone closed at the same time. Wood style, wood dragon technique. More than a dozen wood dragons swarmed over. The huge group of wood dragons surrounded the masked Shinigami in a mighty manner. "Don't underestimate me." Tsurugi Hiyori put on her own hollow skeleton mask, waved her Zanpakuto, and chopped at the head of a wood dragon. Just as the little girl's Zanpakuto was about to fall on the top of the wood dragon, vines suddenly grew out of the wood dragon's body and tied Tsurugi Hiyori directly to the top of the wood dragon. When Tsurugi Hiyori tried desperately to break free from the vines, she felt that the vines were rapidly absorbing the spiritual power in her body, causing her body to lose strength bit by bit. Even the power of the hollow in her body was being absorbed bit by bit. In just a few seconds, the hollow skeleton mask on Tsurugi Hyora's face fell off, and the whole person was trapped tightly by the vines weakly. Be careful. Tsurugi Hyora turned her head and looked at Hirakomako, who was fighting with several wooden dragons, and shouted with all her strength, "Stupid Mako. Be careful. Don't get caught by them, or you will lose your spiritual pressure. It's too late to remind you." The sailor girl Yamamoru Lisa looked at Tsurugi Hyora speechlessly. Her body was also captured by the wooden dragon, and her hollow state disappeared directly because of the absorption of spiritual pressure. In addition to the two of them, others were also being chased by a group of wooden dragons. Akoron wielded his Zanpakuto Tengumaru and smashed the Tengumaru on top of a wooden dragon with all his strength, smashing its head. The wooden dragon that lost its head instantly lost its life, and the huge wooden dragon quickly fell to the ground, raising a large amount of dust. However, another wooden dragon bit Akororu's body. In an instant, the spiritual pressure in Akororu's body was also absorbed by the wooden dragon. Finkiolojiro did not escape the pursuit of the wooden dragon. He had just dodged the attack of a wooden dragon when he was pierced by a kunai with a soul-binding spell. When Finkiolojiro was unable to move, the wooden dragon roared and bit his body, absorbing the spiritual pressure in his body. It may have been only a minute since the start of the war, and most of the members of the entire masked corps had been captured by the brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. The only masked Shinigami who can still move on the battlefield are Mako Hirako, Bokujin Arishoda and Hakukunami. Even they are struggling to hold on. This gap in combat power makes people despair involuntarily. It can even be said that there is no power to fight back. Is it just this extent? Mako Hirako's face is wearing a hollow skeleton mask, and there is still some unruly smile in his voice. If it's just like this, then I will start to fight back. Then I would like to see. The figure of Senju Tobirama suddenly appeared behind Mako Hirako and said in a cold voice, "How will you fight back? Use that reverse brush illusion?" Heh. Mako Hirako chuckled and suddenly swung his Zanpakuto to slash out a red virtual flash, almost hitting Senju Tobirama in front of him directly. Even if it can't hit Senju Tobirama, it can also break the roaring wooden dragon behind Senju Tobirama. The next moment, Senju Tobirama calmly raised his palm, and the red flash disappeared in his palm the moment it hit him. Just when Hirako Makoto was a little surprised at how Senju Tobirama absorbed the flash, he heard a scream on the battlefield. A red flash appeared out of thin air and directly hit the little girl Kunami Haku, who was still fighting with the wooden dragon. A wooden dragon roared and bit Kunami Haku's body and captured her. Hirako Makoto's eyes tightened, and he couldn't help but look in the direction of the battlefield between Namikaze Minato and Shihao Nyaruchi, and murmured in a low voice, "This move is that guy's flying thunder god. Humph, not that little guy Minato's." Senju Tobirama slowly shook his head, sneered and said, "That is my technique. I'm the creator of the flying thunder god technique. Go to bed early and get up early and exercise." Chapter 650. Why does this guy seem to use forbidden techniques when fighting? If there is a forbidden technique that breaks the common sense and you can't find its inventor, then you might as well ask Senju Tobirama, because it is usually invented by Senju Tobirama. Flying Thunder God technique is just one of the forbidden techniques created by Senju Tobirama that has been passed down. It is much safer than his other forbidden techniques. Outside Moju Town, the battle has only been going on for 1 minute. Under the joint attack of Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama, only Hirako Mako and Arishoda Bokujin are left in the entire masked army. Even in this situation, the two of them can't resist for long. Arishoda Bokujin, the former vice chief of the Ghost Path, controlled the barrier to seal himself off to avoid being surrounded by a group of wooden dragons. He looked at his captured companions with some fear and uneasiness on his face. The chief of the Uehara clan is really as scary as the rumors say. They, the former high-ranking members of the Goto 13, knew that the chief of the Uehara clan was powerful, and they also witnessed with their own eyes that the wooden statue of Buddha defeated them all with one punch. But just like now, they captured these masked Shinigami so casually, like torturing a child, which was still a little hard to accept. Hirako Mako's face was uglier than ever. Originally, he wanted to use Eloization to intimidate Senjutsu, but Senjutsu used Flying Thunder God to directly transfer to the back of Kunenbei, and instead harmed his companions. Nifu. Dirakomako suddenly shouted the name of his Zanpakuto, and activated the ability of his Zanpakuto in a deep voice. Fall down, Nifu. A strange fragrance suddenly emanated from his Zanpakuto. The smell of this fragrance was so attractive that even the wood dragon on the battlefield was attracted by the fragrance, making people want to smell it involuntarily. This is a Shike ability of Irakomako's Zanpakuto. Once someone smells this fragrance, up and down, front and back, left and right, the direction seen, and the position attacked, will all become opposite in his vision. Strictly speaking, this is also an illusion similar to hypnosis. After smelling this fragrance, in Senjutsu sight, the world he saw has become an upside down world. Interesting ability. Senjutsu stared at the upside down world, slowly closed his eyes, and whispered, "Brother, leave this to me. You go and deal with that demon priest." Ha 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 ha, okay. Senjutsu smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and flew to the position of Erishoda Bokujin, leaving only a burst of hearty laughter. How to say it? Senjutsu always makes me feel that his IQ is a bit problematic. Dirakomako watched Senjutsu leave, and couldn't help but chuckled. Huh. Let your companions leave here. It seems that you are worried about the ability of Nifu? Indeed. Dirakomako's Nifu is indeed terrifying. It is even very likely to accidentally hurt your companions. No, if Dirakomako chose Bankei, it would indeed be enough to make the enemies within the coverage of Nifu Bankei kill each other. However, this move is too dangerous. It was once banned in Soul Society. This move of Bankei was originally the trump card that Mako Hirako used to deal with the Senju brothers. Unfortunately, before he could use it, the situation became a one-on-one situation between Mako Hirako and Senjutsu, and the ability of Nibiru just happened to be of little help in a one-on-one duel. HMPH, I'm not worried about the ability of that Zanpakuto. Senjutsu paused, snorted nonchalantly and said, what I'm worried about is that, if the eldest brother's mind is disturbed by your Zanpakuto, this city and the world will be directly destroyed by him. When he said this, Senjutsu glanced at Uhura Naraku in the distance. Once Senjutsu was really tempted by Nibiru's Zanpakuto to go crazy without distinguishing between enemies and friends. I don't know if Uhura Naraku will stop him. Although Uhura Naraku has always been not so kind, according to Senjutsu cognition, this guy seems to have a little bottom line as a human being. Maybe, perhaps, right? It's better to have less trouble than more. Dirakomako is just a masked god of death. If Senjutsu wants to deal with him, there is no need to spend too much effort. It's just that the direction of vision is reversed. Senjutsu snorted disdainfully, and the perception of chakra and spiritual pressure opened silently in an instant, and his fingers gradually stood up in front of his chest. For a person who is good at developing techniques, he has too many ways to solve this kind of trouble. Huh. Dirakomako tilted his head and looked at Senjutsu in surprise. When he wanted to see what the fifth official wanted to do, a huge wave of water suddenly swept in. Water escape. Great explosion water wave. A stream of water suddenly gushed out of Senjutsu mouth. In an instant, this stream of water gathered into an elliptical water ball, directly wrapping him and Hirakomako in it. The next moment, Senjutsu suddenly opened his eyes, continued to raise his fingers to seal, and whispered, even if the vision is limited, it is enough to attack all areas without any distinction. The ability to directly change the terrain, this is too illegal. Dirakomako swam quickly towards the outside of the water ball. He didn't want to fight Senjutsu in the water. This was not in line with his character at all. It would also limit his ability. Want to escape? A trace of contempt flashed across Senjutsu mouth. In this huge water bowl formed by his spiritual pressure and chakra, no movement could escape his perception. Senjutsu raised his fingers together again, and shouted coldly at the corner of his mouth. Water escape 21 binding water prison technique. The next moment, strange spells formed on the surface of the water bowl, converging into a sealed barrier, turning this place into a water prison. Dirakomako had just swam out of the water bowl, waving his Zanpakuto to cut a gap, but he was completely powerless against the barrier. He was not very good at this kind of sealing ability. Just as Hirako Makoto was still trying to break through the sealing barrier, a group of waves suddenly rolled up behind him, attracting his attention. That was a series of water dragons being generated. Senju Tobirama's eyebrows were still closed, and he controlled the water dragons to wander towards Hirako Makoto with a cold face. Water style 79. Breaking the way. 9 dragons bite explosion. Huge water dragons roared and gathered into shape. A look of amazement flashed across Hirako Makoto's face, and he looked at the huge water dragons in disbelief and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Hey, are you kidding? Is the 5 dragons transmigration this powerful? Even the 5 dragons transmigration of the 99th breaking the way. From the perspective of power, it is slightly inferior to Senju Tobirama's 9 dragons bite explosion. Of course, perhaps this is also because the person who practiced the 5 dragons rebirth was not as powerful as Tobirama Senju in terms of spiritual pressure, but this does not mean that the 9 dragons bite explosion is too weak. Mako Hirako looked at the water dragon swimming over, and the expression on her face became more and more weird. Anyway, this ability should also be a forbidden technique. It was released so quickly. Is this really reasonable? Is there no record of this technique in the Soul Society? Of course, there is no way to crack it in the Soul Society, because many people cannot practice and learn the forbidden techniques invented by Tobirama Senju. Only he has the ability to use it. Moreover, most of these forbidden techniques are included in the secret art academy of the Uehara clan, which is specially set up to store the forbidden techniques developed by Tobirama Senju. Strictly speaking, most of the forbidden techniques are aimed at the ghost arts of the Soul Society. For example, the 9 dragons bite explosion used by Tobirama Senju now was developed to target the Soul Society's 99 5 dragons rebirth. Senju Tobirama has an unimaginable talent in studying forbidden techniques and breaking forbidden techniques. It takes almost no time for Senju Tobirama to study the corresponding solutions for all the ghost techniques developed by the entire Goto 13. What's more terrifying is, Senju Tobirama can even combine ghost chanting and ninjutsu hand seals, which complement each other to shorten the seal time and chanting sentences and easily release powerful techniques. Hey, I give up resistance. Mako Hirako looked at the 9 roaring giant water dragons, slowly closed his eyes, and said loudly, speaking of which, no matter what, the surrendered will not be killed, right? You know what's good for you. Senju Tobirama snorted nonchalantly, waved his hand to disperse the water dragons, and his figure glided in the water and rushed towards Mako Hirako, trying to bind Mako Hirako with a kunai with the talisman. Just as Senju Tobirama rushed forward, Hirako Mako flashed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, waving the reverse brush in his hand, and slashed at Senju Tobirama. What a joke. How could Master Hirako Mako surrender? How could he surrender? Now he is the leader of the masked army. The next moment, Senju Tobirama's body was chopped by Hirako Mako, and his body was split into 2 by the reverse brush in Hirako Mako's hand. When the 5th official was solved, there was even a trace of astonishment on his face, as if he couldn't believe that Hirako Mako would actually deceive him, or, what he couldn't believe, was that Hirako Mako dared to deceive him. Hirako Mako frowned slightly, and noticed that Senju Tobirama was easily solved by him. Just when he was a little surprised, Senju Tobirama's separated body suddenly turned into water. Is this body fake? No, judging from the spiritual pressure, it doesn't seem to be fake. That's not right. It is said that the Uehara clan has a secret technique that can allow the god of death to obtain an avatar with similar abilities to himself. Mako Hirako's face suddenly changed, and he wanted to find the real body of Senju Tobirama in the water. He was a little surprised that Senju Tobirama was so easy to deceive. He didn't expect that the enemy was just using a fake body to fight him outside the oval water prison. Senju Tobirama stood in midair, looking at Mako Hirako, who was sealed in the water prison, his face full of disdain. What a misjudged expectation. If the former captain of the Goto 13 has only this ability, maybe he should consider the next step. The moment Mako Hirako used the reverse brush, Senju Tobirama had already created his own water clone and exchanged it with the real body remotely with the Flying Thunder God. Even when fighting with a small character, Senjutaberama will not let himself go deep into danger. Because Senjutaberama had learned this lesson when he was a second generation Hokage of Konoha before his death, and that lesson was too painful. Therefore, when Senjutaberama was performing the Nefushike, he had already left the range of the fragrance of Nefu's input. The next moment, Senjutaberama suddenly raised his fingers, quickly began to form hand seals, and chanted in a low voice, "The sea does not refuse rivers, rivers do not refuse streams, lakes do not refuse rain. The dragon living in the water waves revives in the wind and waves." In an instant, suddenly, dark clouds floated in the sky. Drops of rain began to fall sparsely in the sky and gradually turned into heavy rain, falling on the ground. At some point, cracks appeared in the ground and streams of water flowed upstream, gradually flowing into the oval-shaped water prison. The surrounding streams and rivers also seemed to begin to flow backwards, and small streams began to slowly gather towards the oval-shaped water prison. Senjutaberama looked down at the oval-shaped water prison as it grew bigger and bigger. His chanting and seals gradually came to an end, and his voice became lower and lower as he murmured the name of this technique. Water Style 89, Breaking the Way, 100 Dragon Bite Explosion. As Senjutaberama's chanting came to an end, the rainstorm on the entire battlefield became heavier, and strange roars appeared on the battlefield. In the water prison, there was also a sudden storm. The next moment, the water waves in countless areas turned into huge water dragons and rushed towards Hirakomako, and hundreds of water dragons roared and rushed towards Hirakomako. Fortunately, this is outside Motoji town. If these water dragons landed in Motoji town, the impact of hundreds of water dragons alone would be enough to destroy the city. Mako Hirako looked at this scene with astonishment on his face. The smile hidden under the skeleton mask gradually became stiff. He couldn't help but slowly raised his palm as if to apologize and said, "Ha. Mr. Tobirama, in fact, there is no deep hatred between us, so there is no need to make such a big scene, right? Cowardly little devil." Senjutaberama didn't bother to pay attention to Mako Hirako. He just raised his fingers and controlled the water dragons to pounce on the leader of the masked army and completely defeated him. The whistling water dragons hit Mako Hirako head on with the force of impact. Just the first water dragon made Mako Hirako feel as if his chest was hit by a giant hammer directly on his whole body. Hundreds of water dragons whistled past. After a long time, Mako Hirako fell to the ground with his back to the sky. As for the virtual skeleton mask on his face, it had already been knocked off by the water dragons. The leader of the masked army completely lost his ability to move. He looked at the sky in a trance, feeling that his body no longer belonged to him. "I'm sorry, everyone." A trace of guilt flashed in Mako Hirako's eyes, and he murmured in a low voice, "I'm really incompetent. Wake up." Tsuruaki Hyaora's voice fell into Mako Hirako's ears. She was trapped on the top of the wooden dragon, but she still scolded her companions. "Hirako, you idiot, wake up a little. We don't put our hopes on you." "Yes, yes." The other masked Shinigami also spoke to comfort Mako Hirako. Although some of the words were a bit hurtful, they, the masked Shinigami, had never been sure of defeating the Senju brothers. They had expected failure. The only thing they didn't expect was Mako Hirako's performance was a little bit bad. Originally, the masked army just wanted to buy some time for Urahara Kisuke. Enough time for Urahara Kisuke to get rid of the young master of the family, Uehara Naraku, or for Urahara Kisuke to convince the young master of the family before any turnaround, except for the young master of the family, Uehara Naraku, who was their breakthrough point. They had no chance of winning in terms of hard power. If you don't know who invented the forbidden technique. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.